All it takes is one glance, and I am taken back. I am under a spell every time that you are near me. I tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? You kept the sun shining and turned my world into spring. I never thought my life could ever change for this one reason. If I could just go back and hold your hand falling fast and never let it go, 'cause I won't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
Good afternoon, my wonderful little community. How are we doing on this fine Tuesday day? I don't know. We'll make that statement. We are back for more Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a fun day ahead of us, folks. It's going to be 2 quarterfinals into 2 live semi-finals. That's right, this is the place to be for all the midweek action. So we will be casting Louis MT versus Muhodo. We're going to be casting the follow-up series. And then after that, we should be ready to more or less immediately hop straight into the live casting of Semifinals 1 and Semifinals 2 afterwards. They'll be happening sequentially. So first one will be at 15 GMT, second one will be at 17 GMT, and we will definitely make sure we get through those. Remember also, it's going to be changing in terms of the depth, because we're going to be hopping from best of 3 formats into best of 5s when we get to those semifinals, and this is all to, of course, pave the way for the finals, which will take place on Thursday and be cast live here at 17 GMT. So marking your calendars. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a fun week. How's the midweek madness going? I think it's going reasonably well. We'll see how numbers like track as time goes on. I think reception has been good. I think the majority of people really enjoyed the first iteration. Some unnecessary little drama pieces here or there, but honestly, at this point, that's part of the course. I think overall, though, I'd call this so far is looking promising. We'll see if it's a success as time goes on. But for now, I'm happy with how things are beginning. I'm just hoping they're going to continue to trend upwards so that we can make this bigger, better, maybe look to expand production, bring in guest casters, all those sort of things as time goes on. But opening up, we are going to have one of Louis' series here up against Muhodo. This was the quarterfinals. Sorry, no, round of 16. This is round of 16. And then after this, we're going to see the victor from this series going up against B in the quarterfinals. So let me load this up now. If you guys haven't seen Muhodo, actually a really talented player. He's ranked about 60th in the world right now in 1v1. At least last time I checked, he was. Also pretty skilled when it comes to the team environment. He was on Team Poland in the Fields of Blood team tournament, if you guys remember. So a very capable player. Curious to see what he can do up against Louis, because game 1 is going to be Ayabids versus English. So Louis went for a very different style of draft here. This guy highly covets Jaune as well as French, which is kind of surprising. We have got Gorge, which can make sense for it. But it almost feels like he just basically picked Jaune to protect the French pick. And I think he covets the French probably higher for Gorge, because I think they work a little bit better on that map, because Gorge tends to be more macro than all-in. And I'd say Jaune is more all-in. French can play more macro. So yeah, I think, you know, that is a stylistic approach, just basically throwing one pick in there to block and protect another. Muhodo's not a bad draft per se. I think Byzantines is maybe a little bit overrated on this pool. But Ottomans is a big question mark to me as well. Maybe he's spotted something new. Marlins is definitely very, very popular. A little bit surprised he actually went Ibids on this opening map. But let me get everything ready and we can hop into game. We're wasting no time at all, because we are on a schedule, folks. God, yeah, they definitely done something to performance with Season 9. I'm noticing it. It's very laggy recently. Hopefully I can lock in these final parts. I really need to try and make contact with a GPU/motherboard manufacturer and see if we can lock in the final parts, because we actually have 4 partners for the custom PC build we're working on right now, which I'm hoping if we can start to expedite the process, we can maybe begin to do that, build that towards the last 2 weeks of the month. But for now, let's pause that music and get ready to hop in. Ooh. Are we witnessing the journey of a future champion? It could be the case. That's the beauty of the midweek muster here. 30 weeks of tournament action designed to help people improve. And this lad on your screen right here has been improving rapidly. Ranks in the top 60 on ladder in both 1v1, I believe, team games as well. Muhodo actually came to my attention due to the recent Fields of Blood 4v4 tournament. And now he's making an appearance in the round of 16 up against one of the best we have in AoE4. One and all, welcome back to the action. We've got Team Elephants, Louis MT on the English in the pink. The challenger, we just piped up Muhodo in the red playing as Ayabids. Of course, starting map is going to be Atoll. So, little thing about Atoll, we've had a lot of Atoll. And I think in hindsight, I still like, to a certain degree, the concept we came up with of having this default map. But we're probably going to review how we approach it in the later rounds. So I'm figuring out the details that best suit it now. But my feeling is that it makes sense for earlier rounds to have a fixed map so that we get to see new maps. And then later on, relinquish that element and allow players to select their maps fully. The reason for this, by the way, is we could have went the standard route of let's just have Dry Arabia or let's just have Lipany or whatever, Gorge, as the default. I don't like that. We could have also just went for the style of, hey, let's, let people pick all the maps they want. But the chances are when you do that format, people aren't going to try new things. So it's kind of an encouragement to try new things. Some people might not like that, but I personally think it's good. You should look to explore out your comfort zone. We should be looking to iterate the map pool, always looking to see what's new. And the cool thing is the midweek muster is at a scale where it's a great playground, essentially, for these new activities, for these new maps. So we'll probably explore a format where maps like Atoll, and remember, we're going to change the default map each week, will be a default map for part of the tournament. But then I think we're going to look to explore a format that opens it up so that later on, when the map pool is more used, as in you're into best of fives, best of sevens, we might give a bit more control to the players. But for now, we'll stick with, we'll see how things go. It's cool to see a different game, though, because we've seen a lot of Atoll, and I don't think we've seen much English here. Maybe one, possibly 2 games maximum. We've seen more of the Ibids. We've seen a hell of a lot of Malians, quite a lot of Japanese, and an extreme amount of Juji. So nice to get a little bit more Civ diversity here. And I think we have got, yeah, the standard play. Advanced Wings going to be play. That is cool from Muhodo. I love this. He's treating this map a little bit like Hidden Valley. Guys, if you remember with Hidden Valley, the map where you had that central valley, and then you basically played right or left side, you could wrap around the back of the enemy base. But a smart high-level player would walk out and put a tiny wall there, so you'd have to be shoved underneath the TC. This is achieving similar, so he's cutting Louis' rotation, he's also blocking information, and as the game goes on, even more critically against the English, he's blocking the potency of either a king opening or a longbow opening, because now they can't get by. Instead, they're going to have to fight on water. And funnily enough, Louis hasn't prepped for water at all. No, Louis is simply on land. Dangerous thing to do on a map like this, but is feasible, right? The whole idea is that Atoll is a very thin peninsula. You can get somewhat punished if you don't participate in water, but it's not guaranteed. And the cool thing is English are one of those civs that do benefit from playing water, but they can also go without because the Lombos are so good at swatting away boats. Like this initial Dow that's shown up to be a nuisance. By the way, is Ves an org I should be aware of? I've noticed a few players have signed up with VES, but I don't know if I know this org. Are they a recent one? Have I missed something? And yeah, Louis, he's going for a Northern Dock here, but he does get scouts straight away. So I think this was solely about aggro, guys, because the cool thing that you have is with the English, you can get Admiralty. So if you come into water on a delay, you can just kite and outrange your opponent. I'm not really sure where the highest value point would have been for him here, though, right? Like, the gold spawns are actually really good for Muhodo. Deep enough that an archer ship shouldn't be able to reach. Spring ship might be able to with the extra range. But the food is a risk. However, it's a risk on the internal. So, yeah, very surprised he went for the outskirts here. It is going to be the galley coming in, though. Muhodo, having seen this, is already reacting with a dock of his own on the outskirts. So, King hits the field. Now, usually on a land map, this opening is really good for the Ibids because what they do is they just get the Desert Raider. And a Desert Raider will beat the King quite easily. It's actually depressing how bad the King performs against it. However, on a water map, the advancement wing is way too important. Timings matter too much. So you don't have to worry about this Desert Raider, which means the King play gets a lot more value and is already going to find value striking first blood. Nice beginning here. So Louis able to get that initial chip, and also now with the scout to assist him. You can see that Muhodo can't hang around. The archer ship is not going to come home, guys. There's literally no point in doing so. The King is too fast, and he'll just heal anyway. So you're better off patrolling here, because at least then Louis is food starved. And wait, Louis? Ooh, Muhodo. Patrol kind of betrayed him there. That's unfortunate, because Louis wouldn't have realized until he was out here on the deer, at which point you might have been able to extract a villager kill, considering he doesn't have wheelbarrow. So yeah, now instead, Louis, it starts to kind of paint the picture of why he gets this dock up still. He's going to have control on the outskirts, which is going to enable the berries, the deer, and the boar. Spears coming from Muhodo is not a good sign. Guys, you're playing against the literal worst Civ in the game to build Spears against in Feudal Age. There is no worse Civ to build them against than English. This could end up quite painful. I mean, I know he feels he needs it against the King, but a Desert Raider would have done this just as well. Right? Now instead, if Louis wants, he can play into Lombos and quite happily dominate you on the land. For the time being, though, he is going to focus more on water. Snow ships are being queued up as well. It's kind of weird what he's done here, but credit to him, actually. You start to see what it's about. It's about creating this very thin area in which the villagers can gather from, because he's got an archer ship pressing onto this tree line. And the backup tree line is extremely far away and also guarded. Yeah, this was a sick read by Louis. Sometimes the tree lines do kind of spawn more inwards, but this has been a pattern we've seen where these wood lines definitely feel vulnerable. Great read. It did force the reaction of Muhodo addressing this on the outskirts, so more boats coming there. Meanwhile, the King still indirectly addressed on land, right? Yes, the Spearmen somewhat keep him away, but they're never going to find that kill. They're never going to secure the mid-map against him. All right, one's if you think Louis is going to win this game. Two's if you think Muhodo will win. Because I think we're deep enough now that you can kind of paint a picture. Louis is in a reasonable position, but this is far from over. Muhodo is not likely to tech in a rush here. I don't really think there's any immediate value out of going Growth Wing. The worry is what Louis is doing. Louis is actually going for tech. And because Muhodo has taken a defensive role, he doesn't get to do anything about it, right? He doesn't even know it's happening right now. He might begin to get suspicious at this stage because from his POV, he's seeing decent amounts of gold gathering still happening at home, right? That's 6 people on gold. This should be alarm bells going off for Muhodo. Problem is he's already used Advancement Wing, so he doesn't have a fast tech play himself, and already at risk of losing villagers, somehow dodges death there. Yeah, that lumber camp is kind of griefing him, so does set up one deeper, has got the short wall in as well. See, the thing is, this can still be uncomfortable, folks, because remember, he could down the line get Admiralty, which is why Muhodo has to fight him. Demo coming in, nice denial there. Springald ship should be able to get the kill on the archer ship. Somehow, Muhodo, he gets away with that, so does hold the area. Behind this, though, Louis is about to tech up, and this should just be a very free King's Palace. I don't think there's any pressure to go for a white tower, unless you want to drop it aggressively. I mean, dropping in the center of the map isn't a bad idea. The problem is, because these fat golds spawn in reserve, it's not going to stop your opponent entirely. And yes, Ice Cream. You're noticing, yeah, it's very deceptive, but if you look at the edge of the map, there are indeed coastal trade posts, both here and here. They're just very difficult to see on the map, because they're on the very edge. It's a very crafty design. So Louis, moment of truth, it has to be, right? Yeah, King's Palace coming in. Greedy positioning, but for good reason. Muhodo doesn't have anything. Instead, he's trying to go castle himself. His timing is going to be notably worse. And we're probably looking at Growth Wing here. So he will at least get a burst lead over Louis' economy, but it will be short-lived. Which means that Muhodo is going to want to make sure he's got the wood prepped, the resources prepped to get into his dervishes. One relic will be easy to pick. I'd love to see Muhodo actually just wrap around across the shallow waters to secure a second, because this central area is going to be very difficult to contest. The only upside he has right now is that Louis doesn't have any land production. He only has eco buildings, right? That and, you know, this that could replace the king, but that guy has to die. Yeah, Louis' king in this game is like my 1-1-1 rulers in Europa Universalis 4. No matter what I do, no matter how much I try to stick them in the middle of the Atlantic to die, they always find a way to swim back, which is impressive given their incompetence. Pressure back the other way. Muhodo does try to creep in, but timing is off here, man. He needed to be doing this much sooner. Louis, tech up now complete. And Muhodo just has to attack, right? If he backs away, it's just a complete loss on the water side. So this is tricky. Your opponent can actually get the +2 range. And there you go. Rivdal feels my pain. Always the 6-6. No. The 6-6-6 air doesn't even make it to the throne for me. Demo comes out. Nice connect there for Louis. He does have the Ford King's Palace, which is essentially a giant outpost at this stage because it's only spearmen. Muhodo not able to do any real damage. And we have got the proxy Raxus. Okay, so you guys might recall CSO went out in a blaze of glory 2-0 trying to pull off some weird proxy rack shenanigans against... I think it was as Ibis against... what civ was he against, guys? Can you remember? I've forgotten which civ he was against. It might have been Malians. He got spotted, and he got quite rightly slapped for it. However, this game is very different. For a start, it's not Ibis trying the proxy rexes this time. And it's an Ibis player that's overly defensive. Yeah, this is going to be brutal. Wait, was it Wham? Yeah, it was Wham versus CSO, right? No, I know CSO is the one that tried the double racks. I'm certain of that. But unlike his teammate, Louis MTs looks poised to hit a lot harder here. Dive comes in, the men-at-arms start to arrive. I think you're right, it might have been against Mongols. So Villager's about to get idled out. Remember, the King does get auto-upgraded, so much more dangerous here with the buffed-up stats. Just the health alone allows him to absorb a lot of these shots from the Spearman. Men-at-arms are forcing the idle time, so Muhodo, he does have the H3. He did get the Growth Wing. He did get the house up to unlock those units. However, it's a lot of idle time. Behind this, there's no harassment whatsoever on Louis MT's economy. King does at least go down. I'm wondering, are we going to have Louis maybe try to creep relics? It's a popular build for him. If you guys remember, Louis would always do this way, drop double monastery and rush relics. I don't think you need two of how small the map is, but one monastery would be a really smart read here for Louis. It could be that he just intends to play without relics, because with Armorclad, you can actually beat Golems, especially with this forward outpost. Like, it's actually so frustrating the way he stacked this. Wood is also becoming a little bit of a problem. Demo Connect is going to be there, so it looks like pressure being maintained on the outskirts here is Louis at risk of losing the outside of the crescent when it comes to the water. In the middle, he is at least safe, but doesn't really have that much economy left here, right? It's just one stack of fishing accessible as the Springle ship has wrapped around, and villagers are also now in trouble. Great snipe there. All of a sudden, that eco lead for the Growth Wing, the 7-up, doesn't exist. Louis MT, now the one with the lead. Yeah, 7-up, not able to beat Sprite. I don't know how that references English. We like Sprite here. Louis is in a pretty dominant position. Muhodo, he is at least getting the crossbows together, but he needs to start moving out. My big worry that I've seen for the last 13 minutes, it feels like. Okay, 13 is extreme, but basically the entirety of this game where it's been possible to be aggressive, Muhodo hasn't outside of that initial archer ship. But it felt like once he saw there was no fishing, the plan wasn't clear anymore. Meanwhile, Louis' plan was always clear, right? Get that land eco, scale up, play towards the castle age. English, in theory, can play feudal. You just don't need to. Not with this type of build. Muhodo wasting more time trying to just get walls up behind here. Armorclad upgrades are now coming in. Muhodo not building into any demo ships either. Yeah, he goes for a Springle instead. I mean, he needs something to finish off the boat, right? Like, a demo won't kill on its own, but that does mean Louis could have chased this and started killing eco. He's just going to camp it. We do have some stone gathering as well. Is this a very gradual keep drop? Because I would be all for it in this type of game. Just setting up a keep here guarantees Muhodo can never push you. He'd have to go all the way around through the other side. I'm going to speed this game up a bit, because it has slowed down. Louis doesn't feel like he's in a rush for good reason. Demo comes in! Easy connector. He's even going to find the villagers by the looks of it. Does shuffle away just in time. Trying to get this dock up feels impossible, though. Villager guys get sniped. Another one's going to be going down here. Muhodo. He should have pulled free in the first place if this was the goal. He's lucky he doesn't lose that villager. It looks like the fishing boat did take the aggro. All fishing has now been killed off. Demo is at least can connect, so the boat is going to be lost, but you know, Louis already extracted the economy, right? And you're still on 1 TC here as Muhodo. We don't see a switch coming in, as we slow things down a little here. We do, however, see Louis getting the counter to everything, right? The men-at-arms are going to hold against Golems, especially this forward outpost. And now the longbows to counter the crossbows. And also, we're apparently on Treasure Island here, trying to find an X that marks the spot with these walls. Even the full fortification here. It makes a lot of sense because this outpost makes it impossible for Muhodo to fight. Yeah, there's something that's still very toxic in this game, and it has to be the English aura more than anything else. I think it is overdue that aura got reworked and heavily nerfed. I'm still a big fan of the idea that the attack speed aura for English should be activatable, and it should only have a 50% uptime. I genuinely think that would be a positive change for the game in entirety. You know, even the English mains at some point have to admit it's too good. It's way too easy to just defend against English, whether you're at home or setting something up on the forward. And also, if you think about it, English, I think we're one of the most indirectly buffed civs by Season 9's changes, right? With Mango's now sucking, your longbow massing becomes more feasible, even in Age 3, even if you don't do an Age 2. Whereas before, that was scary, right? Mangoes could just annihilate you. Doesn't really exist as a threat anymore. Spinning longbows would require a lot of wood. Muhodo is munching a lot of wood himself here as he's setting up farms on land. Other side, this would be much cheaper for Louis to do. He hasn't done it yet. He's been playing pocket economy, so onto the deer and onto the berries. Remember, berries did get buffed as well for non-Middle Eastern civs and Delhi civs, so you do gather a little bit better. It is a little bit more in line with sheep now. Still slightly weaker. Not a substantial difference. The golden ore on the pink boys. Nice move in. 2 more villagers sniped. So why is Muhodo's out? His army is at least going to start to defend. He just realized what's happening. Undermesh is on the way. And the problem with this game for Muhodo is not enough food, right? I think maybe the more I'm seeing Atoll, maybe I'm wrong on this. I feel like it needs more food on land. I think you could get away with an additional deer stack down near these berries in the south, and it wouldn't feel ridiculous. Because then Horseman becomes viable. And we are on a map that's already funneled, so like infantry comps already have an advantage. So I'd love to see a realm in which Horseman can be feasible here. It's tricky in Castle either way, right? But you need to fight for mid food. Yes and no, right? Like you still have reserve food, it's just berries. I think the more I've been seeing Atoll is an example of a map that I actually think is really good. But I think it's probably not good as a default map. Maybe it's just that I've seen too much of it, but my feeling is that this is kind of like when you think of a Frisian Marshes or Socotra, where there's a few civs that will feel dominant. Like English is one of them here, because of that detail of all the food in the center. That being said, Muhodo really didn't play out of the gates with urgency, and that's why he's found himself in this horrible camp spot against the civ that loves to play late game, against the player that loves to play late game. I'm going to speed this up a little bit again as Muhodo. I don't really even know what these boats are meant to do anymore. I mean, sure, if you can find eco like this, great. But that's a coin flip. You don't guarantee that happening, right? Like, if you're just playing water to fight water, what is your end purpose? And remember, if you don't have an end purpose, it's even more damning because you're doing it against English, and that's an uphill battle. Remember, English just have so many things between the aura, between the extra range from Admiralty. They should be able to beat you at all times as Ivids. Bar maybe the opening of Feudal, when there was that kind of interesting industry wing play that could give Ivids an edge. Obviously not viable on this map because you're not fighting over deep water fish. So the advantage isn't big enough. Okay, that was just auto attack, guys. Oh no. I think Muhodo just needs to get to more farms. He's at 13 right now. Louis hasn't got a single farm. We are 21 minutes into an English game, and he has no farms. That's pretty wild, right? Not only that, we're 21 minutes into an English game, and he's starting to look like he could go Imperial Age with no farms. Guys, chill. Berries got buffed. All right, we love berries here. You should see my fully British daughter. You give her some berries, her face is smushed covered in them. She looks like a vampire. A messy eating vampire. Okay. Tell me you're sick of playing water against him without saying it. Naval arrow slits coming in everywhere. Muhodo, not even getting good exchanges there. Time for some berry protein works. You know, you say that. I did just get the strawberry and creams from Protein Works. I can confirm, delicious. I want to try the strawberry shortcake as well. I'm on the banana today. I think actually, like Peak Protein Works is definitely their fruit-flavored ones. I'm really impressed by those. Guys, it's actually happening. We have an English player who's going to go Imperial Age without building a single farm. And it's an aggressive one. Berkshire, he's going to just take the deer. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. I don't think... Have I ever seen a player do this? I guess maybe like a fast imp build around 13, 14 minutes on maps like Altai without farms potentially. But on a map that feels like it forces aggressive play. And he was aggressive here. Not a single farm pre-Imperial. Tribe's also already coming out, so the siege begins. I think this game is over. Muhodo is going to be forced to just take a fight that he has little to no chance of winning. Louis slow rolling him, right? He's got trebs. He could just be massing them up right now and then taking out these landmarks. So tech up complete. We'll speed this up a little because Muhodo, he's going to have to prep to attack. He's trying to go into trebs. I don't think that works here. You're going to get a trebathon against English. We're fantastic at trebbing. Don't know if that sounded wrong. We're just really good at trebbing. So good, it will rub you up the wrong way. Not just that, it's the attack speed buffer whenever you come near. It's the potential for things like shattering projectiles. We are the queens of trebbing. TC already down to half HP. Berkshire's going to be tapped the other way, but 6,500 HP. Good luck. Guys, it is indeed Network of Citadels. He even adds in the Bombard now to expedite the process here of booting Muhodo off of the island. Muhodo about to go Mahome. Wait, no, don't say it like that. Mahome. He's going to go Mahome. TC already down. Good news is these are best of threes, by the way. So there is a strike back opportunity, but my advice to Muhodo, play with more urgency, man. This game, the Ibids are a tempo civ. If you're trending late against English, you're going to have a bad time. And this game felt way too parked. It is partially because of Louis' approach making Muhodo uncomfortable. But it felt like after that initial archership, Muhodo didn't really know where to go and where to attack. So one landmark down. Army's going to be diving in. They don't have the attack speed aura. Somewhat of a reasonable fight if it wasn't for the fact that those are indeed elite longbows. Crossbows have not been upgraded. The men-at-arms have not been upgraded either, so Louis, a bit overzealous on the timing here. Might have been worth waiting for the additional elite techs. However, the Berkshire is now in range. Trebs are trying to assault it, but it's always above half HP. He needs more. And not just that, the Trebs are starting to snipe out their brothers on the other side. We also do have Carracks coming in, so Louis fully initiating siege. And just like that, guys, the moment he goes into Imperial, 28 farms. I mean, he needs it for the Meat Boys, right? Men-at-arms spam. Okay, so Muhodo isn't dead, but this is partially because of Louis just being a little bit unnecessary in his approach there. Did he have vision? The only reason I think he pushed up is because he didn't have vision. He has got Carracks shuffling around, though. This is just painful, man. Like, Muhodo is like, I'll eventually get the Berkshire. The problem is Louis has double your economy, so he can just keep pulling eco to repair this. And at that point, you're just becoming eco inefficient on your attack point. Louis is a cautious lad. That is a very kind way of saying he likes to camp. All right, we're speeding this up a little bit. One of the benefits, actually, of watching replays. And volley is on the way. So Louis MT is trying to go truly old school with this. It's pretty much becoming mass longbows. Makes sense against this comp. Like, there's no mobility from Muhodo. Remember what we said, this map is not big enough for Horseman. There it is, guys. Louis MT opens the series with a win with a no-farm slog as the English. He gets all the way to Imperial Age before building a single farm, and it's not even a rush. Have you ever seen this before? I think this might be the first time I've seen it done like this. And Louis MT definitely done it with style. But only the first. We've got plenty more to come, guys. Let me know what you thought of this game, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. All right, guys. So let's mark that up as a win. Good lord. So, Ibids, English, left side win. And then, do double check that. Add a cross. Why is everyone banning Valley? K-Value, I think, is just too campy. It's too campy in its current state. It doesn't help that we have that issue of bridges, right? Bridges are just bugged. So we're going to have to speculate a way to like fix this bomb before we even try to bring it back in. It'll probably be a few weeks before we try to shuffle it back in. Maybe if people spawned, if you rotate where they spawn 90 degrees, is something that me and Tune were talking about. But that might just make trebucheting OP. But it might be an improvement. It's tricky, especially with the limitations of bridges, right? What was it? Was 24 minutes Imperial or something like that? Alright, there we go. So let me get map number 2 ready. Because they actually went to Frisian for number 2. By the way, guys, it's good old multivitamin time. I got my gummies. I really like these, actually. I was really impressed yesterday. I thought they were just going to be, oh, vitamins. But these are Protein Works' multivitamins in the forms of gummies. These are great for adults, but also, I highly recommend, if you've got kids and you're trying to give them multivitamins, these are dope. They're really soft gummies. I like them. I kind of want to just eat lots of them, but I'm pretty sure there's a point at which eating loads of multivitamins becomes unhealthy. I'm just not sure what the threshold is. All right, so we get ready to go. Game number 2, let's hop in. Sorry, Muhodo, you don't get a point that easily. I'll brainstorm some fixes. Yeah. It's like, it's tough because I think some people tried it. I think what didn't help is having it in a 1v1 tournament, a 2v2 tournament, because I think most people tested it in 2v2 and not even in 1v1 to come up with their assumptions on what the game was going to be and what the map was going to be. But yeah, it definitely feels like it's probably still too campy. I really wish our game had like destructible terrain, kind of like cliffs you could bring down, and also the reverse, where, for example, I know StarCraft has the thing where there's roots that you can cut off by destroying something next to them. I like those type of dynamic, fluid elements towards map design, but I doubt we'll ever get that out of the devs. There is hope. The prodigy kid, the upcomer, looking to upset, has found his way onto the OP Civ. One and all, welcome back to the midweek muster number 1. The first week of 30 weeks of tournament action, a $9,000 esports circuit for Age of Empires 4. So we could see known commodities and upcomers like Muhodo to see how they can fare and also give them a route to improvement. So apparently the route to improvement is picking the most OP Civ of the game. Byzantines are being whipped out on Frisian. This is a little bit unorthodox, folks. Byzantines usually quite good in the Dry Arabias, the Lipanese, the Gorges, these type of maps, but Frisian Marshes is a little bit of a differently designed map. A lot of forward spawning resources which can be punished, and I think that's why Louis has gone for his ultimate comfort here in the green playing as Jean. Jean is, I think, his best Civ still. Some people used to argue China, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think most people are on board that this kid was born to play Jean. And he is going to do it by whipping his... Yeah, I don't want to be demonetized. He's going to bring in the Chamber of Commerce. He's whipping that out. So yeah, this is going to force Byzantines to attack, right? And the problem with that for Muhodo is, how do you attack trade? The best way is usually cavalry. Do you really want to play Kashyyyks into Jean? No, you do not. It's a nightmare. Literally and figuratively, right? They'll just spam knights. Jean will also farm because she's up against melee units. So you have to play into range. We're probably going to see Muhodo go for javelins here because Lombos are a little bit static. Lombos are great if your target is the main base. Lombos are a little bit weirder if you have to then shuffle out wider on the map because knights can start to pick you apart. In fairness, though, going for the Lombos would give you an easy Limitane Lombo comp, but you can still do Javelins Limitane. Works pretty well. Typically, Lombos works better in comps that involve Horsemen, but you don't really have much justification for building Horsemen against French. So we should just be seeing the Silk Road contract. We'll speed up to get to H2 quickly. Look at the rest of the spawn here. Gold is pretty far out as a backup option, so maybe some sort of cheesy outpost rush could have been cool. I just don't think you can really outpost rush Jean. Jean can just fight you. We haven't really had many examples of it, but I actually think Jean is one of the better civs at fighting back initial outpost rushes because you have a 150 HP villager that heals, right? So this should win in the brawl. Lash played this against Muhodo already. Really? So Muhodo seems to be a big believer in Byzantines here, right? We have seen Byzantines win once already in this tournament, and that was the BC versus Kraky series. If you guys haven't seen that, that will be uploaded on my channel, it's also in the VODs. But that game was really unhinged. That was not a traditional game. It was a lot of wild Dark Age shenanigans. But wow, Muhodo, is he actually doing this? This is Lombo Horseman, and I'm not sure why. I get it from we talked about you need a way of blocking trade, and Horseman will do that. But you now are going to get cavalry spammed in return, right? And you're not countering them. So you could go for Limitane, but now you're doing a 1-1-1 type build. And although the Lombos are kind of for free on top of your economy because it's olive oil, it's still spreading you thinner. So Horseman getting added in. And it is going to be a ranged Jean. So the funny part is javelins would be even better here for Muhodo. It's just you don't typically see Horseman Javs. Usually Horsemen get played with Lombos because you counter different units, so you cover the triangle, right? If you go for Javelin with Horseman, you're countering the same type of unit. And also, that unit isn't likely to come up often in the French comp, right? It's archers. Yes, that can be a secondary layer, but you're not then addressing the primary, which will be knights. Don't mind me, I'm just breaking my keyboard. So first knights are on the way. Remember, by going for the Chamber of Commerce, you are sacrificing the production rate on knights. So it does take a little bit longer to get these bad boys out. Horseman. Oh, that's a terrible start. Yeah, Muhodo jumping the gun there. You can see he was priming the Expilatores, but went in with a single Horseman before he even had it. Had he waited for the secondary, that could have worked. Yeah, just not respecting the power of the Shiv. The villager's like, we're going to eat good tonight, boys. Harvest the horse. I don't know why French villagers sound like they're from this, was it Summerfield? They just do. It is going to be the 1-1-1. So yeah, he goes Lombos. That makes sense, right? We talked about like you countering the different unit types. So now you have a counter to spears, you have a counter to cav, and you have a counter to archers. But this is 100% like a targeted attack on the gold then. Because you can peel the Horseman to go and attack on the flank after trade, but it's going to leave your Lombos really exposed. I think this is the biggest problem, the delicacy of Lombo spam, is I think when you play Lombo contract, you put yourself into more of an all-in element, because otherwise you split and get divided and killed, right? Like, if Louis just scales knights with Jean and attacks one half of your army, whether it's the mass horsemen or the Lombos, he's going to win that fight. Yeah, another one dead. I don't know. These are kind of unacceptable losses, Muhodo. If he's watching this right now, shaking his head a little bit, like, it's tough, but you're against Jean. You can't give any type of XP advantage. It snowballs, because every single time you lose a unit, the timer scales, right? It's like, you know, just when you play against Jean, you guys are like, I don't know, is it T-Boomer? I wasn't alive when this existed, of course, but I know about it. The Doomsday Clock, right? The clock gets closer to 12. Every single time you lose a unit, that clock moves a little. It mounts the pressure, right? Because usually, was it Jean? I think she gets, without any sort of XP enhancers, if she doesn't die, it's usually around like just before 20 minutes, you can get level 3. So the timer is ticking. And because there's trade as well, you're even more pressed to do things. So the funny part is the traders... Louis hasn't even unleashed them yet, guys. They're sitting in the TC. He's holding on to them until he can come out on the map. This is really smart by Louis. Because remember, this is like a one-off advantage. You know, you get these eco-techs, you get a trader. But you only get a trader per eco-tech. So it's not like, you know, with Silver Tree where you're just booming and booming and booming, and you're getting huge discounts, and you want to keep pumping, you want to keep trading. You're looking for your timing window here. Nice Argon poke. A little bit ambitious there by Louis. Does get punished for it. I'm wondering, is he going to make a move soon? The reason why he's up here with the Knights is because he wants to pull the attention towards Muhodo's base. And then he sends the traders. This is so cool. Patient trading is really smart. Sure, you're not going to get as much resources if you were constantly trading, but, well, that's assuming all your traders just get to do it uninhibited, right? If they're going to get killed on the way, this is 100% more profitable. What a cool play. Yeah, the villager kills as well is a little bit surprising. I'm surprised Muhodo lost them when he had initial Limitane in these choke points, right? Did he lose the villagers here? Or was it the back would be forgivable, yeah. So it looks like it was multifaceted raise potentially, but if it was here, you just build house, 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 and then you build spear, spear, spear. So they should never really be getting in those choke points. Yeah, it must have been berries. Like, it has to have been something that was exposed, but either way, kind of crazy these losses are even happening. Still might be more. Yeah, he has to shuffle off of the gold here. Now, Muhodo doesn't really need much more gold. He's already got the Steeled Arrow. You want to get undermeshed, though, because Louis is in the middle of a transition. Archer's added in now. Yeah, he's kind of baited him hook, line, and sinker here, right? Muhodo is very heavily speared now. And while I see the point in this composition, I hate myself. Let me just go ahead here. If I use a badumts, I'll at least feel better. While I see the point in his strategy, it's fair to see this one's about to be blunted. Traders are going to have to find a stopgap here on the way back. If he actually just flat out sends it in the fight, these Knights will beat the Limitane. There's just not enough of them on the front line. And because there's now archers, you're going to want to keep the shield wall up, right? Which is going to reduce your attack. Right? Attack speed's going to go down. So the brace initially will be good, but that's kind of it. Other awkward thing is the moment he does this, dude, this is so well crafted. Look, it's happening again. Does Muhodo even realize? I don't think he does. No, because he just checked with the scout at the worst possible time. So the traders are going to get through for another round. That's going to be about 300 food safely coming home. And Archer's now starting to arrive. Longbow count not looking great here, folks. Jean is going to be chased away, but the Knights sneak in. Muhodo, you need to drop the shields, man. It's killing you right now. You just can't move quick enough here. You definitely can die quick enough, though. Tries to jump in as Jean will get the snipe, but it comes at such a high price here. Muhodo has lost the main army. Oh, man. And not just that. Louis is now out on the fishing. He's got the eco scaling upwards, right? 5 traders, and then obviously an even bigger lead due to those worker kills earlier. Muhodo's trapped in his base now. The only play out of this is to go castle. I'm just not really sure what it gives you. Yeah, I agreed, Muhodo. You're cooked when you should be sushi. Actually, cooked doesn't quite do it. You're not even well done. You're close to burnt at this stage. All right? Baby needed the diaper changed. Oven got left on. House is now on fire. So what do? Buy fire insurance while you can. The fire insurance is a castle play here. It's not great. It's going to be ugly, but it really is the only way out. Problem is, what is Louis getting in return? Because if he goes Castle himself and just plays into Institute, oh boy. I think Louis knows. You could actually just dive you as you tech now. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Like, you're trading and your opponent isn't coming out anymore. It's dead obvious what's happened here. 8 traders now. And I think, has he toggled them onto gold? Yeah, he switched them back to gold. So this is going to be a tech play. He can either just go for an all-in timing if he pulls the archers up, or he goes for castle. Knowing Louis' playstyle, he will go for castle. There are players that would just end the game now because you actually could. Like, you could stop your opponent from teching and kill a lot of economy. Right? We're 30 minutes in the game. You've only killed 3 workers. There's not enough garrison spots to keep everything safe. But Louis is very comfortable with later phases of the game. And there isn't much to fear right now. So he'll keep chipping. But ultimately, this is going to be a castle play. Jean is back. He could go for like an all-in in about 20 seconds with Jean there. But it's going to be too late. Golden Horn Tower should be pretty much complete. Imagine if he just goes Guildhall now. Oh my god, that would be like the biggest insult. Royal Institute just kind of is the no-brainer. It's kind of funny how Royal Institute just took over out of nowhere. When a lot of people just still assumed Guildhall was good, people just start to realize, oh wait, there's this crazy endpoint in the game if you go for Institute, even if you don't have that many knights. So Muhodo, he did make it to the round of 16 though, right? So Muhodo, I assume he's signed up like a good boy, and he'll be back for week number 2, because I don't think we're going to see more of him here in week 1. Rule Institute now on the way. Trade count is low, actually. It looks like Muhodo did actually snipe out some of the economy, which is great. However, it may be a little bit late. Castle Age play does come in first. The veterancies have been queued up. Muhodo is getting into crossbows. Louis could just wait now for Cantled Saddles and Royal Bloodlines, though. And he could do a truly Louis-esque fashion move and just go for relics. Yeah, what does Vez even stand for, right? Very eliminated soon? I don't know. I don't know what Vez is. Sorry, that was mean. Although he is about to be very eliminated soon. Knight upgrades coming in. Vet for archers as well. You're probably going to go Royal Bloodlines over Cantled Saddles because your opponent has Semi-Limitane. Remember, Cantled Saddles only works if you get the charge off. Wait, so you guys are part of it and you have no clue what it stands for? Oh my god, dude. This is how Trump campaigns gain traction. It's like turning up to a racist rally and not realizing. You know, it's like turning up to a deaf to ice cream manufacturers like rally, but you really like ice cream. Why would I need to know? Okay, MSN. I mean, I'm not saying it's anything bad, but what MSN's doing, it's like the equivalent of just not reading the fine print in a contract. Oh, it's Volda. Yes, the Norwegian group. That makes sense to Dragavan, right? Yeah. Gotcha. Volda Esports. The Toads. I remember now. I forgot that they were VES. Yes, they were very actually helpful with making King of the North happen, the event that Cal ran. All right, so this has been a bit of a slow wait to erupt into death. Muhodo Fury? No, I'm not going to finish that statement. Muhodo, you can see everything now. Like, what is your way of winning this fight? Because now it's after the fact, without spoiling what happened. Like, what is your way you'd win this fight? I guess if he just doesn't bring the archers, maybe? It's 23 Limitane. So if you drop the shield wall, crossbows, and he doesn't bring archers, that could work. However, the timing might be off here. It's too late. 20 seconds away for a 40% health buff on these knights. They're going to go back to 3-2-2. For my Dota fans out there, he would need a 3-2-2 to lose this fight directly. Louis is going to shuffle away from the gold. We do have a decent number of Groves up. There's a will, there's a way, right? Joan could be sniped. Lombo Mass is decent here. It looks like he's targeting her down. So Jean has been removed. A few Knights are going to get pinched, but whoopsie, and over-targeting the Libertade! They weren't braced! The Knights get in with the Raw Bloodlines, the buffed up damage. All in when he's going to actually end up being all out of options here. Army completely obliterated. Louis MT will make it through to the quarterfinals with a smooth, clean 2-0 victory. Playing the exact style he wants to. Offset that initial aggression, play defender, idle out into that mid game, and then plow ahead. A style that he is historically incredibly good and comfortable in doing. Oy, oy. But this is the beauty that I was talking about, right? Like next week, because the way we kind of shuffle ladder seeding with ATR seeding, we should probably see Muhodo get a slightly different route to try and get this deep. So if his Louis' playstyle doesn't work against him, the cool thing with what we're doing with the midweek muster is he might get different opponents on the way. So give him a different shot. And we are exploring ATR, ELO integration. The goal was to get this set up so that we would start using ATR and affecting ATR. I'm figuring out the details now with Sanich to what makes the most sense, because that's a whole big point of this. It's not just the money, it's also the path to pro. So Muhodo, keep on grinding, mate. We'll see you in week number 2. For now, Louis keeps his dream alive. Whew. All right. So that's going to be a 2-0 there. We have got one more set we'll do before we go to the live semifinals, guys. So let me quickly get that ready. Oof. What do we call that? It's about the traders, right? Sean played with the patience of a saint? I don't know. He garrisons the traders. What is he up to? I forgot how to spell garrison. Is it 2 R's? It is, right? I think so. Yeah, 2 R's, 1 S. He garrisons his traders, but why? Sorry guys, just time this out quickly. Really need someone on the YouTube side that just does all that instead. So, next up guys, we've got another Louis MT series against a much more familiar site. Because next up, we've got, funnily enough, the same map draft. But it is going to be different players. So, it's going to be Louis MT versus B. So this was the quarterfinals, guys. And whoever wins this will be in the first semifinals for today. What's up, Marine Lord? So these aren't the semis yet. These are the quarters. Semifinals, both of them are today. So first one will be in about an hour. I'm not going to say the names of that because it will spoil the result of this series. But the winner of this versus Puppy Paw. And then the second one is going to be 2 hours later, so might just have back-to-back smoothly there. That's going to be Kraky versus Wham. So both semifinals are today. That's true, man. Marino not even getting top 32. You know what it was? That's why he hates Atoll so much. He's like, I can't even get to the round of 32 because of this map. So yeah, I am. We're reviewing the whole idea of, like I was saying a little bit earlier, we're reviewing the idea of letting players maybe choose their maps later on in the format, but we need to figure that out in a bit more detail first, because I want to try to keep things as simple as possible, because players on occasion have a habit of getting lost on the simplest of things. So, you know, if you, for example, have 4 different map drafts, they're gonna drool from the mouth a little bit and probably use the wrong one, and you won't be there to tell them which one to use. So we're figuring those details out, but I'm hoping to maybe have some progress on that for week 3. I think week 2 we will just stick with like the default map. The default map, by the way, for week 2, I think it'll be fine for us to stick with that, because Atoll is maybe like 5 or 6 civs that are obviously good. Week 2 is going to be high view, but a good high view. It's Pigeon's view, right? So it's an adjusted version of the map. My feeling is that there will be a lot more applicable civs there than there are on Atoll, right? To me, high view feels like probably about 10 to 12 civs will be decent. You like Atoll now? You hate its first map. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying in the game earlier, Marine Lord. I think the issue with Atoll is it's kind of like a mountain clearing or Socotra itself, right? Where it really looks good later in the draft when it isn't just, oh man, you have English, or oh man, you have Rus. Whereas if you imagine a high view is like kind of like Dry Arabia with more of a twist, right? So I think there'll be a lot of civs that are viable there. If you guys haven't seen Pigeon's View, the way Pigeon's View works is that there's sacred sites are all in the center, and trade posts are in the center. So it's an improved version of High View, right? It fixes the things that makes High View obnoxiously campy. So yeah, 2 sacred sites in the middle, trade posts are in the middle, slightly less stealth forest. The corners maybe need some extra value there. We'll figure that out as time goes on additional iterations, but I can tell you already, like, it will be a better version of High View than what you've seen from High View. Not that it's a challenge to be better than High View, to be honest with you. Yeah, Marine Lord, did you test Pigeon's Valley in 1v1s? I'm wondering, because, like, obviously everyone tested it in 2v2s, so I was curious how much bias came from 2v2s versus how much people tried it in 1v1s. Because it functionally spawns differently in 1v1s to 2v2s. I do think the bridges are the problem, though, because the bridges are bugged, right? I didn't realize this until after, that you can't go by the bridges. But yeah, I need to talk to Winston about that. I don't know how fixable that is, because that might be an engine, like that might be an engine specific issue, and that would be more like relic deep, i.e. it will take a while to resolve. But let's get ready to get underway. I feel like we've seen this story once today already. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster, week number 1. We are here in the quarterfinals for a showdown between the Beasts from the East, Team Elephants Louis MT, and the Buzzer from the West. It's B from the 3D clan playing as the Japanese in the orange. Really cool matchup, actually. English versus Japanese. Japan can be really good in these maps, especially when you've got a little bit of water sprinkled in there. Louis, however, has looked unbeatable when he gets his hands on English for an opening map on Atoll. So curious to see the 2 approaches taken. Typically, we have seen a lot of Coca Township play from the Japanese. That could change just because this type of map, right, with English on is weird. Because English can play Lombos quite freely, and Lombos will shred Shinobi. That being said, because of the water variable, Shinobi are usually too good to pass up. But we've already seen once today that Louis doesn't play for the water, and I think we're going to see that again. He's already just chilling on land. There's no move out to set up any sort of fishing. He's just going for a fast feudal. Now, last time we saw him, he went for the Abbey of Kings. I do think Council Hall can make a lot of sense here if the spawn is right. Unfortunately for Louis, it's a back spawn in gold, not a double forward. If it's double forward, you can do a lot with a Council Hall all in, because your opponent can still technically gather gold, but it's just so far away that they're not protected. Whereas with this type of spawn, what you can do is you can actually just do the short wall here, and you're fairly safe. Or you just outpost here and then short wall this side. I love the min-maxing by B there. The dream whenever you're playing as the Japanese. I mean, you could have dropped it a little bit deeper, but usually you're only going to have like 2 or 3 people max going on a stone. And it's all if you want that play into the Daimyo to go Umba Bannerman. It could be for eventual Yumi spam, because if this turns into a long feudal, I actually think Japanese Yumi can do reasonably well against English Lombos. But that's like 10 plus minutes away, and I'd be surprised if feudal's still going on that deep in. Because both of these civs, based on players' playstyles and the civs they're playing, they want to move towards castle. So Abbey of Kings coming in. And we are much further away from B's moment of truth here. We're going to speed up the game a little bit. You guys know how I feel. Like, this is a nice thing, actually. I love live games because there's no risk in me seeing a spoiler. Cool thing, at least, about recorded games is we can accelerate that opening play where it's usually just nothing really happening, other than people just kind of like looking, feeling out their base. And also on water maps, it always feels weird, right? Because water maps, Dark Age is going to be longer because people are going for fish. Another reason why Japan feels really good on this map is because these fishing boats are so cheap, so you can bloat more without it feeling like a negative. Because remember, these are only shoreline. They don't last forever. And guys, we're getting Coca. That is kind of enabled by the fact that Louis went for Abbey of Kings. Tricky thing is going to be doing real everlasting damage with those Shinobi, because it's still going to take 3 hits to kill. And if Louis is quick on the pull away and you don't get a kill, these villagers will heal up really quickly. Because the berries, the gold, the tree line, it's all going to be in range of the Abbey of Kings. Looks like we do have a dot play, but it's going to be for aggro. Archer ship already queued up. The timing is kind of crazy here, right? Like, Louis is going to get that initial boat out. B immediately has to queue up the Springlord. Shinobi is going to be on the way, but it means it's going to be very difficult to sneak in with that initial ninja, considering your opponent already has a boat out to play with. And yeah, the other problem with doing this many fishing boats is you're going to lose some, right? He can actually just heal them, though. It's going to be idle time, but realistically what B could do is he could just target heal the injured one. But he doesn't have to wait that long. Springwood is going to come out. Louis will have to retreat. Meanwhile, other side, notice the king is not attacking. This is smart. He's waiting for the shinobi to make the move first so he can snipe him. If he finds a shinobi, this king will run him down, especially with the superior movement speed. Golly, a little bit of pickle. Wait, is he trying to use the king heal? I think he is. Does that even work? Yeah, okay, there you go. It does. I just haven't seen it used before. The problem is you have to be so close to the king, it wasn't really working out for him, so it's just going to be a full shuffle away. Springle ship is going to come out. The B does have a demo on the way. In the meantime, Shinobi should be coming in now, but the king, already looking to react to that play, will look to snipe one of them out straight off. Villager even joining in the Springle ship to also assist. The king will be able to survive this. The short post from Louis guarantee it. Sick move there. Gets the 2-for-1 special, does not lose the king. And keep in mind, by the way, if he lost the king, that would have been an even exchange. Instead, he's just up. He is at risk when it comes to water, though. Fishing boats from B have moved in. Yeah, the problem is B isn't sniping this villager. Yeah, he didn't realize. And the Hulk hasn't been damaged enough, so can't move in now. Demo ship, counterplay, comes in. Fishing also in trouble. So he's going to let it walk away. B. I don't think he's reached that uncomfortable point, right, where he's forcing mistakes out of the English, because the Shinobi done nothing, and he's recommitted again. Only there's 3 boats, so what's your play here? He doesn't even get the sabotage. The Springle shot goes through, the junk gets baited, and B is getting played like a fiddle right now. Louis just on point with his water play. Demo ship is at least going to connect, but that goes both ways here, so an even exchange there. But Louis, for all intents and purposes, ahead, right? Like, the only thing that's going for B is he does have fishing at home. But he's kind of losing when it comes to land exchanges. Sure, he killed 1 villager earlier, but the problem I'm seeing in this game is he's losing way too many shinobi, way too many boats. He's not building a lead. He did at least get the king in the end by the looks of it, so was able to pull that one down. And he's going to play into more ninjas himself. I wonder if Louis is going to recommit to the king. Love the boar aggro just to mess with things, lol. And misuse the shinobi. He would never get the kill with Shunshin anyway, but now the scout can just play confident with full health. Louis, he's like, to hell with the king. Just go Lombos. Yeah, cool thing about going Lombos here is that can also assist the harbor defense when you're close to the coast. Because of the 7 tower range, it actually outranges Springle chips. Even archer ships, actually. Archers are 6.5. Now just a trickle of Shinobi coming in. Lombo will look to react. So he might get the sabotage, but it's going to be another ninja lost. In fact, B right now is distracted because he's getting pushed. Okay, that was sick. So he gets the denial. No sabotage coming out. On top of that, he's winning full water here. This game feels close to over. Demo detonation. Doesn't get anything for it, really. Counter demo perfectly positioned there. B losing all of that fishing economy. He has, what, 2 left over to the north side. No real way of reliably fishing. He's now going for naval arrow slits to try and stabilize, but this game is quickly slipping away from B. Yeah. Honestly, the more I watch him build Shinobi, the more I wonder if Yuumi would have just been better. Sure, you wouldn't have been able to sabotage the dock, but what you would have been able to do is win on land, right? You could have harassed this forward tree line. That's one of the tricky things, is you may notice that Atoll has a lot of leverage in the center of the map. It's not just the gold, it's not just the food. Most of the tree spawns are forward. So if you play aggro, you can block out that vital resource, which also then stops your opponent playing water. He's at least going for the direct counter to the longbows now, so Horseman being queued up. Has come at a price. He's pretty much lost water. Naval arrow slits might be able to stabilize him temporarily, but he shouldn't be winning this now. Does at least get a 1-for-1 trade, which is more than he can ask for in this situation. Louis is going to readjust his tree line. That was getting a little bit risky. Outpost is also being prepped. I wonder, Louis... We've got some weird gaps here, but remember, that's due to the deer gathering. He gathers up to 25, right? So it's going to be a little bit of a wait. He could play into just raw lombos and play campy, right? Yeah, outpost going to have to be cancelled. A little bit too late from Louis. So now I think you just mass up lombos, you get blacksmith techs, and you get steeled arrow. B hasn't prepped undermesh. I mean, even if he had it, you wouldn't really want to dive an English TC, not with such a small army. But guys, we can sabotage the T... No, do not try to sabotage the town center. Especially in the English TC, it would never work. Shunshin, no, it doesn't get him away. The final attack's track. And another Shinobi dead. So 2 Shinobis dead. He sabotages a dock that doesn't really matter right now. B is trying to creep back underwater, but Louis still has a reasonable navy. So does Louis now push, or does he just play for tech? Tech would be a bit risky. I think you want to try to guarantee B stuck in the age. Because you know how Japan is, guys. We've all been there. We're in a game. We're like, oh, yeah, we're going to be playing Feudal for 5 more minutes. And then you hear the tech up noise. This Civ is almost just obnoxious for its ability to sneak that. I say sneak. It's obvious if you can see it. But not everyone has the benefits of God vision. All right, what do you think? 1's if you believe B is going to take this game. 2's if you think it's going to be Louis. So I'm trying to weigh up the value of Japan's fast castle now. Mounted Samurai are usually pretty good on your like standard maps when it's open. Atoll is a different beast. It's so easy to wall it off. So maybe if B can control water and then play tech, that can make sense, because then you can Normandy. Just basically transport your knights in. And if you ever get pinched by the mass spears, you transport them out, right? So it's going to come down to water, but to win water, you're going to have to invest a lot more. Looks like we are just going to get a little bit of a beta here. Hulk, not quite low enough to get the kill. In fact, he's got a demo on the way. This is a bit of a bait. B, oh no, the turn! He hit the dock instead. We'll at least get the sinker, but it means he hangs around too long. And Louis now just rushing the age up, so we could be seeing white tile. I don't think it's necessary here. I think I was going to see Louis just be greedy again. This guy likes King's Palaces too much, right? And B hasn't even begun his tech, so like he's a mile behind. In fact, B looked like he was going to play the age. He actually set up an archery range behind this. You know, I do have a lot of love for Atoll, but I will say I've seen way too much Atoll this week. It's funny because I remember I said after the King of Dry Arabia tournament, I was like, love this idea, it's really cool. But my god, that's a long tournament for just Dry Arabia. And I've inadvertently walked into a similar trap there. Maybe it's also kind of expedited by the fact I'm watching back-to-back Louis Atoll games, and he's playing pretty much the same style. King's Pass is guaranteed going to be on the way here. Probably a 4 drop on the secondary gold. Could be ambitious and go beyond, but I think you can just pull the boar in, is fine. Maybe are sneaking in, but guys, the villagers are protected. Lombos are already in range, so ninjas are getting sniped down. Actually, it's going to be a white tower here. Wow, I actually didn't see that coming. I thought he'd just take the greedy route. This is dangerous, though, because look what B just done. He's reinvesting in the age. However, does he have enough? Triple archery range. Guys, this actually might be quick enough to break it. He needs to move fast, though. There's 10 villagers on the front line. Textile's also prepped, so Bluey already anticipating the risk involved here. Dry Arabia's still king in terms of map quality. I don't know if I fully agree with that. We're a game that can, like, we're a game that randomly generates maps, and Dry Arabia is so figured out that you're at a point where actually Dry Arabia is decided by RNG more than most maps, if that makes sense. It's played too much. Lombos, they're wasting way too much time on things that aren't villages here. They're not going to stop the tech up. So Louis is going to lose the army, but it's going to get him the age up. There's no stopping it now for B. Yeah, this army is simply lasting too long, so B's going to have to retreat, and he's just basically stuck with Yuumi, an age behind. Only upside being his opponent doesn't have a second TC. But what he does now have, guys, is Knight production. Immediately queues up double heavy cav. Maybe the home map should be the third map? No. So the problem with like the default map being the third map is that someone's going to get an inherent advantage based on draft and whoever gets map pick first. Right? That's the delicate issue you have. But yeah, I think I mean, I'll honestly say it. I'm not going to say who said it as well, but like I wasn't alone in this. I said I'm sick of Dry Arabia. I said tournaments have had it too much. Because it's just figured out, right? It can deliver cool games, but there's a lot of games now where I hear players go, I lost that game because my gold spawn was bad. I'm like, well, that sounds like bad map design. But what it is because it's been played so much and nothing's changed, it's been figured out. It's now arriving. B, I don't think he's figured out how to solve for this problem because Mass Yuumi doesn't sound like a winning strategy against Mass Knights. Oh, no. Now, hear me out, guys. If we just put 100 of these, we can kill them in 2.3 attacks. They're going to do 1 damage against Knights. There's no escaping that either. Raxas are being prepped, but he didn't think to do this, right? There's no foresight to it because why would you build Spearman against English? It's the worst possible unit to build. He wishes he had it now. More villagers being sniped out. Louis, it was a gamble of a play and one that most definitely paid off. Behind this, Relic's now being targeted as the monastery has been dropped. That eco lead looking like it's going to dry up. B still 6 ahead, but it's deceptive. A lot of it is in fishing, right? So he's got 4 in fishing, and the fishing isn't going to last forever. It's also worse than a villager's gathering rate. This is GG, right? It's close to GG. Like, B basically, his only hope here is to try to get Castle Age by pre-20. Otherwise, you just vet Lombos and play Knights. And that should be good enough to counter all of B's army. Yeah. Poll players, have you ever had a game against English where you felt good building spears? Be honest. If someone says yes, I think you may lack of understanding of how up Craps Creek without a paddle you were. I can't think of a worse civ to try and build spears against. This is a great raid, though, B. He's gonna find the villagers out on the berries. I love the way they just carried them home, even though they're being shot in the face. Like, we must return the sacred berries. Okay, B has kept this very interesting all of a sudden, and all because of the transport ship play. That was sick. We talked earlier in the game about transports being really valuable here, just kind of underutilized. And Yuumi are a sick unit for that. The problem is you're not addressing the kill threat, which is Knights. Relics are still being returned home. More Knights are getting ready to cycle in. So although these kills are cool from B, in some ways they just feel cute. And Q isn't going to get you a win. More villagers targeted. He does at least have textiles to minimize the losses. However, Shinobi are not a solid front line here. He needs the Spearman. Has at least got the static defenses. B, I do not know what happened here. That is a lot of wood and a lot of gold. Oh my god. He completely mismacroed. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Gold is safer to gather, the wood is safer to gather, the food is the risky thing in the center of the map. So, you know, in an ideal world, he wouldn't have been idled out there, he wouldn't have lost villagers, he actually would have had a balanced economy here, but this is the nature of the game, right? If you don't adjust your macro, you will have abhorrent-looking numbers like this. Even with a tech now in the way, he has almost 3,000 extra resources just sitting there. The stone is forgivable, by the way. That just comes in courtesy of gathering the gold. But when you think about it, he has so much stone because he has so much gold. So tech on the way. If you can get to Yuumi Spears upgraded, there is a way to play this, but you need a lot more Yuumi. And a bigger problem is emerging because Armorclad is on the way. Louis is switching into Men-at-Arms. I've at least still got boats that are poking, though. Nice snipe there. Every little counts. Remember, Louis went for the White Tower. No second town center. Outposts are going to be torched. Food is going to be blocked. B, he's having to make that farm transition. Doesn't have the Kura storehouse, remember. He went for the ninjas. Dive comes in onto the gold. 2 more workers taken out. An ambitious idea there. B, it looked like he was trying to transport ship to save. Unable to do so. And now gold being denied. He does have the back one to work with. Floating gate drop is going to be not used because Japan Yorishiro OP, so we've just got to hold on to it. Yeah, B needs to commit to that ASAP. That's a big oversight. That's the entire point in your tech. Lombo's now moving in for the trade. Spear on spear. Knights are going to break through. B, he doesn't have the Yuumi upgrades. He doesn't have the spear upgrades. And now he's trying to queue into Mount Samurai without any increased production speed. Finally, he's going to pull that Shinto forward. A missed opportunity. Onimusha now being queued up. There are still Lombos in play here, so a little bit dangerous to do this so early. Especially with limited food. Yuumi definitely aren't going to deliver you victory with their plastic arrows. He's at least doing a good job of sniping out the spears, which is enabling the Mount Samurai to fight. Meanwhile, the Knights are doing questionable things here from Louis. Now, Louis is kind of infamous for not building farms quickly on this map of English. And he's sticking to that, guys. Would you like to guess how many farms he has? We're 21 minutes into the game. How many farms would an English player have on this map? 5, 10, maybe 15. Not Louis. Louis has a grand total of none. He's playing all the resources. No water traders? Yeah, because the thing about water trade is like gold isn't really that hard to come by unless you get rushed in the opening, right? So setting up trade just doesn't make sense. It could make sense for the woods, but the distance doesn't justify, right? So unless you do something creative like what BC done, where you built a ship over here, a dock over here, and then traded this one, you're probably not getting the length, because if you build a dock here, you have to go all the way around the horseshoe. So it's actually much longer than you think. So we do have some war exchanges once again. I'm kind of surprised it came back into the picture. Louis is, funnily enough, moving up to take the deer and the berries from B side. Now, B doesn't necessarily need that. He has at least got the farms at home. I'm quite impressed with the way that he stayed in this, right? That little Normandy raid with the Yuumi from the transport ship really saved him from getting cooked. It caused a huge gap in the economy for Louis that prevented him from reaching critical mass. That's why this game still feels somewhat close. Oh, double demo hit. Gets both the Springalds there, so great advantage to keep pushing through. And guys, that could leak into the back tree lines. Meanwhile, farmhouse is being targeted down, so be at risk of being pop blocked here. Boats are going to actually stall out. They wasted their time down the dock, so luckily B able to stem the aggression from reaching his economy. I say that. Might not have done that, actually. Junk is going to go down. There is at least no dive deeper. And we do have attempts to find fish, but there's not much left. In fact, he's gathering fish from right next to Louis' base. Good lord. Hey, desperate times, right? How does B get out of this? I don't think he's answered the men-at-arms problem. The Yuumi aren't upgraded. That's at least coming through, so maybe he'll do more than 1 damage? Yeah, he'll do more than 1 damage. He'll do like 2.2. 2.5 maybe. Right, because Yuumi, they upgrade their damage by, is it 1? Or 2? 2. So he's going up to 9. Actually, it's like 8.5 because of the Yuumi bannerman, right? But these guys have 6 armor. So they are barely feeling it. Make that 7. Oh, come on. And reminder, he can get them to 8 armor because that's only under mesh and armor clad. This is the problem. Yuumi will not solve the men-at-arms problem. With the attack speed buffer, the Mounted Samurai might also suffer and struggle to do so. Flash comes in. MAA count looking healthy. Crossbows are going to target down the backside, but the Yuumi are basically diving in range of melee units now. And the cavalry pretty much all but wiped out. Yuumi are going to be able to get to the backside here, so crossbows are going to be taken down. Both sides heavily depleted. The Mounted Samurai are the scary part to me for B. He needs a lot more of the mace sap. Yuumi count also starting to whittle down. More rams are on the way. We've got pings all across the map as he's trying to distract on the water side. But Louis isn't giving it too much attention here. He's looking for that all-in timing. B is somehow still not dead. He's less B, more cockroach right now. Quality of army is deceptive though, right? Yuumi definitely not the premium unit in this type of quantity. I think the bigger issue right now for B is these outposts, right? He could probably push this back if it wasn't for the aura. That's why he's not favored right now. And on top of that, the Rams, they get in on the stables. Yoshiro drop stable is going to be saved at the last second there by B's villager. Weirdly enough, actually, the Spring ship wasn't targeting it down. The Ram was thinking about going in. I can't believe it, man. He's still surviving this. This is neck and neck. Like, we're close to 30 minutes at this stage. At this point, usually you'd feel like one player is pulling ahead, especially on a map like Atoll, but both of them are doing a good job of staying alive. Now, one problem for B is he's about to lose a big chunk of his food eco. Last of the fish are about to deplete. And, oh, wait. No, pause that thought. No, he's safe, guys. What? For some reason, B took the riskiest fish first. So actually, he's got about, what was that, 1,500 food left on the water? To put it another way, that could be like an extra 10 Mounted Samurai. So there is hope. Do we have Network of Citadels? No. So Louis isn't getting the full buffer yet. I think he's reaching the point, like when you're around 50 military, that's when the attack speed kind of is worth the investment. It's not the cheapest tech at 500, but can be worth it once you've got about half your maximum military. Does need to switch from the stone to gather that though. I'm actually somewhat starting to believe in B. Louis' army in Fury isn't that scary, but the problem is B needs to blunt him here, and then he needs to get Trebs. The Trebs is the uncomfortable phase. I need to see him transition smoothly. Because the big problem here is they're about neck and neck on eco, but Louis does have relics, and he's now setting up the farms. This is the scary part of the game, remember. Those farms, gigabuffed. English are actually... I said earlier about some reasons why they were one of the most positively impacted civs of Season 9 changes. Another interesting detail that benefited them was the change to the ecotechs. These ecotechs, they only give 10% now, but that's a buff for English because they have this separate tech, right? That's attached to their mill influence. So they were less impacted by the farm changes than other civs. Same with Abbasis actually have the 15% unique eco-tech. Certain civs were not nerfed to the same extent when it came to farms. Yeah, that's why I found it a little bit weird they chose this eco route instead of just raw nerfing farms return value. because you basically created an unequal rebalance, right? The nerf did not hit everyone the same way. It would have if we at least nerfed farms directly. What makes that change even weirder as well, the fact that they didn't change mill influence, it feels super weird because English were already really popular. Double demo. Not the best of exchanges there. So he is struggling to find somewhere. B! Big hit! Normandy came again, but this time they brought ponies. Louis now in a bit of a pickle here. Wood gathering in the center is still at least accessible, but he finds himself now over 10 villagers behind. Wow, 10 eco, right? That difference is actually in fishing. The worker kills in total in this game is closer than that. However, Louis, not phased, he looks to push forward. Mount Samurai also now in position here to defend. And a handful to do so. Mangonel Rams are going to deal with the outpost here. Looks like it is going to be a dive in towards the White Tower. He's torching farms. This is not an efficient trade, though, unless you can start killing villagers. Yeah, so he doesn't have to come back to defend. Like, if Louis is going to attack underneath the White Tower, this army will eventually die. Spears also being produced out is really smart, just wasting time on this instead of going after eco. Meanwhile, Army is going to start marching out the base. We do have Mango on Mango play. Army is going to come back to react. Louis not pulling the villagers away! What is happening in this game right now? Louis, he knew this was happening. He was producing units to intercept it. He didn't bother to move his villagers away when he had time. The Mounted Samurai are now dead, yes, but the eco cost is high here. That is now a true villager lead. You're seeing Louis trying to equal that out, worker kill and worker kills, but I think that's deceptive. He's been killing the fishing boats, right? So when we check land, 64 to 71. B does have a 7 villager lead. Onimusha are kind of intriguing here, though. I wonder, could he just go... Nah, you don't want to... I was about to say Onibugisha, but like it's a lot of food and you don't want to deal with men-at-arms, right? However, Louis is being obnoxious. We're getting mass mangoes. This game is absolutely wild. I really thought this was just going to be a plow down the center and kind of a done. But by some miracle, B kind of feels like he's in the driving seat on this one. He is about to get the level 3 TC upgrade as well. Shogunate Castle just over 100 stone away, at which point you can't actually dive him. Japan has a really weird spike point on this map once they get Shogunate, because this area is just unapproachable due to the rocket launcher, which means Louis will have to go back into Trebs, right? And with such a weak economy, an investment into Trebs is going to leave you pretty weak to a frontal assault. Oh, he does at least have some knights on the backside. So maybe he could get some return raids here. If he times it right, though. Oh, this has been vital throughout the course of this game to winning it. Another transport ship play. Another Normandy coming in pre-32 minutes. Wait, what? It's a villager play. Okay, so I'm used to these outpost rushes in the first 10 minutes, but 32-minute outpost rush on the tree line. That's a new one for me. Night Raid is going to dive in as well, so B is going to lose some economy on the other side of the map. We'll quickly react to it at least. Is he going for a Sacred Site victory? This just has to be about wood, right? Because remember, Louis played the central wood line. And B knows if this turns into a resource drain now, he loses because Louis got that central tree line. So it's actually quite smart what B is doing. And it's also going to deprive the gold. This makes less sense. I know he needs more gold. Actually, no, sorry, it makes perfect sense. He needs the gold. I thought he had the reserve, but he already drained the 8k. Oh my god. What? Archers aren't going to show up for the tree line. Going to find anything they really need. Don't really want to be hitting into Onimusha and Knights, to be honest. I don't think... Look, Louis sees this, right? No. B, like, the Sprill's going to give it away. And now he has to be like, what the hell is happening here? Yet one Forge is not enough. Get a second one up. That is a full outpost commitment. He's moving his entire economy across the map as Louis is moving his landmarks closer and closer to B's base. We have Imperial Age on the way for the English. Berkshire coming in. So Berkshire versus the Shogunate in theory. Although B, the problem is he never got Shogunate because he spent all those resources upgrading the outposts. I think he did just queue it though. Yeah, it's coming in. This game is wild. The problem now for B is going to be the age difference, though. He does have military lead, but Berkshire is difficult to dive. He's going to try it nonetheless. Heads on in. We've got the king back for another party. 400 HP, front line. Villagers now being pulled to deal with the mangoes. He's trying to transport ship them out. B! It's once again these transport ships doing God's work. Big mango hit coming in. Louis able to get out of range just before he died, though. The Berkshire, look at what it's done to the military count here. Both sides heavily hit, but at the tail end of the engagement, B, the one suffering worse. Onimusha now diving in underneath it once more. He's lost the mangoes, or rather, they've had to retreat. Sorry, yeah, they're in the transport still. Wait, he might lose it. It's hard to kill a transport ship, guys. Remember, there's no bonus damage type, so Demo is going to come in, but still enough health to stay alive here, as long as he stays inside. Meanwhile, down here, we do have Meta Arms now reacting, so B in a bit of a bind. It's also a hand cannoneer. 1 minute arms tanking a lot, so the hand cannoneer can start to snipe Eco. He will shuffle away. After all is said and done, Louis somehow now has the economy lead. I can't believe this game is still going. And now Louis says, okay, fine. I have a Berkshire. I have blocked your gold. You are desperate. Clearly desperate. Louis bringing the entire army down here. And Louis also has a wall up. Looks like it has been broken through. B brings more villagers. Oh my God. Well, what looked like a dominant position for B looks like a desperation position right now. He's hurdled up in a ball on the south side, but the army comes in. B. This is the backbreaker. This is the moment. A Japan without gold is nothing. King will at least get sniped out. Static defenses will help somewhat. But even if you get away, that is now no gold Japanese at 36 minutes into a game. Unbelievable. Carrot comes out, and that's all he needs to see there. Immediate GG gets called. The transport ship got sunk. What a crazy game one between B and Louis. Possibly some of the best usages we've seen of transport ships in a long time for military and economy. But you just can't beat that English strong point in the center of the map. We'll have to see, though, if B can beat Louis in game number 2, because still one more in this series. I'll see you on the next chapter. Dude, what a crazy one. What an absolutely crazy one. So let me mark that up. So that's going to be an English win. And then, one second, what do I want to quickly do? I want to, yeah, what would we call that one? It's something to do with the transport ships, right? Is it the transport ships or the gold? Trying to think what I call it. We'll get game 2 ready anyway. So game 2 is going to be Zhone versus Chinese. It has to be somebody with a transport ship. Transport ships turn an unwinnable game. There we go. All right. Loading up. Game number 2 is going to be Frizzy and Marshes, guys. Reminder, after this series, we will be hopping into the winner of this versus Puppy Paw live. So stay tuned. Sorry, just double checking something. Monk needs to be unloaded. Oh yeah, for capture, yes. You can't just sit inside chilling, vibing, being all you can be. You must get out in the world, see it, Simba, be it. All right, should we go? Game number 2. All right, 1 second. Let me flip. Chinese versus Zhone. Louis. I mean, he loves this Sif here, doesn't he? After the insane cluster dart they delivered in game number 1, I'm excited to see what the second has to offer in this series. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We've got Team Elephant's Louis MT on his signature Civ. He loves picking Jean here on Frizzy and Marshes, but B has something just as potent on these deep swamps. Chinese in the orange here. 3D Clan's member has definitely got a strong one. We've seen players like Puppy Paw absolutely dominate people with this particular pick. Curious to see what the approaches are going to be. Typically, you're going to be seeing what trade versus maybe Zhuge all-in could make a lot of sense here. It's a bit tricky to get Zhug up against Jean just because of the knights with trade. However, I will say that Zhuge massing, crossbow massing, or repeat crossbows rather, super effective at sniping out the hero unit of this faction. Zhong's signature Civ, I could beat that. I mean, I don't know. Like, what do people think? If you think of Louis, is there any Civ you think of more than Jean at this point? I don't personally think so. Although he may not have been, like, dominating with it as much recently, based on what he's done since the expansion, he looks like one of the best Jean players by far. Like, there is something about the way this man plays this Civ. This guy, I think, really opened people's eyes to the idea of late-game Jean before it was really starting to hit on, right? Like, he was one of the first players to really resonate with that idea. Apologies. Whereas back then, when he was playing for, you know, level 3, level 4 Jean, thinking about things like range Jean, a lot of people were still playing Age 2 all in. And with Chamber of Commerce, you can definitely scale for those later ages. Meanwhile, B, it is going to be a Rax Rush. Spinning on the way. This is cool. Remember, China can supervise, so if you mirror them with spears, you can still beat them. This is so much better, though, because if he does see the Chamber of Commerce, he can force the cancel. Does he know? Surely he should be... Louis cancels! He switches over! He knows he can't risk it, so he comes back from the corner and sets up School of Cavalry in the end. All right, that is already a big edge for B, forcing that cancellation, because he was about, like, was it about 1/6 done, I think? And this is really good news for B because, remember, he's delaying his own tech play by doing this play. So he needs additional value. So he's going to play blocker on the gold. Spears are going to be able to force him off of it. Louis not going to have much to work with. Although he's going to School of Cavalry, he doesn't have the longevity of gold right now. So what we'll see him now do is switch onto trees and prep for an archer pump. B needs to stop. 5 is a little bit excessive here. You do want spears later on, but congrats, you force your opponent to switch. I think quite often I see people just add in like 1 extra spear than is necessary in these type of plays. Because your opponent, if he hasn't reacted with Rax already, he's not going to react now, right? And although 4 spears could potentially be contested by villagers, it'll be a lot of idle time and potentially villager losses. So a little bit slower in his tech timing as a result of that. Outpost is now on the way though. You may need to commit a second. You can click enemy TC to find out range. It's a bit deceptive, right? So the range, if I remember correctly, isn't this. It's slightly closer. I can't remember if they ever truly fixed this. Yeah, it's still not accurate. I think they improved it, but it's still not 100% accurate. So Spears are going to actually force a wall. Surprised Louis actually committed that. The TC should have been able to protect him on the tree line anyway. But now, B at this stage, the tough part of what he's done here is the other gold is accessible. So if Louis rushes into archers, he can move out and just secure the east side gold. And he already has enough for that single knight. So one knight will be able to do quite a bit here, considering that you're probably going to have to come out into gold yourself. I'll have to see that. Maybe Imperial Academy is enough to keep him safe. If he wanted to do a Barbican follow-up, he is going to have to ripple out into these areas. Cool thing about this player is you're maybe noticing he didn't have to go on the gold at all because of the supervision, allowing him to accrue tax, remember. Like, when you produce units, you get gold. So he got 8 per spearman. With the Imperial Academy tax, to be honest, you can kind of get away with never going onto gold. Makes him a bit dirty. Jean is going to ride out, or rather walk out here. We're going to chase away the spears. Remember, you have more movement speed on the Hero Hunter. Same with the melee. So these spears not able to actually run away from her. Great use of the Stealth Forest and B to hide. However, if you're not going to fight her, she's going to go over to your base to fight them. Because remember, you can quite easily dip in, shoot a few shots, and then get a kill. Because all you need is 2 normal arrow hits, and then you smite with the Divine Arrow. Imperial Official is a little bit harder and not worth it. Little tip, guys, if you're playing against Zhuji, it's worth trying to snipe those Imperial Officials. If you're playing against China, do not waste your time. They can now produce them out of the academy. And yes, it is admittedly more expensive, but if you kill a villager, that's something they can't replace. That's like lost economy, right? With Imperial Academy, they can replace without sacrificing villagers. Gold gathering underway, so Louis is going to get the flop in knights. Now what's the plan for B, though? It's got horsemen on the way, but knights are going to get added in, right? I guess he just has to keep pumping spears plus horsemen. What was the sheep haul? 15 sheep? Okay, so he got a respectable amount. 16 on the other side for Louis. The problem now is Louis has map control, B doesn't. So if he's leaning horsemen, he can't just defend with them. He needs to find a way of getting to Louis' economy. And that's risky when you play against Jean. Because although you now counter her directly, if you find a big blob of army, horsemen are a premium unit in terms of XP exchange, right? When you think about it, you pay more for a horseman, not because it just is better than spears or archers, but it's the mobility that makes them better. Their stats, by comparison, not that great. Villagers are going to get the shivs out. It's like the first archer at least going to get sniped down. More are on the way. Knight is coming in to intercept the reinforcements, and archers are marching their way home now. So Louis should be able to just blunt this, push it away. B does get a little bit of value, but look at the cost. These horseman health bars are pretty low. The other thing is also B's military count is deceptive because 4 of these spearmen, 4 of the 5, are sitting in here, right? So actually, the military power that he's leveraging is smaller than Louis for these fights. I'm actually a little bit surprised. At this point, you could just bail on the outpost play, right? It doesn't do anything now. You failed to stop your opponent getting gold. So you could argue it's just better play to use these spearmen in the fight to try and attack the functional gold. Alright, one's if you think China's going to win this, two's if you think Jean's going to win this. I mean, China is on the gold, so is there a world in which B just tried to go age-free? You could. The problem is, on a map like this, you're just so claustrophobic about it, right? Like, if you go age-free here, the gold could just immediately get blocked. And although you have taxation, there's veterancies to consider, there's premium units like Lancers, Palace Guard, these costs. So instead it's going to be Barbican. Is he thinking of going to TC? You know, I don't mind that in earlier phase, but we're almost 10 minutes into the game when you're making this play. Not just that, Knights are getting ready to party. That's only 3 spearmen. He can just dive this. Wraps around the side. Villagers have to shuffle away. Horsemen are now arriving, so that should be enough to protect the tech. Behind this, though, Louis now getting confirmation is going to march forward with the full army. Probably going to be seeing a blacksmith drop here. Yeah, already coming in. Because this is begging for a ram play. Because now, like, what you do is you prep for things like Steel Arrow under mesh anyway, and if you see your opponent goes onto the stone, that's when you prep Siege Engineering. Breaking the Barbican on its own, not necessarily the greatest value, but breaking a TC, worth it. Great snipe there at least, does get a Knight. Jean does get in range for a little bit of XP, but nothing too crazy right now. However, with the loss of military flow here, because you've invested 600 resources into tech, Louis now knows he has the numbers to come out. Great snipe there, takes down 2 additional spears. This feels like it should be age-free, but it can't be. We've got Juke coming in, Juke that aren't going to fare well. Like, look at the Knight count already, we're up to 8. B is pretty much banking on the idea that he can get up to 40 repeater crossbows, which is... Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at it, but, you know, there's ambition, and then there is, we made marijuana legal, you know? Like, you have to be high as a kite to think you're going to get that for free. Hey, guys, but come on, he's already 10% of the way. So, in theory, my only worry is if your plan now is to mash you, can Louis not just scale for age 3 and go Royal Institute? I mean, he's going to want to build more Knights, right? But it's a little bit more time treks. You can pretty much break this by getting a tech ahead with Knights. Instead, he's going to starve him on the food. Has he already exhausted it? He has, hasn't he? B, yeah, he only has 3 sheep left. Ooh. So this is always one of the tricky things. When you see that you and your opponent have more or less an equal take of sheep, when you play China versus Jean, there is actually no increased gathering rate, right? Yes, China will get more because of the supervision, but that doesn't mean that they have more sheep, right? That doesn't mean that they gather them quicker. It just means they make the sheep more efficient, right? They get more food out of them. But the gather rate is going to be the same as yours. So the reason that's important is without even checking your base, Louis can tell when you're running out of sheep, because it's going to be similar to his timing. And the gold spawn for B can be normal, by the way. Just to answer that for Blitzkrieg earlier. You can get this type of gold spawn. I've even seen gold spawn back here sometimes. So that's where the outpost rushes can be a bit of a coin flip sometimes. Typically, this back spawn is very rare, though. I'd say like maybe 1, maybe 2 out of 10 games can have that. Which is why people are quite confident to do these outpost rushes. So we have got a pincher here. Yeah, B's done something funky. He shifted his tree line to the north. So Louis' goal here is to distract with a dive and then come in with a small group of knights, a retinue to clean up. B is starting to stockpile, and that's always a painful sight. Mills with farms for the Chinese. He has to. We talked about the claustrophobic nature of this. He's not getting out of the base anytime soon. Louis already having the undermesh. He's prepping Steel Arrow. B mirroring that play in reverse. Man, an early point when B had like 8 horsemen, this actually posed a threat. 3 horsemen is kind of irrelevant. Villagers could just defend themselves against that, right? So I don't think Louis is going to be too distracted when a raid comes in. He's being very patient about this, actually. Like, well, so B is pretty dead, except if Louis waits too long. There is like a mistake that can be made by Jean here, because the reality is you are scaling mass knights, right? And mass knights, that's melee and choke points. So if B is able to get up to like 60 juke, there is a way. It is incredibly hard, and there is a high likelihood that Jean will get level 3 in the process, but there is a way. But yeah, percentile-wise, you're talking about like 95% likelihood of Louis breaking him here. 95. Sorry to burst people's combat bubbles, but this wasn't the original plan. Like, if B had been going Juke from the start, he'd be playing with full might. This is a recovery arc for him. I think Louis is getting ready to probe. We do have more knights shuffling. It's going to be an early blocker. B, over-gathered gold. He's going to need to set up a marketplace and trade, but those rates are not going to be pretty. And you see what I was talking about? Like, this is the deceptive nature of Frizzy, and it feels like a very safe camping map. Yeah, it is if your opponent doesn't attack. If they do, and you've chosen to be very chill and campy, this is the backlash. Whether you're HRE, China, whatever. The Basses, they can all suffer from this. Basses admittedly one of the better teams at dealing with it due to the efficiency. I've got a little bit of poke coming in here as Louis. He's getting ready to make his move. He's turning it into a multifaceted raid, so B has to be on his toes, dancing around this. Remember, the threat is on your economy, not on Louis'. Dive now comes in. The Knights go underneath the TC. Second group of Knights are going to be shuffled away by a few spears. New group is arriving on the south side, though. We also have Bloomery coming in. Remember, they took this away from Jean a while ago. You don't get this automatically. Chivalry also going to be there. Yeah, looks like he... Oh, wow. Yeah, he got brutalized northside. That's a really good detail for B. Because you don't have these multifaceted raids anymore. So you're not striking from multiple locations. And oh my god, what? Okay, my brain was like, all in? No, he's just moving for the berries. Thank god. A little bit surprised he didn't move for the fish, actually. Dive now coming in. Louis looks to brute force the fight. Jean is going to get sniped. She does get the Divine Restoration out, though. Village is also being targeted here, so the dive through, the Jiganu are doing reasonable in the defense. The problem is they just entered an open area. Now the Knights are able to get on top of them. That was the gap. That was the mistake. Past the choke points he goes. Villagers now having to run for their lives. And this game is over. It is going to be a 2-0. So can confirm Louis MT versus Poppy Paul will be up next on this channel. Because there's no coming back for B in this one. Villagers idled. Army is dead. I mean, Jiganu, Mass Shuga against Knights is an ambitious attempt anyway. He needed double the count to make this viable. That just didn't seem like it was ever going to happen. Louis understood his timing too well. Gets the dive to end the game. B will be eliminated, but don't worry, folks. He'll be back for the second of our 30-week circuit here in the midweek muster. Clean execution by Louis, though. I don't think Louis dropped a single game of Jean on this map so far. Therefore, not a single game of Jean at all. So watch out, folks. Not saying ban it, but be prepared for it. It's interesting as well, because he was drafting French and Jean. I thought that was because he wanted to protect the French pick, which could work here quite well, but equally is threatening with the hero variety of French. Let me know what you think of these games, though, guys. This one might make it on the YouTube side. I'm not sure. It was kind of a direct one-in strat. The outpost opening wasn't something we haven't seen before, but pretty clean nonetheless from Louis. God, these farms are so ugly. Get me out. Just speed it up and end the game. I'm not even a Chinese main, and this hurts me to see. I never play China. I'm usually happy when China is suffering, but watching a Chinese player build 3 mills, not a single granary in sight, it sinks you into a deep spiraling depression. GG called. Louis MT with the 2-0 victory. All right, guys. So that is going to be our catch-up done. We now get ready for our semifinals. So first series is going to be Louis MT versus Poppy Paul, and these are now going to be best of 5s. So let me just keep an eye out for those details. They should be getting ready in probably about 3 minutes. So if you guys want to quickly grab something to eat or whatever, now's the moment to do so. I'll run... oh, wait, ads just got ran. Did my admin do that? Either that or they've done it automatically. That was perfectly timed. I didn't even get a chance to click it. So ads should be running for the second. What was the first match? So we opened the day with Louis versus Muhodo. We just watched Louis versus B. We're now going to watch Louis MT versus Poppy Paw. And then the second series, which is going to start in just a little bit over 2 hours, is going to be Kraky versus Wham. So we'll be doing both of those. No ads for you? Huh. It's almost like subscribing to the channel simultaneously helps the content creator and prevents you from being spammed with ads. Who would afford it? And Diego, the reason why the game looks like sunset is because Kaivayu applied a special filter layer on his map at all. So let me get AoE 2 CM open. We'll see if the draft is up already. Hey, sub M7. Thank you very much for the resub, my friend. Welcome back to the Swarm. Yeah, don't forget, guys, just like M7, if you've got a Prime sub, you do need to manually use it each month. And I don't know where else you want to use it than the place where you're getting midweek tournaments hosted. It's a no-brainer. So bear with me a sec, guys. I'll get confirmation, but we should be... Oh, I've got to put live in the title. Live in all caps is always a nice one. Oof. Do you get some support when the Turbo viewers tune in? It's the same as if you're getting the ad? Yeah, so like... I think, yeah, with Turbo viewers there is some revenue. I really don't know how the maths works out with Turbo viewers, to be honest. There's something, but I don't know exactly how it works out. But, in fairness, subscribing to the channel also gets you emotes, so bigger win. What's my 4 in oatmeal? Usually not crazy about oatmeal, but... Was it oatmeal? It was porridge. Which, porridge and oatmeal, I don't understand the difference, but a type of porridge I did like... Good old Maisel just brought it up. The Protein Works porridge was actually really good. I don't like porridge. I'm not really crazy about porridge. I think it's a pretty sad meal. But I actually had the Protein Works one the other day, and I was actually quite thoroughly impressed. So we went for the Protein 360. Here comes the flashbang. So we got our hands on the Protein Works 360 one, which is like, you know, basically has all the vitamins and whatnot you need. I had the milk chocolate one, and then I added some of their drops. So they actually have some drops in here, which is under, if I remember correctly, should be, yeah, it's going to be called flavor shots. So I had the milk chocolate one with vanilla shots. That was dope. I was really impressed by that. But yeah, porridge I usually don't go for, but I would happily eat the Protein Works ones again. It's a good and healthy breakfast, you know. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Okay, so we have confirmation in. Puppy Paw and Louis are about to draft. Thank you very much, Jim. So we'll get ready to tune into that live. Isn't it an English invention, porridge? Let's not take that away from them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oatmeal is oat porridge, specifically. Ah, okay. So porridge is the term for any grain cooked in water. Oatmeal is specifically oats. Gotcha. All right, I didn't know that. We're learning things. Oh, so let me double check these messages as well. And that is a delicious banana meal replacement shake. I don't even, by the way, they call them meal replacements, but I don't even use them as meal replacements. I really like them as a snack. So that's why I still go and like eat with my partner and whatnot. Okay, so 1 second. Let's see where we're at here. Rice porridge? I don't know if I've ever had rice porridge. I can't get on with quinoa. Quinoa is horrible to me. Okay, guys. So, in a second... Actually, let me put on some music while we do the draft. I love the Korra soundtracks. Actually, I mean, Kai is good, but Korra is just better. The seasoning? I don't even know what... Oh, seasoning. I don't know. Like, you say quinoa is all about the seasoning. I don't like quinoa because of the texture. It's like, there isn't enough there that... You know when you've got something that's awkwardly between, like, food and liquid, right? Like, that's weird, because, like, these are, you know, a food that's in liquid form, but I like these. But it's almost like, that's fine, because it's still a liquid. Whereas quinoa is very close to being a liquid, but just still too much in being a solid. It's so odd. Texture here? Yeah, texture is a big thing for me. Like, You know, I was a kid that had a really bad gag reflex, so texture matters a lot. Are we getting a lobby draft for these two? Check. I'm hoping they're both awake. Are you streaming Battle Aces? I might stream some Battle Aces. I don't know, it depends how interested people are. I think the thing with Battle Aces is it having enough replayability. By like a week in, I feel like most people had contently seen what they wanted to see. So that's the challenge, right? Faye didn't participate? No. She's welcome to sign up though. I'm pretty sure she'd qualify. Well, depends. She'd have to have a day where she doesn't do her Pepega builds as she describes them. Couscous. I think I had couscous yesterday because I had the Bang and Burrito. And I'm pretty sure the Bang and Burrito for the savory meals line uses couscous. Yep, there you go. Couscous. Yeah, these aren't too bad, by the way. I'd say my favorite is still of these, if you want to try these. My favorite one is still... Where is it? Am I blind? Tasty chicken noodle. I'd say add a bit of salt. Really brings the chicken out more, but these are pretty good in a rush. Like a healthier version of a pot noodle, basically. Because pot noodles are very fattening. I don't think pot noodles have much protein either. Faye needs to not stream so she can be awake, and she needs to not troll ladder. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Because we qualify half of our new 16 people based on ladder placement, and half of them based on ATR elo, right? So, for Faye to qualify, she will have to, like, be a bit sweaty, you know? Not just Mimi. Sorry, Faye. So maybe just a few games that aren't Magadai. Hey, look! There's the way that you could sign up in the chat as well. Okay, where are these two? Did they just come online? What's wrong with mass ballben and knob build? Nothing on Atoll. Kappa. Like, actually, dude, this would have been her week. Atoll would have vibed with the Juji. She would have been very comfy with that. She was doing the right strategy. Yes, let's check with some people. Apparently, I'm not the only one who's been getting some bad starting issues with AoE4 on the new patch. Yeah, I hope they fix that soon. It's pretty horrible. I'm hoping it's not impacting the quality of the YouTube videos at all. Alright, I'm going to at the players because I need to know if they're freaking ready to go. They're doing communication, maybe? Poppy 4, you ready to play? Definitely was now, wasn't it, Chim? They're definitely meant to be playing now. Wait, why did someone just get banned? Poor Brit boy, what the hell? I just saw that. I was like, huh? What did he do? Oh, dear. They start now. Got you. Alright. Yes, they are. I think they're just getting ready to draft then. So, guys, we should be underway in a sec. Puppy just woke up. God's sake. Someone needs an alarm clock. Yes, it is morning for Poppy. But this is the importance of an alarm clock, folks. Yeah, it is a tricky one between China and Canada. Actually, it's not impossible, right? Because, like, you could actually just have late for the Canadian and then early for China. So there are, like, zones that make sense. But hopefully, I mean, well, hopefully it'll be an entertaining 2 hours and we're able to go like one series live immediately to the other live. That would be perfect. So we'll see. I guess they'll be playing. What server will they be playing? Would it be Eastern Europe somewhere? It would have to be, right? Unless there is a single ship floating around in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with a Wi-Fi. US West? Really? Wait, is Puppy Port East Coast? I thought Puppy Port was Central. Hey, there we go. Wakey, wakey, boys. All right, guys. So, big difference compared to the games you've been seeing so far. We are now in the best of 5 territory, which means a lot more maps come up to play. We will still have a toll, but we will get to see a lot more breadth. Pigeons Valley is going to get banned. I'm almost certain of that. Oh, one second. I need to put my foot up. It's a bit rough. He's east. Okay, he's full East Coast. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, what do you think, guys? It's going to be Pigeons Valley. What's the other one that's getting banned here? Probably... They banned Socotra? For their playstyles, maybe. I think for their playstyles, they're either going to ban Socotra or they're going to ban... Nah, Cliffside will make it through. A lot of people want Frisian. Oh, one sec. Let me post that as well in some other Discords. Let everyone know in all the Discords, by the way. I know there's a bunch of different ones there's communities dispersed across that this is happening. There we go. Dropping the EGC's place. Oh. Yeah, so the funny thing about the Windows pop-up thing there, by the way, is that's when I take my phone off of the charging platform thing. I'm surprised it does that. So it was Cliffside, and there's the Pigeons Valley ban. It's kind of funny, right? Because like, if you're the more campy player, you can just not ban Pigeons Valley, and you know your opponent's going to have to. But with these two, they can be quite campy, so there was kind of a 50-50 potential for that to get through. Has your map been played at all? Whoa, hold on. My map. Don't blame me for this. Kavayu's creation. Nah, it hasn't been played. It needs to be adjusted. There are some issues around bridges I weren't aware of. So yeah, it'll be Frisian, Coastal, and now we'll get the Gorge plus. Well, basically everything's getting played. But Pigeons Valley will be played in the finals. Actually, in fairness, Kvayu, my idea, so the idea was basically an adaptation, closest we get on what I really asked for, which was something that isn't possible. So it came around at Wallalaw when I was talking about Hidden Valley and how Hidden Valley would be a good map if there were bridges you could walk across to get from like one side to the other in the center area. Right? But that map doesn't have that, so it sucks. Wonder if it's worth just making a version of that map where there's like 2 small like access points in the center. I don't know. Maybe, ooh, maybe that could be cool if you had like, so maybe if you had it so that like, what's that? Are we doing the paint thing again? We are. Maybe if there was a version of Pigeons Valley, this is how they could fix the base map. It's like Pigeons Valley is this, right? But what if there was a small access point here and here? So you have like a third point, right? I think like the Pigeons Valley that Kva유's created is not, I wouldn't even say it's like Hidden Valley, it's a different type, right? So it could probably be renamed, and like this would be the adaptation for Hidden Valley that might work. Because then you have 3 routes of approach. If you think about it, most like competitively competent games follow a lore of 3 routes of approach. Whoopsie, wrong thing. Alright, so we have the maps. In fact, let me put in the maps. So we're going to have 5 maps in total. Atoll, Frisian, we had Gorge, Coastal Cliffs, and then finally it was... Did we say Frisian already? We did. Yes, Socotra. And then we will reset reset the draft and let them do that now, and then I'll put that in afterwards. Oh. I need that drawing sent you in a PDF and signed. Alright, yeah, I'll just send it with a penis emoji. That should be clear enough. Anyway, Juji Chinese. Whoa. Whoa, boy. That is a whole lot of Asia from the non-Asian player. English Marlins opening. I'm not surprised Louis went English. Dude, this guy's just always going to go English, right? Ban-wise, we did get a little bit of diversification here, though. Iabids and Abbasids. Iabids are going to be culled on both sides, though. The Delhi ban from Louis is pretty intriguing. So he's going to allow Abbasids, but he now has Delhi as a blocker. You don't pick them now, you pick them at the end of the draft. So next up's probably French, yeah. And then you don't want to pick Joan. Or you do. I think he picked Joan because he knew Puppy Paw wanted to. Because the whole idea is you pick French to get Joan, right? Because French versus Joan favors French. So now remaining picks here. Japanese could make a lot of sense for Puppy Paw. It's a good blocker to Joan. Does okay against English. He still has the Iabids. We'll say that to the end. Ottomans might make sense as well. We haven't seen it so far. Rus, also great for Socotra. Sorry, on the wrong side. So yeah, Japan comes out next. I think you go Ottomans. It's a really good blocker to Japan. Like, Ottomans is one of the hardest counters to Japan in the game. Or you get Mongols. Mongols is really, really good in general with this type of map pool. Boom. So Louis might now pick Ottomans to protect the Japanese pick. Alternatively, he could go for OOTD. Do you really want OOTD though? Hello, Kraky. The confidence is surging. This man beats Beastie in a tournament and look at him go. Yeah, so OTD Delhi finisher. I think it's because he was worried about Order of Dragon against Delhi. Order of the Dragon are actually quite good at dealing with Delhi. We've seen it a few times. And yeah, Puppy Paw, it will be Rus plus Abbasis to round out. Yeah, so Ottoman's not getting touched, but like it makes sense towards the end here for Puppy Paw. Like you want Rus for maps like Socotra and Gorge. Outside that, I mean, Coastal Cliffs, I don't think you really run Rus there. Rus is more or less going to be Socotra, I think, if he doesn't feel like Juji or Mongols are safe there, which Mongols won't be safe against Mali and English. Juji, can Juji beat English? I'm not sure about that. I think the longbows are too good. Opening map, though, we're probably going to be looking at Toll being Juji or China versus, what, English? Yeah, Louis always picks English, so what's better, China or Juji there? I don't think you can Mongol all in English there, right? That's bad. Probably Juji is better against English. Maybe we see some of the Dali horses coming in. All right, so let me get that draft loaded in, and we will switch over to our POV. Wait, are we missing a pick? Oh no, it's because dude, it looks like we're missing a pick. We might need to get some sort of gold trim there. Change necktie. Why must you do this? This is some form of racism against British people. Apparently, we have to always be wearing ties. I don't care what this sounds like. It's hobbling. Get your dirty mind out of the gutter. Where are all my ties? I actually don't know where they are. Oh, good idea on the ad time, actually, before we hop into game. So, they're getting into lobby now. There'll be a slight delay. Wait, is Beastie not playing the second one? Really? Alright. Oh, up to him. Misses out on the fun times. So we'll run a minute of ads. Oh. Yeesh. What color we got here? Where are all my ties? Numbers don't make sense here. I am missing ties. Nice red. Red on red. It's terrible. I don't even know what to wear. Sure. Why not? Oh no, dude. Putting this back up is going to be cursed. Oh. Whoa! I almost went over. Alright then. Gonna make a great soundbite. There you go. Get to work on it. I'm too lazy for that. Get that leg elevated. Elevate that instead. Chum can deal with the timeouts. He's so good at timing out. He banned someone accidentally earlier, so. Actually, Kraky's in here. He can do it. I was first. It just means you're going to be in timey out together, doesn't it? Oh. You can hold each other's hand in the pit. You shouldn't have been able to type. I don't know. Can you actually redeem points if you're timed out? I'm not sure. Ban quicker? I'm sorry. Are you judging my APM? I've seen the way you micro Malians. Ugh. Wearing a time casual. There we go. I think you mean you wanted to see me wearing the appropriate attire. Oh. Yeah, sadly, Janu, that doesn't work. If only I could ban myself from my channel, I'd go and try and get a life instead of spending over 20 hours, 25 hours plus live per week. Oh. Did Sanu just get timed out? Oh, that's great. I have, like, perfect reflective armor on. All right, so they're setting up the lobby now. We're not missing anything. They will be hopping the game in a sec. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, you still see the glass? Oh, I've missed that one. There you go. Glasses are off. Sheesh. Neri is now confident he can take me in a 1v1. Blade mail activated. My man. Chum, he's got taste. This is why we like Chum more than we like vodka. Vodka's a little League of Legends nerd. Chum understands the Dota references are important here. Ooh. I'll clip this. Yes. Use it as ammunition. I'm afraid that's also why we like Dimmu more than we like Beastie. Dimmu's a Dota man. Beastie, I know he's been playing that League of Legends on his second account. Actually, I play both. No, I haven't played League in a while, but I can play both. League can be fun for some elements, so it's not too bad. Called it. Juicy English game 1, guys. Alright, there's my boy Chum. He's updating it. Alright then. Let's get ready. Probably have, what, 2 minutes until we're live? I really need to get more songs on this playlist. It's so difficult to expand the playlist because I'm basically gambling on whether YouTube demonetizes me each time. That's what makes it so bloody challenging. You want to see the games without the glasses? That's not true. I just have to lean in very aggressively. Almost headbutting my screen. But I'll see it. I mean, what am I going to miss, really? Puppy Ball is going to try to go for an aggressive meditation garden. And Louis is going to pull 5 villagers to stop him. And because that's not going to happen, what's going to happen instead is Puppy Ball is going to make a very safe meditation garden behind his primary TC. And Louis is just going to go fast feudal and build a king. Sorry to burst the bubble here, guys. We've seen these openings before. Ooh. All right, let's pay out the previous prediction and get a new one ready to go. Question is today, are we getting puppy paw or poopy paw? I swear I only thought about that for like 10 seconds. All right, let's go. Boink. Wait, how long did I make that? I think I made it 4 minutes. All right, dude. Did I make it 4 minutes? If so, I'm bloody generous. Yeah. 4 whole minutes. Such a nice guy. Ooh. Oh, so nice having Spotify Premium again. I can just like pause with my Stream Deck. I'm so excited for this. We are deep in the first midweek madness. Semi-finals are already upon us, one and all. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Louis MT has done it again. Drafted the English first, picks it first in the opening map of it all. Puppy Paw on this broken Socotra spawn has gone for the Zhu. So, yeah, what we have here is the rated most popular pick versus comfort. Because Louis has looked dominant non-stop with this particular pick on this map. Whereas what Puppy Paw has done is pretty much followed the mass majority of players, right? I think the most played civs on this map are going to end up being Zhu and Malians, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't checked the stats, but I've watched enough of the games. If you're just tuning in, by the way, this is just the first week of 30 weeks total. So we're doing this every single week. Grand finals will be on Thursday, and we're going to decide today the 2 players to make it through. One from this series and one from the Kraky versus Wham one a little bit later. Yeah, so predictions on the openings. Puppy Paw, you go Zhu because you want to go for a meditation garden like here. Quadruple gold, or you go deeper and you get potentially triple gold and the food. This is why English is really good, though. You can't go for that meditation garden against English. Because if they scout it, they'll pull villagers to mimic the move, and they'll snipe down any builders. So what you'll see instead is Puppy Paw is probably going to go for a retracted one back here. He might just settle for a tree line gold and stone. That will very slowly get him towards arrow slits, not crazily fast. The alternative is you drop it here on the food and the wood. It's reasonable, but you're not going to see crazy numbers from Zhu. Wait, so guys, you need to make up your mind. Is this toilet seat map or croissant map? Or is it horseshoe map? There's just too many names. So Louis, about to tech up. We should be seeing him going for the Abbey of Kings. It's been his pretty much bread and butter go-to. In theory, Lombos are good as well for Council Hall, just because usually are likely to play Juganu, but that's a bit dangerous considering the new build, so I prefer this. With the new build usually have, there is potential for them to play into Horsemen with Dali Horses. So if you play Council Hall, you're kind of setting yourself up to get countered. This does still, of course, open the battlefield for Juganu, and wow. He's still going to find a pretty decent one, actually. I didn't even check the north side. He will clip the gold, get the food we talked about, and get even more wood. So, a respectable Medi-Garden. It is admittedly forward-facing here, and could be difficult to protect. So, you guys are complicating this. I can tell you, like, if we were to do a tier list, Atoll would be graded under U. For ungraded. Get it? Because, like, I'm going to stop. I guess you could go with Laurel as well, but that's a bit too fancy. So, what is the game strategy for Puppy Paw? Getting into this, like, what was his win condition? Because this is something I always like to dissect in the early game. I think it's fun to kind of explore where they see their power spikes. Lou MT's playstyle would lead him to the late game, which isn't a bad idea against Zhu. But I think Zhu has a pretty potent timing with, like, a fast castle build here. Remember, with Tang Dynasty, they get a decent discount on their tech choice. 15% off, right? So you can actually rush into Shallow Monks and go for the center of the map here. It's really strong against Louis' opening plays as well. Like, the King won't be able to stop it. Longbows will probably struggle as well. Also, Longbows, weirdly enough, takes so long to scale when you go for an Abbey of Kings beginning. Wolves now from Puppy Paw are going to be going up. So, looks like he's aware that the King is on the way. And he's going to go for the outskirts dock. Okay, so this is about the tree line. Remember what I said about, like, the potential for Lombos? This will block that play. Because the other tree line is over here. Right? This is a very smart read by Puppy Paw. The inward tree lines are really far down, so it takes you a long time to get there. And what is up, Elro? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, you absolute legend. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Always appreciate some sub support here. Tournaments aren't cheap. So King is going to be coming out soon. 40 seconds away. Archership is already in the way, and I don't think Louis knows. Oh, he's about to discover, though. He wriggles in. It was kind of obvious when the walls go up like this, so he will be able to see the ship. And we will see a mirrored reaction here, because, like, you can't not address this. It will hurt you in the coming minutes, because I mentioned that these 2 tree lines. It's also the central. If you actually look at the map, 4 of the 5 options you have to gather from, tree line-wise, spawn on the outer rim. That's a really cool balance point that I don't think was given enough praise from Kaivayu and Atoll. Because the fish in the center just seem like they're begging you to go there. But you can see there's a justifiable reason to play docks onto the outskirts instead. Louis, meanwhile, is going to go for the inward. He could pivot this and just play this tree line and just kind of ignore the play. Berries would be a little bit annoying, though. He does at least have the inward ones, so if he comes forward and walls here and here, he can just sit on this plateau for a while. And that would also allow him to block the gold that Puppy Paw has. So how did you guys vote in the end? I can't see because we got a poll up instead. 60% for Louis. I'm really not surprised. Historically, English look really good against UG, and Louis has looked very confident with this English pick time and time again. So the Hulks are going to be shuffling around. And funnily enough, Puppy Paw is sending his first boats in the center, so this is kind of a bait and switch, right? Even has the walls up to protect it all against any sort of land raids. Wait, Louis doesn't know. Can he time this right? Archship is coming in for the backstab. And it's going to be trades. So Puppy Paw is actually not going to use this to aggro the tree lines at all. He's setting up trade. That's kind of cool. It means he doesn't have to invest in outposts to defend this gold, right? He'll get his gold elsewhere. And the way that works is in the meantime, you get your gold from your taxation. And then over time, you get your gold from the trade. You get the 4 dock as well, so Demo is going to come out to shove him away. The Hulk heavily injured. Archship is going to have to return. He's still holding him hostage on the backside with the junk. However, with the Spirit coming home, he will have to retreat. This is looking pretty good for Puppy Paw in the opening, actually. LuMT isn't really finding real damage right now. And I don't think he's even fully aware of the trade happening. He might be aware of it as a risk, but it's not moving as if he knows, as if it's confirmed. Demo for an Archership trade out is actually really good for Puppy Paw. Remember the cost of these units, it's 230 compared to 160. So actually not bad if Puppy Paw just gets away clean after that. Yes, Kaivayu definitely, all the things I praise about this map, he intended, I can tell. Like, Juji being OP on this map, he totally expected it. Kaivayu secretly a Juji main. That's why Pigeon's Valley is secretly a really good Juji map as well. You guys just didn't realize it. Everyone's like, what? How? So we do have second trade coming in. I wonder, does he try to creep a dock further? I don't think it's necessarily worth it here. Just kind of keep it safe, keep it tight. Louis is going to be scaling more docks, so he is going to look to be a bit more fluid-based in this game. No land aggro coming in. The funny thing is actually he could just get in with the king soon. And Puppy Paw is already aware of it. Great read. A lot of players would wait to do this, but he's giving the appropriate amount of respect. Maybe it's still a little bit too late, though, because it looks like the king did get in. A village is going to be brought down. And Puppy Paw distracted on water right now. Perfect timing by Louis. Finally, a reaction comes in. Bit of a miss micro there, though. Louis misses an opportunity to get a second villager kill. However, that distraction could be exploited on water. Archer ships are being tied down. Great dive in here. Dodges on the arrow shots. Demo is low. This shuffle's so uncomfortable. Puppy Paw. Oh, no. Demo goes in for maximum value, so holds it hostage, gets the connect, hits the dock hard. Great micro by Louis in this engagement. A huge lead. Does end up losing the king on the tree line as he dives in again, but gets the advantage on water. He now needs to do something about this trade, though. We're up to 3 ships and scaling. And remember, this affords a demo pump to try and retroactively switch this around now. Demo is going to be coming out. Archership's going to try to address it. Good dodge there. Puppy Paw is stutter stepping to the side. So he does get the connect. Counter demo play. Kind of a waste there, actually, from Louis. Would have been better to have kept it near the dock. But yeah, Puppy Paw is going to be pushed off water. So he needs more boats coming from the outskirts here because the trade is about to get blocked. Okay. So king was at least removed, but with the advantage Louis now has, he can afford to replace that king. Second one's going to be coming. We do have spearman scaling, but scaling spearman is always scary against English due to the long bow threat. Time being, it's only going to be a short bow threat, though. Villagers are not fighting back. Wait, was that a misclick? Okay, we'll finally actually attack the right unit, so spears will be scared off. Meantime, gold down being denied on land, so Puppy Paw wholly reliant on the trade, and I'm starting to wonder if Louis does know. If you suspected trade, you would have sent one boat out to check this. He sent no boats. Yeah, possibly the nightmare for any spearman raid. Just diving into the tree line of the English, you know they're going to have most of their economy there. Outpost reaction is also going to come in. So deer plus wood, mostly secure, and Louis does have a longbow switch. Yeah, this is usually where I'd like say for a Jushi player you go into Horseman, but Puppy Paw is going to take a different avenue here. He's rushing Castle. So Castle into Lancers, even more impactful. The reason Horseman can be good is due to Dali Horses, but the problem is he didn't go for a Blacksmith, so he doesn't have the tech prepped. Although I say that, Horseman queued up. So actually we are going to get him adding in a few, despite the fact he's still stockpiling for a Castle Age play. Yeah, I like this. This is much better than just rushing the Age, because now you can try to counter pressure, and you're going to need to, because your trade is about to get shut down. Louis now blockading him. Trade ships have at least pulled back. This would be really cool. So Puppy Paw is going to try to micro all the way along the edge of the map to get around this. This only works if Louis doesn't approach the choke. And he does. So trade ships are going to get seen. Spearman shots automatically connect already, so that's going to be a chase down. No escape from that with the man the sails. Best thing you can hope for is like one more drop off. It is at least buying time, and behind this... Wait, is that a misclick? That feels like a misclick. Not again. Oh, so if you guys remember, we had Dragovan versus MSN in the early rounds. And Dragovan, after that game, said that it was a misclick. He didn't mean to build Mount Lu Academy. Mount Lu Academy doesn't make much sense when you're rushing Castle, even semi-rushing. It's better once you've scaled your economy. He's at 44. The relics are a huge value point. You could argue that limited food and a lot of gold access means that it's better to just build normal monks. And the food taxation will at least help you a bit there, but this does feel a little bit peculiar. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Let's see if Puppy Paw can convert me. Be a bit hard without that Shaolin Monastery. Oh, that was quippy. Anyway, we have got Lancers on the way. Spears are already being prepped by Louis. In the meantime, the main fleet is pushing in. He gets the Revelation. It's not going to be a Relic Rush here. Also close to diving the economy. Puppy Paw needs demos. He's got one crept in reserve, but it is seen here by Louis. So he'll peel the archer ships off. Keeps them in range because he understands another one's going to be coming out the dock soon. It's a backstep attempt. Puppy Paw tries to be elegant about it, but there's nothing pretty about that attempt. It's going to be a big whiff. Spearman ships are going to have to back off here. Looks like one of them is going to be lost. So big growing risk here that he's not going to be able to gather on land from a lot of locations. We have got Puppy Paw sneaking out to the berries on the very edge. This is dangerous. If Louis builds a single extra ship, he will spot you. So Puppy Paw is pretty much gambling that Louis is not going to build more military at sea because he already has such an overwhelming lead. And it looks like he isn't willing to take that risk. So instead, Puppy Paw just sells on the wood line instead. Lancers are now marching across. They're going to need a big hit here, though. Louis getting close to an age up. Horseman reveal, not great. Lancers leading would have got 2 kills already. Does at least make up for it with 1. Spearman now coming in. Lancers are being ignored. He goes after the Horseman first, so it does get bogged down. This is a lot of idle time, actually. Louis not easily dealing with these Lancers. No undermesh means they will die reasonably fast. They do need to be reached, so culls a few villages and gets away. That was a sick raid for Puppy Paw. Much needed in this game as well. Louis is about to tech up, and it is going to be the classic white tower in the center of the map, so it doesn't go for the greed. He is going to go for the greedy placement here. This is deep. Louis has got more spears coming, so in theory this works. But remember, that previous attack was in range of the aura. He had that attack speed buffer. Can he get this up? Puppy Paw now trying to get into Jugnu. He's going to supervise, and that's a pull. Puppy Paw knows. If this goes up, the game is over. He can feel it. He's getting them all together. And he is sending it straight onto the landmark. I don't know if this is going to be quick enough, though. Louis just needs to hold it. We saw this in the B series. He got away with it last time. Can he get away with it again? The villagers are being sniped by the Jugnu already. The White Tower looking destined to go up here. He gets the shivs out. But it's too little too late. Even without the textiles. He still would have got the tech, but with it, it's guaranteed. Age up complete. Poppy Paw now massacred on the retreat. And the eco lead is just building. This game looks over. Man, props to Poppy Paw for not just waiting, for understanding that he had to try for this play. But look at the damage done. The souls reaped. 35 to 44 economy. Louis has a complete stranglehold on the croissant as he will take down the Canadian in game number 1. But beautiful thing, folks, we're in best of 5 territory now. Poppy Paw still with time to recover, but a brutal beginning to this series for him. What a game by Louis MT. Oh man, let me know what you think about this map, by the way. You know, I'm wondering if it is just going to become more English dominant than Juji dominant. Most people thought it was going to be Juji, but Louis is painting a pretty picture English themed here on the croissant map. Kind of appropriate that English people want all the French things. See you on the next one. Oh man, that was a cool game. That was a cool opening game. So let me mark that up. Game number 1 is going to be a Louis win. I wonder what you do now. That one's quite uploadable, right? What would we upload it based on? I'm trying to think what the focal point was. I'm so... Is it the trade? Nah, well, it's the all-in, right? Yeah. White Tower Rush meet Villager Rush. There we go. Okay, so game 2. I imagine Louis probably going to be going. Oh, okay, we have confirmation. It's going to be Frisian. Thank you. Dude, Tume's on it. I shout out to Tume as well. Like, I didn't ask for this type of stuff because I didn't want to, like, consume too much of his week, but appreciate all the help, mate. Absolute legend. All right, so it is going to be China coming out in game 2, but we've seen Joan already from Louis. He's looked really impressive in this matchup against B. Curious what Poppy Paw is going to do different. Oh, did that name correctly? It did. Nice. Dumb to do it when I'm watching. That's true. Yeah, I don't know, man. The Mount Lu Academy almost felt like a misclick, but I guess he just didn't feel like he'd be able to get on the relics. A little bit surprised by that. Cockplay? Wow, I've never seen that before. I've never heard of that. What does that entail? Oh, let me flip that score. Boink. Wait, are we not live? We should be. They just start game 2 without a delay. No, we're live now. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to Age of Empires Reaction. We are back for game number 2 of our semi-finals here in the midweek muster number 1. Louis MT, unbeatable with Jeanne d'Arc on Frisian Marshes. Can he keep that track record? Or will Poppy Paw be able to upset him on his signature Civ over here in the yellow playing as the Chinese? Yeah, Poppy Paw, probably the scariest Chinese player on Frisian, actually. Like, this guy is a beast when he gets his hands on this Civ on this particular map. But we've seen some impressive plays out of Louis. The Chamber of Commerce play has looked scary time and time again. Now, there is a blocker to that play, and it is to go into a Rax opening, but it comes at a cost usually, and it's relying on a good spawn. Crazily enough, Poppy Paw isn't even trying that Rax play, even though the spawn is fantastic for it. Double gold on one location would have killed Louis' ability to scale anything. Instead, he should be able to get away with a commerce play in the corner and then safely gather for the stables afterwards. Yeah, so we're going to get a more macro-focused game. So the question now is, does Puppy Paw try for like a fast castle-esque build, or is he going to try to play Age 2? If you play Age 2, you're looking to scale into Jugnu, but that means you're going to have to go back for a Barbican. That Barbican probably is going to be saved for the gold and the fish. Oh, you got one of the sucky spawns, though. Yeah, this unfortunately still happens with Frisian sometimes. I don't know if it will ever be truly fixable. You only got the 3 stack of fish instead of the 4 or the 5. But a Barbican here still would be pretty good. So what Puppy Paw could do is he could try to build the Barbican, say, here, like just kind of layering over the gold a bit. That protects the fish and the gold. And then, because it's the Canadians, we've got to mention the possibility for a deer shove in here. Not easy to do against Zhone, all these things, because of the delay and the timing. Your opponent's going to have a knight, he's going to have the hero unit. But if he can find his way to that, Puppy Paw should have the necessary tools to comfortably go to the later phase of the game. Sheep count definitely looking good to start with, though. 18 sheep to 26, as you'd expect, because, of course, China has that extra vision. They'll always get more sheep. Only half done here. That's to be expected. China just techs up so much quicker, and if you want to get level 2 Jean straight away, you can't assist her on the build-up. You can prep the resources for maybe a double stables drop here. This is usually how you compensate for the weaker production time of not having School of Cavalry, is you basically tech up with one, you build double stables, and you can immediately afford double knight. It's a really cool build, actually, because although your timing is later, you are getting a double pump of knight instead of a solo. So it kind of, I don't want to say fully makes up for the difference, because I'll always rate that first knight is very potent, but it at least gives you more options. Yeah, and it's a specific build for Jean more than French, I'd say. French will more typically go one stable straight away afterwards. But it's because of the fact that you're going to get double knight and you're going to get your hero unit. Downside, of course, is your opponent is going to get this. Barbican now on the way. And he got the exact position we were talking about. Look, tiny bit deeper than we were talking. But he could go for the deer shove, and I think Louis is aware of this. Yeah. Not on my map, he says. No. Not up against a prolific deer shover. Louis is going to lay in the deer. Now, if Puppy Paw ever gets out of here, it's still really good value because there's the pond as well. In fact, did Puppy Paw kind of get scammed on the spawn? They're kind of similar. It's the initial fish that's a little bit unfortunate for him because his opponent got fish and berries on one location. But outside that, they're fairly balanced in the spawns. Who wins, Yuan Riders versus Yuan Raider versus Fire Lancer? Yuan Raider. Yuan Raider beats both. In general use, in a battle between all three, I think Jean's Riders maybe take it? No, Yuan Raiders. It has to be Yuan. Yuan Raiders have really good health pools. Maybe Royal Bloodlines edges for Jean's Riders. I haven't tried them in a one-on-one-on-one. Fire Lancer should be dead last out of those three, though. But if you're talking about general usage, it's definitely Yuan Raiders. Yuan Raiders are a god tier unit. We won't get to see them in this game. I don't think we'll get to see two of those units at least in this game. You probably won't see Jean's Riders just because Louis... It's possible if there's a window of opportunity. Like if this game drags out and he doesn't get level 3 until like 21 minutes and we are in Castle, you're probably going to see China building crossbows. That's when the Riders make sense because remember, the Jean's Riders specifically get bonus damage against crossbows only. They are pretty decent against Zhuge Nu Mass as well, right? Because they'll always minimize down to 1 damage. Scout is a little bit ambitious here from Louis. Not sure what happened there. Was that a misclick? Hap has a loss there. Louis, man, he needs a lot of trade fast. He's up to 4. He's actively adding them in by the looks of it. Wait, is that just Ecotex? It might just be Ecotex. He took Forestry as well. I think he's actively added in 1 trader. If we can actually double check like this. Yeah, so 2 active traders, 3 built from Tex. Walls are going up. This game is going Castle for Puppy Paw, and Louis is going to need a lot more time to catch up due to his greed. Wonder if Louis goes Pro Scouts? I don't think you can here. If you go Pro Scouts, you're missing like 1.5 extra knights, right? I mean, it's cheaper for French, but it's still expensive, right? Pro Scouts is going to cost you an entire night. And your opponent is teching. So, like, you're going to have no map presence at all. The problem with going Pro Scouts is then what do you do with no map presence? How do you get deer? You're just better off playing walls into pocket economies here. Because you need the walls anyway for trade. If he wasn't trading, you might be able to justify Pro Scouts, but I don't think Pro Scouts often make sense when you're trading. Because the reality is, like, if you go Pro Scouts, the whole concept is that you don't need to come out into the map, your economy's safe. But if you're building traders, you are already directly contradicting that idea. And yes, these semifinals are indeed best of fives. I wonder if we can introduce best of fives earlier on the tournament. I don't know if people would like that or not. So Clock Tower is on the way. Puppy still has quite a lot of resources to pump with. And yeah, it is just going to be Lancers. The walls are going to go up, but with Lancers, you at least have this dynamic force to go up and down, burning through the palisades. Louis, of course, is going to need quite a bit more time. The nice thing about playing French and Jaune is your knights are so good, you can semi-fight from an age behind. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, but as long as you maintain numbers, you can overwhelm. And with things like Chivalry, as well as the Divine Restoration, you have a way of being very health efficient. Double answer cube. We should have Supervision coming in as well. Yeah, Supervision's on the way. So every 14 seconds, a knight's going to be coming out. Second stable's also added in, so he's looking for a flood. Louis, meanwhile, is getting a little bit ambitious with his attempts to constrict. He's going to need to pull back fast. All right, ones if you think Puppy Paw is going to win this. Twos if you think Louis is. We did do a prediction, right? I didn't see what the outcomes were. Oh, still taking some. This is crazy, man. I just assumed the walls are up. We have to get used to this. Remember, Season 9, walls take double the time now to build. You're definitely feeling it in this particular game. Standard Frizzy Marshes, you would have been truly walled by now. I love the fact that Louis is hanging around for fishing in these areas because he's going to need the villagers to repair. And if they have to run from home, it's not going to work. So, like, there's two approaches. You either create pocket economies to have repair crews nearby, or you segment this. So you build a wall from here to here, and then a wall from here to here. That's more expensive. It's even more time-consuming. So yeah, this might be an adaptation we see from people who are walling the full map now, just because of how inefficient it is to keep walking back and forth. Nice eye on the way. Puppy Paw doesn't want to take any damage here, because that will open up a snipe. Luckily, with Castle Age, you do have 230 HP. Bit of a waste to throw out the Smite. I say that actually he has maximum charge to Divine Arrow, right? So it's kind of okay. We do have Spinman now on the way as well. Louis doesn't have a counter to that coming. He's just prepping for Castle. This is the weakest point, actually. I don't know how Puppy Paw sniffed this out, but out of all the areas, this is the point where Louis doesn't actually have any economy nearby, right? South side he has it nearby. North side is his primary. This is the weak point, and the villagers might be a little bit late to stop this. He's going to need to body block it. Wait, Louis? No, Louis, no! He thought he could walk through there. Big mistake. Puppy Paw, he could just run in on the south side here. And he's going to find a freebie as well. The villager, like, whoops. Nothing to see here, guys. I'm just a moving tree. Please don't hurt me. So claps him down. Trade is now in trouble. I can't believe that. That small gap. The weird part is if you look on the minimap, you shouldn't ever think you could walk through there. I guess he was paranoid, right? He has to check it just in case Puppy Paw could run through. Knight's trying to engage, but they didn't even get their charge off, so an impossible fight against the Lancers. And now they can look to intercept that trade. Game could unravel from this, guys. Because now Louis isn't able to project his influence on the map. He isn't able to attack. He has to clean this up. And wave after wave could easily be fallen behind. We already see the Spearmen starting to arrive. Villager gets sniped before they complete the wall. So another one down there. Workers dying alongside traders in this game. Spears are being vetted. So that's going to become a bigger problem as time goes on. This is a good fight at least. So Louis is accruing some XP on Jaune. He's going to need it to fight back against this. This Lancer group is unaddressable right now, though, guys. 7, and you only have 7 knights in tow. We could have a very quick bite back from Puppy Paw here in game number 2. Louis has got his tech play, but he might have to go up the trio, which is a very slow, inactive comp. And it means that you're still going to probably feel claustrophobic, probably be unable to trade. At least most of the time, anyway. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is going to be doing stuff like this. Just shuffling out across the map. Puppy He's going to now split it up. Needs to be careful. Whoa, boy. Those are the fights you can't take. Traders are in trouble, though. A bit of a pickle here as Louis rallies them all together. That's going to be such a good trade. Puppy instead, he goes for the dive. Wait, what? Or not? He goes after the gold. Okay, so I guess he wasn't content to hang around due to the Knight. So tech up will complete for Louis. Puppy maybe a missed opportunity there to get about 3 or 4 more worker kills. I think he's scared because obviously the Knight count is about even Stevens. And with Royal Institute, if it's equal, then Jean is ahead. Oh, wall break. Oh, no. Wait. Did he try to replace it or did he just build it haphazardly? I mean, either way, it's another opening. And also, you can't protect Jean in the retreat here. Formation shuffle always puts her to the back. She's down. Veterancy did just kick in, but there's now spears. So Louis, once again, has to wait before he can fight. Once again, trade might be in trouble. There's still... What? He never addressed this. There's still 1 Lancer down here. That's what, 4 hits to kill? And he's pretty much stationary doing this. Oh my, more workers on the way. Knights are now coming down, but more Lancers are also here. So Puppy Paw, that one tiny gap has rippled into all of this. More workers coming out. He just can't get the walls up. Yeah, so this patch 100% was a direct nerf to Louis' style of gameplay, right? We've seen him do this with Jean so frequently. He loves to play these kind of wall-deep strategies. But this time difference, this nerf to walling, this is one of the best examples of how it can punish you. Level 3 Jean is at least in. Champions have arrived. They do get bonus damaging up against spears, right? So not too bad there. Arbitrary are going to be able to push this away. So Puppy Paw will have to leave. But look at the economical advantage. There is still 1 Lancer down here. He still isn't addressing it. He's finally got Knights on the way, but please tell me he's going to check it. He did just rally down. So we should actually see trade resecured. The good news for Louis is, yes, he lost these units, but it is marketplaces, so he can rebolster his eco quicker. Bad news is Puppy Paw has options now, right? He could contemplate going to TC. Instead, though, he's going to keep on sending it. Crossbow's now coming in for Puppy Paw. This is a pretty wild game. Looks like the Lancer did get found. So trade is now resecured. Louis only has 9 of them. Gold is also vulnerable. What happened here? He's going for the 4 deer. He's going to get seen. Spin my nose. Yep, A-click goes across there. Meanwhile, Clash a little bit deeper into the territories here. Arbitrary trying to start away when they actually need to be attacking. They're not attacking quick enough. Group doesn't feel big enough here. Jean is getting XP out of this, but everything else is being lost for Louis. Numbers not favoring him now. Deer also getting raided. I think Louis has lost control of this game. I mean, in fairness, that happened several minutes ago, but now it's just becoming so much more amplified. Wall gap still open in this game. Arbitraries are at least massing. Louis could theoretically hold against Spear Crossbow with this. But we do have 1 Nesta Beast. And I'm still controversial in my opinion on this unit. Despite the siege nerfs, I still think Nesta Bees have good relevance. They did admittedly get a damage nerf of 25%. But against glass cannon units like Arbitrary, it still registers pretty hard. During the changes, we'll see a lot more Imperial Palace in 1v1s instead of standard Clock Tower. I think Clock Tower is just like Nesta Bees compared to Mango still has a good defensive advantage. So, not too much, no. It depends if your opponent is playing flanks. If you're against an opponent who's playing wide, Imperial Palace makes sense for multiple reasons, because Siege won't be able to match it. But also, you'll be able to find all their snuck economy. But for most 1v1 matchups, it'll still be Clock Tower for a while. Novi's going to shuffle in. Now, the good news for Louis is he does have Jean sniper mode. So you can actually kill these Nesta Bees. Although you don't want to be moving the crossbows with this. It will, however, take 2 shots because it's Clock Tower. Pretty frustrating, actually. Like, it takes that second shot due to the fact that for some stupid reason this landmark gives 50% more health to Siege. I will always rant about that to the end of time. Wall's about to open again. I think Puppy's doing a really good job of avoiding that farm transition. He has, however, got the option for a keep drop. Wondering if it's going to be a keep drop or a second TC. Yeah, Divine Arrow is true damage. So this is true, and then the like ranged is standard. To my understanding, unless they changed it. They might have changed it, actually. I'm going to have to double check that. You didn't really need to think about much before because remember he had ranged armor. So I guess we'll find out. If it doesn't work that way, that's a really hard nerf to range zone. Like range zone is going to be trashed here if they've changed that. I guess we'll find out. Keep drop down coming in, Puppy Paw. He welcomes himself into the neighborhood like a true gentleman. Because, you know, everyone needs to feel safe in their homes. Okay, there you go. It's still pure. He just done 100 damage there with that shot. The keep drop. Can he complete it? He's down to just a handful of villages. 12. I'm going to be committed in the end. A few were only building that, but 12 is more than enough. So this keep is going up. And Puppy Paw looks to strike back firmly here in game number 2. I don't know how Louis gets out of this now. He's in a chokehold, right? Nesta B's flooding out. Third already in the field. Fourth on the way. And Louis does not have the knights to snipe these. This is done. Damn. Firm quick strike back. Puppy Paw showing why Frizzy Marshes is his domain and why China is his kingdom. And all it took was that one small ounce of wall. I tell you, man, these wall nerfs. It's going to take so long for players like Louis who are used to wall in these type of games to adjust to this. It's muscle memory, right? It's instinct. It's what you're familiar with. And this is one of the most drastic changes we've seen in quite a while. One of the most drastic, subtle changes, at least, in Age of Empires 4. SB's just kind of holding those crossbows hostage. And the villagers on the front line now can just repair the damage done by Jean. GG gets scored! The wall up and trade strategy may have just been heavily crippled in professional 1v1s. I know some people who are tricky traders who like to chill in their gold level lobbies are going to be upset by that, but I don't know. Overall, I like that this isn't free anymore. Cool plays by Puppy Paw as well. When you look at these civs on the face value, you would have expected China to be greed, Jean to be attack, but you gotta love the way they flipped the script in this one. And just the second of potentially a 5-game series. Still more to come. See you on the next chapter. Oh. Really cool. So, nice bite back there. I think it's about that one wall piece, isn't it? What do I call it, though? Wall of Doom? No, that has a different kind of ring to it. Season 9 wall strategies just got much harder. Walling full map? Question mark. Good luck. Alright, there we go. So, let's get ready for the next game. I think, oh, we're going all the way across to Socotra. Ah, my foot. Alright, nice. Reminder, guys, by the way, after this, we have Kraky versus Wham. So, probably going to be live for about 3 more hours. I mean, if you're not followed, I don't know why. You guys seem like you like AoE4. Protecting trade is much more important than making trade? No. Because if we have so much trade, we don't care that they die. I swear that's the way some people think about it. All right, 10 seconds out. Nice. So we're caught up. So that's a bite back for Puppy Paw. Who will win? 2 minutes. Let's go. Maybe there's something deeply mentally concerning about me, but no matter how much I see this map, it still makes me smile. One and all, welcome back to the A4 Action. Welcome back to the Socotra Fun Zone. That's right, we are back. Game number 3 on the teensy tiny island. Louis MT with the Malians, a powerful pick here, but Puppy Paw with something I am intrigued by. Roos were great in Season 8 on this map, but with the nerfs to walls in particular, I'm wondering if it's had an impact on their capability to be powerful on Socotra. We'll have to see. This matchup's kind of intriguing, though, because some matchups see both sides play towards the ball, and that can give an edge over to Roos or English picks and whatnot, right? Malians won't go there. Malians have no reason to go for the ball because they can't gather it themselves, right? It's not Haram. They could, in theory, go for a Saharan trade network, though, to block the ball play. We'll just have to see if Puppy Paw engages with it. We already have one villager shuffling out. Oh, that's cheeky. He scouted the tree line, and he likes what he sees here. Kind of crafty, actually, because if you look at it, due to the small stealth forest, there's a good chance Louis won't see this. Even if he does, what is he going to do about it? Wait. This is a lot of hunting cabins from Puppy Paw. Triple hunting cabin? That's wild. Wolf is at least going to slow him down here. And, oh, no. Oh, thank God he realized. Yeah, sometimes there's a bit of a miss-rally bug where it will just skip the build command if you attack Gaia units. But we have triple hunting cabin. This has to be like, what, 90 gold? And that will scale because of the boar, right? That's genius. This is a really creative strategy. Puppy Paw will likely still go for the Kremlin play, but this does give an opening for Louis. If he pulls enough villages, he can block this with Saharan. I think he has to now. It's way too much eco for your opponent otherwise. Mansa can at least balance you out a bit, but you're still giving Puppy Paw control of the central pass, which is really dangerous on this map. So, we've got 24 trees there. So 24 trees is 20 gold, so it's going to be 20 gold, probably 60 gold. Whoa, 70 gold, yeah. Because 13 gold on this one. So, actually, well, 66 to be exact. So it should be 66 gold in total, but that is with the bottom tier, right? This will scale up with the bounty system. Between the boar and the sheep, he's definitely going to unlock those. That is 17 sheep compared to 11. All right, this is a scary start for Louis. He's got the Donzos now on the way in Dark Age. Puppy Paw is not going for a wooden fortress. So this tells you he's committing to the Kremlin. I'm surprised he didn't get some resources together for a wall. A wall would have been pretty sick here. Yeah, it takes longer to build, but it's such a short distance. So instead, he's going to be marching forward. First Donzo on the way, but wait, what? Louis goes for the second hunting cabin. Not the third. Walls are up. He does go for the play in the end, so he gets the wood drop off. There's a tiny gap here. He needs to finish this off fast. Puppy Paw, he needs another wood drop off. It's not going to be quick enough, and also his walls are a bit weird there. He could have skipped by the cropping and maybe actually had enough to complete that gap. So instead, he's going to have to retreat away. The Donzos are able to block the play. Okay, so this doesn't feel according to plan for Puppy Paw. I think this was a bit of a blunder. He'll have to, what, Kremlin safely? Yeah. This doesn't protect the boar. It does at least secure the deer. However, it's questionable that he even gets this up. No, he has to back away. I think Puppy Paw's kind of in panic mode here. Damn, Louis MT. Has he done enough here? He does scout it out. He can walk in with the Donzo Javelin hurls here, guys. It's not enough to insta-kill a villager. He will better get them low, though. If you can just eke out 1 or 2 worker kills, which, by the way, he already scouted and killed one down here, if I'm not mistaken. And he does have the recharge coming in, so this Javelin shot should be able to kill that villager. Yeah, Puppy Paw pulls away just before it would kill him. Another one is injured, though. And it is almost a 2-worker lead now, so there's small gaps for Puppy Paw's eco here. Yeah, I'm a little bit flummoxed by this from Puppy Paw, man. I mean, it looked like he locked it in. If this wall goes up, I think he's safe as can be. He's safe as a bank, but instead, a bit of trouble now. Louis, is he going to try skirting again? No, so this is pretty cool. Usually you'd be tempted to go for that eco kill. The reason Louis isn't is because these hunting cabins are economy. Killing 2 hunting cabins is like killing 1 villager here. And also on top of that, your opponent spent 200 wood on this play. So Puppy Paw is going to march back out in the center, but the wall is up. It's not fully encompassing though. Uh-oh. He's going to get the boar again. This is wild. Louis, he's trying to get the interception wall here. That doesn't do anything, though. And now that's a dead villager, surely. No, it looks like he's going to get to work away. I'm a bit surprised he actually gets to there. So a long scurry home for Louis. This game is crazy. Donzos have dove back in, though. Villagers coming back. I can't believe that. I thought the Kremlin would be enough to scare him, but Puppy Paw never built a short wall here. He goes back for the hunting cabin again, though. Donzos are going to open the pass once more. The tech up is complete, and Louis does have javelins that he can hurl here. The Kremlin is on the edge of defending. Even if it protects the builders, it won't protect the ball gathering. What is happening in this game? This is Socotra. This is actually probably the most entertaining Rus Marlian game I've seen on Socotra. Oh my god. Quick walls. No, Puppy Boy doesn't get up! Oh no. He just wants a hunting cabin. Just a teensy tiny hunting cabin. How many hunting cabins has he built or attempted to build this game? We had 2 that got burnt. We had a 3rd attempt there that got cancelled. We had a 4th. We have the 5th at home. This isn't usually what people mean when they say mass Rus hunting cabins. We've taken a turn to a really weird area of the internet. He wants the hunting cabins because it gives him passive gold. So it's just like having extra villagers. Right? Because look, he literally has not touched the gold. And Louis is now going for boats. Huh. But you've seen his hunting cabining. I think Louis is assuming that he's going to go into gold now because he can't get the hunting cabin play. It's a cool idea in theory, but Puppy Paw is fervent in his belief that he doesn't need to touch gold. Or I could just cast the cursor. Mining camp now on the way at the worst possible time here. Archers have been built into by Puppy Paw. Javelins are already on the way for Louis, though. And we do zoom out quite a bit. We zoom in by like 2 notches so that the bitrate doesn't impact the quality of the stream. I can't believe this. Villagers are going to have to shuffle away. So Puppy Paw not able to get much out of that. If this was meant to be a fast castle play, it's not going to feel very fast now. He's at least getting some gold trickle from the boar and from the sheep, right? But also, those aren't safe. Javelins can snipe you here. Puppy Paw does have to pull the militia. Not bad if you can catch the javelins out of position, but with the Donzo assistance, they should be safe. So how does Puppy Paw win this? His out is just to go castle, right? The scary part is like, you're going castle. What are you going to do in castle? You're going to build horse archers against javelins because it's the only thing you can build. You can't go for knights. You can't go men-at-arms. Like, these are all gold-heavy units. In theory, you could maybe get away with men-at-arms, right? But Musafadi can counter you from an age behind. Because the problem here for Puppy Paw is he's now gold-limited. He's got 1 hunting cabin giving 22 gold here. Another one giving 12 gold here. Another giving 28. So, 62 gold a minute. And then whatever he gets with gathering food. Which will only last as long as he's gathering from sheep or deer or boar. Right? And, I mean, the good news for him is he can't really gather from the berries because they're too close to the shoreline. See if it's going to work. It's close to having what he needs for a tech up. Probably looking at a high trade house. So, actually, in fairness, actually, a high trade house. Okay, he placed the archery range there. If he didn't place the archery range here, this is a great position for a high trade house. That would get him the gold trickle he needs to play castle. I mean, where else is he going to put it? He is too ambitious. So yeah, a little bit surprised that he built the archers instead. This one not going to get added in. Behind this, Louis does now have a ram. This game is kind of wild. I don't know. I'm curious, like, from a pro perspective, do people enjoy playing Socotra or do they kind of just hate it now? It's crazy how entertaining the games can still be. I like that they're kind of clowny. It's the chaos. What I love is this idea that chaos can be forced, and chaos is forced in these environments. Right? Because then it's kind of a calculated play. Like, chaos through RNG is bad, but chaos through back and forth engagements early on is cool. Diver's going to come out. I'll push away the archers. There is at least arrow slits here. 5 villages inside. The problem is those 5 villages are going to go home in body bags. Torches are committed. The javelins are already in position to intercept. More troops are coming. I don't think Puppypaw's going to get away with the full force. Probably 3 villages should be going down from this. Final hit comes in. Villagers, they're not even moving right now. They're finally starting to shuffle off, but the javelins are already sniping them down. So 2 dead so far. More likely to flop. Does manage to get away with them. A little bit of distraction there. Successful. The militia do buy the time. Puppypaw able to shuffle back home, but he's still now 5 villages behind, and he's reinvesting, staying further away from castle. I'm getting a bit worried. Like, sure, you might have a tech on your side, but a tech on your side without army is no tech at all, and he knows it. GG gets called. An uncomfortable Socotra leads to Louis reaching match point first. He's on the verge of making it to the first ever grand finals for the KP midweek muster. Can Puppypaw muster together some resistance and make a comeback? We're going to find out shortly in game number 4. I'll see you in the next one. Woo-wee. So, another game for Louis, rather. Louis now consistently leading in the series. I guess that one's something to do with hunting cabins, right? Probably something to do with, like, what? Gold mines suck. Do this. Puppypaw trusts in hunting cabins or something like that. I don't know. Alright, there we go. So, next game. Let's load that bad boy up. Let me mark that as... That's going to be a win for Malians. And now we get another sick matchup. French versus Delhi. This is really good for Delhi, guys. We actually saw that Marine was able to dismount on Puppypaw in this particular matchup on Regions, which is a little bit different from Gorge, but has enough similarities. So yeah, kind of curious what he's going to be able to do with this. We are almost immediately ready to get into game, and I'll also update the things so they're ready to go. French versus Delhi. That does mean if we get deeper... Has he got good picks for the remaining? He's got Mongols and Abbasids versus potentially Japanese or Order Dragon. Okay, I think if he can get game 5, Puppypaw's got a decent shot at this then. Like, I kind of like his draft for the 5th game, but this might prove to be an uphill battle. All right, let me get ready with predictions. I'm a one-man army. Louis MT. Ooh. Most people went for the Puppypaw. Let's get a new prediction going. 2 minutes. How about it? Have I addressed BC's point about siege rework? I don't even know what his point was. So, contrary to popular belief, we don't all watch every single video of every single creator in the scene. Car Stage 1? No, didn't even make it out of the Feudal Age. He made a video. I ain't got time to watch these. I'm busy running tournaments right now. I think the siege rework, while not perfect, is a step in the right direction. There, I kept it simple. I can expand on it if people really want, but anyone who thinks that massing Springles to counter siege, like massing Springles to counter Springles was a good meta dynamic is wrong. I would also say, like, always be conscious when people don't like changes and people do like changes. It can also lean into who's favored playstyle-wise. I do think that Beastie was very good at playing into the, I don't want to say wall meta, right? He didn't just always wall up, but like if he had to play walls or play siege, he's very, very good at mastering that. So consciously like aware that those are direct nerfs to a playstyle that he was very, very good at. Not saying it was the only way he could play, but it was a style he was very good at. And that's also no surprise to me that Vortex has returned to AoE 4 after those styles have been nerfed. Right? Vortex, a man who probably left the scene, part of the reason being that that playstyle did not favor him. Alright. Well, this one might be PTSD-inducing for him here. Let me flip that score around because, folks... What's that? Let's redo that intro, actually, because I had it the wrong way around. Point. Well, this might be a PTSD-inducing matchup for Puppy Paw. A flashback to the Red Bull Wallow Grand Finals opening game. A similar map as well, as French are in the hands of Puppy Paw. And Louis MT, trying to mimic a Marine Lord here, has got the deli. Yeah, 1-0. Welcome back to AO for Action. Semi-finals here for the KP Midweek Muster #1. And Louis MT in a bloody good position here to try and secure himself the first slot in the Grand Finals. Last time we saw this particular matchup, Marine Lord was able to unravel the French in the hands of Puppy Paw. While it is a different map, in some ways it's a better map for Delhi. Last time it was on Regions that we saw this, and on Regions you don't have as much Sacred Site volatility. Louis MT can easily claim these and play dynamic on the map. So I'm curious to see what Puppy Paw's answer is going to be. A map like Gorge sometimes encourages 2TC. I just don't think you can do 2TC against Delhi. They're too all-inny. And we will be seeing Mass Ghazi coming from Louis, at least in the opening here. So this should be... Actually, I think you potentially open Spears to begin with here, just to play safe. But I've seen a lot of players recently just forgo the Spears and get Ghazi opening. That is a long insinuation of insinuations, Estrella. I think Vortex will like the Season 9 style because it seems like it is a nerf towards static defensive gameplay. And players that would align with a static defensive gameplay will feel a little bit of a harder hit. Kind of curious to see how it's going to impact Puppy Paw and Wham in particular, because they do have reasonably long game averages, not crazy, but they are renowned for playing more for the mid-game. But I think the changes we've seen with Season 9 are more maybe like a nerf to the defense of mid-game, right? Mangonel's not being as good at the beginning of Cast Stage, for example. Early game hasn't been impacted too much outside of walling, but like, I think that's a fine change. I don't think you should be able to walk onto a map and wall the entirety of the map pre-10 minutes. That's silly. That's always been silly. In fact, I think Gorge is going to be quite refreshing on Season 9. I was sick of Gorge in Season 8 because genuinely people had figured out the other game and you just always got wall-ins and late game. I think with wall-ins being much harder, we're going to see more opportunities between 10 and 20 minutes to do something decisive. So Rax coming in. Looks like Louis is going to opt for the defensive opening here. So Puppy Paw will get to strike first. You could, in theory, try to do something like a 2TC behind this, but the problem is the matchup. Delhi are just really good at forcing you into 1TC type plays. So, to the whole point of, like, I don't know, we're just literally meant to be focused on this game, but I'm going to address the Springwood thing there. The whole issue of, like, removing the counter units and justify it by saying our goal was to remove the counter units. So, Springwoods were toxic. I don't think they were, like, good for long-term AoE4's, like, sustainability as a fun game. And what I would say is if you have something that is bad for a game, it's challenging to get the solution right in one strike. If you're trying to at least improve it, maybe there is value in essentially putting it in triage mode where it doesn't function that well while you adjust on the way, right? I think that's better than just creating a one-dimensional format. Sure, it's not ideal because, like, if you really love Springles, they now just don't do anything, right? But they're trying to get it there. Like, I think there's some interesting things they could do with the new Springwood format. Like, I love the idea of maybe some, like, a knockback effect, potentially, or some sort of deployable mode. But for now, I see Springles, I see Mangoes as they're kind of in triage, right? They're injured. They're not that functional of a unit. But the thing you have to keep in mind with AoE4 is AoE4 at its core functions on a core triangle of cavalry, infantry, archers. It still has that core triangle. So, with that core triangle in mind, Louis has got the correct answer to the Knights. We have got mass spears coming. He's not pivoting until he sees a reason to. This is smart. Your goal here is defend, defend, defend. Get all your tech upgrades for free. You do need to come out soon, though, because remember, over time, French are going to escalate an economy lead via their faster producing TCs. And yes, you will get pro scouts inherently. It's really cool as well because it lets him hunker down. Remember, he's got a lot of scholars, so survival techniques, pro scouts, these things are just naturally going to happen. But pro scouts just 10 seconds away. Love the fact he went double mill. It's efficient for gathering the berries, but it's also efficient for getting all of your eco techs, which he needs to offset the villager lead Puppy Boy now has. Spear massing. Still going to continue. So Louis is going to reach a point where he can come out to skew the sacred sites. And fair point around, like, the intermediate state of, like, the game. How is it going to stay this way? How long is it going to stay this way? I would say, although it's still not perfect, the route of changing the game has, like, the average time I feel like has improved in the last year. I still wish it was better. I still wish we had more hotfixing. But I would say that World's Edge have stepped up compared to where we were, say, a year ago on getting changes. And if you think about it, recent changes have been more drastic as well. So it's not just like we're waiting 4 months for a teensy tiny change. There are definitely things that need to be worked on. I actually think a bigger issue than Springles that needs to be worked on, by the way, guys, is matchmaking. Archer's now coming in. Ghazi already being prepped, though. So Louis is leaning the right way. Scary thing about Ghazi's spears is you can pinch Knights. So Puppy Paw, if we continue this trend, it is getting a little bit worrisome for him. He also needs to go back for the Blacksmith decks. Like, this is where Delhi do get a little bit of an edge. So there is a timing window here by 12 to 15 minutes, I think, is where Delhi will be stronger. If nothing happens up to 20, including no Sacred Site taken, Puppy Paw's economy should just be better enough to justify the techs required, because he will have additional villages. How many resources or free villages worth of free research does Delhi get per scholar? That is a dynamic formula. Because if you think about it, the more minutes that pass in the game, like, the less value you get from having had the extra eco compared to having extra villages, right? So it's not as simple as just saying, yeah, it's this raw number. But, like, at this stage in the game, having this 10% increase, right, is equivocal to having 3 extra villages. That's a 10% increase that your opponent doesn't have. Add in the fact that you gather from berries even quicker than French, right? Start to see the problem here for Puppy Paw. Add in the fact that he can pull the deer back. Puppy Paw has to play onto the deer just to try and mirror. And that also leads to another layer of efficiency where Louis isn't moving to do his economy. He is, however, inefficient here. Glad he noticed that because, yeah, he's ran out of food. He should have deer coming home, you'd think, but no, not yet. So Puppy Paw is doing a good job of at least not losing units so far. The Ghazi have been revealed very early. Timing does look okay for Puppy Paw currently. The Steel Arrow is kind of intriguing. Is Louis thinking of going 1-1-1? I don't think so. But, like, if he's not going 1-1-1, why would you ever go Steel Arrow over Bloomery? Sure, it makes your TC better, but the majority of your army could be buffed by +1. And that's especially substantial in spears, considering their base damage is so low. Sacred Sights. I'm going to be tempted to be capped here. Looks like he's going to have to shuffle away as the knights are coming in. Spearman. That's not a bad trade, actually. 2 spears to kill 1 knight is worth it. Almost kills a second. Scholar is going to get snipes. That'll balance out the trade a bit more. Eco lead is now up to 5. So Puppy Boy is starting to feel the advantage there. It hasn't turned into the eco text to really balance this out yet, which is why Louis is still in competition. But Louis' issue now is he needs to try and find this fight, right? With mass infantry here, it gets more difficult, whereas what you're seeing Puppy Paw is doing, he's leaving the archers at home and just running knights around. And when this gets cool, as we're seeing Louis move out to pocket ecos, Puppy Paw can split more and more and more, right? 3, 4, 5 knight groups. If he can actually micro all that confidently, he will start to get kills. Louis will slip up. Yeah, like here. This is a slip up. That's a Q bug. I don't know if he accidentally queued it wrong or if it just skipped on the queue when he built the first, but only 1 outpost up. Luckily, Spearmen were there to prevent a dive. We do also have Louis with textiles, so he's fully aware. Makes a lot of sense. Like, big tip to people, when you're playing against French, go for textiles. With Delhi, it's just 1 villager missed, and you are likely to lose 1 villager otherwise. So great read there. Looks like Puppy Paw has been trying to tank with the scouts. Spearmen are able to buffer him away, though, especially with the assistance of the outposts. Sacred Sides are now getting locked in, right? We've got 2 at any given time. That is trickling gold for Louis, which is balancing out this eco lead. So Louis is definitely ahead again. Whoa, boy. What? Okay, he's trying to min-max here, but if Louis pays any attention... Scouts are dead, however, and that's still a 70 resource for 80 resource exchange, so does slightly favor Puppy Paw. Did he get Chivalry? Yeah, Chivalry is in, so take a long time, but he will be able to kiss the boobies better. And this is at least culling the Spearman herd. Gradually. Which is really important to make the archers' lives much easier to mop up. Yeah, Louis needs to find a fight. He's actually getting peeled slowly but surely. It's not an immediate win for Puppy Paw. That's not the goal here. It's just chip damage over time to get a big win in the big fight with your premium unit. He's also doing a great job of denying the flank Sacred Sites. It's never about the central one because Louis is camping there, right? But as soon as you see him shuffle east, you go west. Every single time. I don't know, man. I think Puppy Paw has just kind of addressed the concerns I had from his game against Marine Lord. This is a much cleaner approach. You could argue Marine Lord was just maybe a little bit more on point in the way he addressed these raid concerns. Also, in fairness, Gorge is a different beast to Regions. Sure, there's less Sacred Sites, but the more important thing with Gorge versus Regions is Regions tends to funnel your eco in one direction, while Gorge makes you spread in 2. And that's where you're seeing these little chinks in the armor, right? These weaknesses for Louis. These have double outpost to protect. I've got a blocker on the deer over here.
Now you're mine.
And what is up, my boy Excessive Profanity? Thank you very much, my friend, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, to our midweek tournament series. We've actually just announced 30 weeks of tournaments, all to be hosted on yours truly on this channel here. So Grand Finals is on Thursday. These are currently the semi-finals playing out. We have open scheduling format, and a lot of talented players have signed up already. Louis is kind of reaching that crack point, right, where he needs to go. But he doesn't really have the Sacred Site control, the goal behind it that's helped him. I think Louis is now going to be stuck in a blender scaling to mass population. But then if you're in max population, right, like who has quality advantage? If you're both going for max population, and Puppy Paw is keeping track, by the way, he's better. Knights beat archers, spears. If you had Tower of Victory, it would at least be more balanced. But remember, Louis didn't go that way. So instead, he's going to take a different approach here. We've got to save up for Castle Age. Man, Puppy Paw, does he sniff it though? If he mirrors this play and goes for Royal Bloodlines with the Institute play, it could beat out the Delhi's plans. If he waits too long though, Louis will start building into elephants. Elephants that will not die to Archer Knights, remember. Like, these things are broken right now. I'm sorry, I'm just going to... Like, we live in an age of elephants, you know? If I check the Chinese calendar, you know, I have like the Year of the Rooster or whatever. Is it Year of Elephant? It feels like it. How's the performance, by the way, guys? This season's definitely been a bigger hit on my PC. I'm glad we've got this upgrade trekking. I'm hoping we can finalize the GPU and motherboard partners. I need to try and find some contacts at certain brands. But if I can get that locked in, we are going to be aiming to build a new PC live on stream. Hopefully sometime in November or December. Yeah, Season 9 definitely hit people's PCs a bit. Diving for the Ghazi. Louis just trying to keep Puppy Paw honest and at home. They're both starting to stockpile, though, so they both seem fully cognizant and aware of what the next move is. Louis holding onto a lot of food. Does need to fix the gold. I think he's too reliant on Sacred Site control to get that trickle. You just need to shuffle out, gather a bit of gold here. This is a bit risky, but you could easily snatch here instead of the food. Instead, Puppy Paw is going to be the one to blink first for the play. Institute now on the way. Have a raid in here. Outposts aren't garrisoned on the right. The food's already gone. He's going to try to shuffle into the tree line. Actually, surprisingly enough, Puppy Paw doesn't go for the tree attack. Maybe he saw the walls already, but it's worth a Gamba to try and get a little snipe in there. I think from Puppy Paw's POV, he can't afford to be behind on military because he's already falling further and further behind with his tech play. Check this. 65 military to 100 right now. Louis, he sees the economy. He heads for it. Army zerging forward here. Puppy Paw up to 45 archers. Ghazi count at 21. Is this enough horsemen to deal with this? He's forcing the fight on one side. He's kind of just denting it to one location with the knights, but the Ghazi are rippling around on both sides now. Flood through is about to commence. Louis, he has to go now. Now that he confirms the tech up, it's his only option. Puppy Paw trying to retreat away from this, but the Ghazi count is still healthy. Archers are reaching in as well. The veterancy hasn't even been queued up because Puppy Paw has no gold gathering. That was a blocker to the play. All gold gathering is on the west side. He's a man in castle age without a castle to call home here. No veterancies. This is still a feudal battle. A feudal battle where he is 2-1. Soon to be 3-1 here. Louis, is he going to do it in the fourth game? He's on the verge of it. Ghazi continue to march forward. Archer mass has been depleted down to barely double digit anymore. Meanwhile, Louis with 40 spears here. Looks to close it out in 4. Puppy Paw barely holding on. He's not even moving the villagers that built the landmark up right now. Just stuck on the spot. With nowhere to run and hide. Rush onto the gold. Sacred Site's locked in behind this. Louis was contemplating that castle before, but now he has a win condition here. Why wait for what you can claim now? Spears are going to shuffle back over. The problem that I'm seeing is Puppy Paw moving the knights here is the worst possible thing you can do. You need to draw attention away from your goal to get access to the third age. Instead, the Ghazi reveal it, and the Spearmen are on their way. Spearmen, Archers. Archers looking to actually cut off the retreat. Spears are going to chase after the knights, surprisingly enough. Villagers are just going to run into it. The Archers wait and receive. Puppy Paw will quickly recover it, but not before experiencing losses. The Spearmen come back again. There's no getting away from this. He needs the counterattack now. Yeah, Puppy Paw is pretty much in a, if you burn my house down, I burn yours. Mutually assured destruction is his only way back into this game. His only advantage is the fact that knights can kill villagers a lot quicker than the Delhi army. But is it going to be quick enough? Dive comes in, he goes for the TC. He's got so many spears here. Villagers try to get in, but they get blocked. Archer's still being targeted down. Louis empty. Has he done it? Is this just the kryptonite? Is this just the curse that Puppy Paw cannot overcome? The Delhi-French matchup. Dooming him again. Sacred Sites have at least been decapped, so the ticking time bomb isn't there. But what is there is an overwhelming eco lead now for Louis. 24 villagers up. This is crazy. And keep in mind, if Louis now backs up and techs up, he's not weak, right? Remember, he has elephants. Delhi have changed. They are a much scarier beast than they were prior to these elephant buffs. Before, it was all about feudal and how they GG you there. Now, they can still play an age later and be just as domineering. Nice. I'm going to look to just step in and clean up what they can here. The health bars aren't getting pretty. Meanwhile, the gold is looking rather ugly. Remember, there's no gold on the east side. This isn't Puppy Paw being a noob. It's simply he has to play west side Gorge. This is the rough element of Gorge, is sometimes you do just get this full dedicated spawn of food one side, gold the other. And it can screw you. Definitely feels like it screwed him in this one. Oh, spin count has been reduced pretty heavily. And if everyone's wondering, why doesn't Puppy Paw just call GG? Oh my god, I've got a day to get on with. Remember, guys, this is single elimination. He's got nothing else to play for, right? Win this series or fail to make finals. Right now, he might be on a recovery arc. Knights are going to shuffle in. When you're vetted up, you do hit pretty damn hard here. Actually, with the damage buff of Candled Saddles, you'd be able to two-hit villagers. He doesn't have that yet, though. But he does have his numbers on his side, at least temporarily. Continues to hit the villagers. But that goes both ways as Louis, once again, finding eco kills in the French base. Army count has thinned heavily here. This was like, what, 60, 70 military versus 20 before? So Puppy Paw is doing a good job of min-maxing the few units he has left because he can't afford to replace Knights Lost. This would take a miracle. Although this is not shown, Puppy Paw is trying to do the work of a saint. Hold back the Elephant Tide before they even come. Military numbers are truly deceptive now, guys. Louis, 12 of this is not attacking. It's Scholars. Louis doesn't have an iron grip on this game like he once did. And the Knights are still everywhere in a game where you start to set up farms, which means you're spreading out more. Wolves aren't up either because Louis learned the hard way earlier in this series that Wolves in Season 9 do not come easily. Might be able to extract a few more kills here. Maybe? He's not risking it. He's so scared of losing just one knight here. This might actually be the comeback of the tournament if he pulls it off. Louis barely has an army anymore. 19 spears. By the way, big oversight from Louis. He never got veterancy. He never got veterancy. He never got relics. Louis panicking. It may not be obvious straight away, but when you consider these details, he hasn't queued up Blacksmith. Sorry, I was right, I'm an idiot. He's in feudal. I'm being an idiot. Ignore me. Why did my brain is like, he's going to go castle. I don't think he can actually get castle now, though, right? I'm having one of those moments, guys. I need to get some more caffeine in me. And we do have vet archers now from Puppy Paw. I think you have to just go gold here. But there's so much out of time on his food. Louis, he may be able to get gold, but then he won't have the food, right? Like, it's kind of choose your poison here. Farms now coming. I can't believe this is actually happening. And remember, over time, guys, he will get back into this because of the TC. It's producing every 17 seconds, so he is gradually clawing back the eco losses. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, 41 worker kills to 15, right? This should be over. Puppy Paw refuses to die. Knights are, however, starting to get found. We have got walls coming up, so Louis is beginning to hunker down. Louis can't take the pocket food, that's why. There's not much deer left here, right? Because he pro-scouts a bunch of it in. But, like, what pocket food are you talking about? You're a deli, you can't take a boar, right? You have to go farms. Puppy Paw now arriving the archers. I mean, this is the counter to everything. He cannot fight veteran archers. The Knights have bought the time, and now vet archers alone can win this game. Louis is in trouble. Puppy Paw, he's going to drag her all the way to a 5th game. You can smell it, you can sense it, you can feel it in this one. Ghazi not scary enough on the raid on the flank. Villagers will not be denied. Ghazi are starting to arrive for Louis. He has got the farms functional again. So in theory, there's still a way to recover this, but he needs to start shrinking the archer blob before it gets too big. Spears just moshpitting it. Wait, did he? Did he maybe jump ahead of time? This is an interesting kind of dynamic between archers. Like, in theory, yes, Vet archers should win, but when you have a blob of standard feudal archers, they can still win out. Especially when it's a mosh pit of spears as well. He's shoving him back. Oh my god. Puppy Paw has got food again, but it's limited food. The berries are almost out. The deer is very far on the flank, as known. He doesn't have many farms at home, only about 12 in total. Make that 15. Fight in the center. The Knights are going to commit. He is min-maxing those health bars. Looks like Louis is going to have to back up, though. He got some space, but I don't think he can keep pushing this. I think he's scared to retreat, because the moment you retreat, it's going to be Knights diving on both sides again. We do have gold gathering underway, so Louis is trying to make a play here. He wants that castle. He needs that castle. Just 2 war elephants changes this entire game. Gets 1 gold drop off, but that's not a lot. Could he just stockpile food here? That's what I'm wondering. Like, stockpile food and you trade across could work as well. Farm count is really good. Louis now up to 38. And Louis has to be feeling it, right? The longer he waits, the worse this gets, because Puppy Paw, the gap is closing, right? 54 to 67. This was over a 20 eco lead a few minutes ago. It's the French threat. Given enough time, right? So hard to defend against Vet archers as well with just a few Ghazi. I mean, you know, you have great bonus damage exchange, right? But the fact is it's a 9 damage unit and you have a pitiful 3 ranged armor. So you're only mitigating a third of the damage. And this is meant to be the counter unit. And the problem is, to build more of these Ghazi, to build enough Ghazi to defend against archers, you're actively keeping yourself away from Castle Age. Ghazi are going to go for a flank raid again, though. Nice little bit of chip damage hunting here. 2 villagers are going to be sniped down. Might actually get 4 in total. He targets the low ones. Clubs another. He gets it. Sick micro. Louis heads in with 3 Ghazi, gets 4 villager kills. Every single one matters here. To delay the massive quality from Puppy Paw. Also the archers. Man, he's just gunning for the veterans. Overextension though. Knights do surround them. Complete out of position. The spears are on the way though. We'll be able to shove this away. This trade is favoring him. Louis able to scare away the archers. However, Knights now can dive in the economy. If Puppy Paw really wants to commit this, he can send the Knights to all the different little partitioned areas of farms. Instead, he's going to blob. The problem with blobbing here is, yeah, Louis can react like this. Just shuffle out in one direction and escape. And there's no charge coming, so Puppy Paw are actually not going to be able to do anything here. Villagers will safely get away. Meanwhile, just keeping that blob down for Puppy Paw. He's getting back up to mass spears again. No way. How? I just want you guys to really process what the state of this game was 10 minutes ago. And then ask, how is it still going on? Villagers get found. Wall up, not successful that time. Not the way he wanted it. Louis, wait. Just blend in with the walls, boys. Blend in with the walls. What? I can't believe that. Puppy Paw could have easily killed, what, 4 more villagers before running away. Didn't want to lose any of the Knights. So Louis maintaining a 20 eco lead. Spears now arriving on the deer and the gold. Doesn't care about the outpost, right? No arrow slits here. Hasn't at least got the +2 upgrade, so it's going to sting. But with this many spears, she'd be worth it for the eco kills. Villagers aren't even repairing, so Louis should be able to scalp a few heads. Yeah, injured villagers in the area, right? He's actually got more here. It looks like he's getting distracted in the center. Puppy Paw will reform and shuffle away. This was actually an expensive dive for Louis. Didn't get as many eco kills as he was hoping for. However, the shiv's out. Maybe a little bit of an oversight there by Puppy Paw. Does lead to additional villager kills. However, does give him an opening in the center. Spear count is now down to 23. Louis, did he just make a bit of a blunder here? The eco is still good, right? He's got triple the food income. So in theory, he can afford to throw away troops like that. The eco lead has now built back up to 24. The Knights are getting a little bit haphazard on their placement. I don't think Puppy Paw realized that. So another one goes down. Do we have any techs? No. That's actually crazy because, guys, Cantored Saddles would be worth its weight in gold for killing villagers here. Just means those initial lance charges can actually extract kills quite easily. And once again, he's just blobbing into archers. Military is close to neck and neck now, though. Especially when you minus the scholars, right? It's only a six unit difference. And yes, Delhi Horsemen are good against men-at-arms because they get bonus damage versus heavy. So they offset half your melee armor. He's going to be dive underneath the TC. That has split up the fight, though. It's kind of tricky to mobilize these knights around all these houses. Ghazi are going to get body blocked, trying to enter. Louis, he needs to shrink that count again, because once the archer count goes down, the spearman can win. This is key. Scholar's even involved in this, just to give that little bit of extra healing. Louis will continue to snipe. Second wave of archers now arriving from Puppy Paw. He's not done yet. The knights, Finn the herd. Spearman count about as low as it's ever been in this game. And I think Louis may have simply too many archers and not enough front line. This is it. This is what Age of Empires 4 games can deliver. The comeback at the tournament. Puppy Paw, he wants that game 5. He can taste it. Salesman of the year here as he looks to close. Louis MT on the ropes. No standing army to hold this back. An admirable attempt to try and cinch it after it slipped away from him, but there's no denying it now. Puppy Paw, 12 knights in the field, 16 archers. Louis MT has nothing to protect this vulnerable economy. Unbelievable game. We had concerns, right? We wrote this off. We thought it was done. The moment that castle play came out, Louis MT looked firmly in the driving seat. Maybe a little bit too ambitious to end in H2. And now stuck there eternally. GG called. We are getting a game 5. And what a way to do it. It does mean we'll be slightly behind schedule for the second semifinals. I don't know if the players will be up for holding it back for one game, Tune. Don't know if you want to check with them. It would be great if we could catch them live. But insane turnaround from Puppy Paw. I think that one is simply titled Comeback of the Tournament. Warlord Grand Finalist relives his nightmare? Alright. So, whoopsie. Let's get ready, because we are heading to a game 5, folks. It is going to be on Coastal Cliffs. And we don't have many civs left to play with. I said, actually, Puppy Paw's draft looked reasonable if we go the full distance. And I stand by that statement. He's got, what? Mongols and Abbasids left over against Japanese or Order of the Dragon. I think you play... Can you play Abbasids here? You have to play Mongols. You have to play Mongols. Mongols can be good against Japan. If it's OOTD, I'm not so sure, though. It's OOTD. Okay, actually, Puppy Paw, dude, Soul Read here. He went Abbasids, which against Order of the Dragon will be better. The only tricky part here is the stone spawns really far away, so you can't rush multi-TC. All right, 45 seconds out. Oy, oy, oy. Well, this day is bloody delivering. Holy crap. So let me mark that up. That is going to be a win for Puppy Paw. And now, an unexpected game number 5. I'm going to check with the players if they're happy. Kraky and Wham, if they're happy to start their set a tiny bit later, just so that we can see both sets fully live. Hopefully they'll be fine with it. We'll get confirmation of that, though. Oh, bloody hell, what a day. I need a moment to digest this all because we just saw the comeback of the tournament in game number 4, and it gets us the full distance. One and all, welcome back to the semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 1. Should have been called Madness because that game was absolute madness. We come to a 5th game here, Puppy Paw, with the Abbasid Dynasty in the teal, going up against Louis MT with the worst rated Civ in Season 9. It's Order of the Dragon. He's going to need something magical. He's going to need something special, and this is a tricky matchup, folks. I've seen plenty of OTD versus Abbasids, and the Abbasids are obnoxious for their ability to just camel archer up and middle finger you out of the game. So we'll see what Louis is going to be able to do. Love the opening play. Immediately pulls out onto the deer for the better gathering rates. Abbasids are an intriguing pick here, folks. Normally, if we were playing like Dry Arabia, I wouldn't want to write Louis off, but I'd say it's like 90-10. It's pretty bad. However, Coastal Cliffs is a bit different. One of the big things to keep in mind with Coastal Cliffs that makes Abbasids a bit harder to play is the natural TC boom strategy is harder to do because of this. The stone spawns further out. So this isn't like a Dry Arabia or Lipany where you as an Abbasid player are safely just TC booming at home. There's a risk coming out here. I'm curious to see what Puppy Paw's approach is going to be to offset that, because the meta right now, and I'd say about 80% of games, has been Eco Wing to get your hands on Fertile Crescent and play multi-TC. I'm also curious if this is going to be Archon or Minework. My instincts are saying Minework and more of an all-in approach coming from Louis. Some of the players think the Abba is broke. I think they're broken. I think the Eco Wing is too good. That's the problem. I mean, you can have Camels be an absurd unit if you want to. It's just the problem is they get to Camels too easily. Camels should feel situational, but Camels in recent weeks have become a mainstay of almost every game and every matchup. All right, he's not going to try it then. It is going to be Military Wing. Do you just mass archers? That's tricky against Order of the Dragon though, right? Because OTD. I think the reason he's going Military Wing is to block Fast Castle. Gold is on the east side, so if Louis sniffs this, he can just set up an outpost. He doesn't have much wood gathering though, so the timing could end up being off. He should be scouting this. Should have just glimpsed that it is Millie Wing. He does still see 2 on gold, so he knows some techs are coming behind this. This could be that Puppy Paw is going for like an all-in-y type play, which I think would make sense against OOTD. Mainly the way you play that though is you don't just full dent it, you kind of kite and kill, right? Because with Mine Work, things like Men at Arms come into the picture. You aren't going to kill them quickly, but with the archers, you should be able to kite them. How do you guys vote, by the way? I'm kind of curious. 58.9k points to 29.6. Was that a majority for Puppy Paw? Dude, people believing in the Abbasid ways, and he's going for the stone anyway. So, I don't know if I got Avli in chat, but I think the way he described this on his map, because Avli created this one, is a cardinal sin. This is not meant to be an easy play to make. Going on stone is meant to be one of the most difficult things in the first few minutes of Coastal Cliffs, because it's not protected. It's so far out. In some ways, I think he got a closer spawn, so he lucked out a bit there. If I'm not mistaken, the berries shoved this stone a bit further away for Louis. In fairness, though, you're never going to do Order of the Dragon 2TC here. The problem with doing 2TC is, like, anytime you do a TC race with either China or Abbasids, it doesn't feel good. Because the moment they see that you're willing to oblige a TC race, they kind of just take the cake and eat it, right? For example, if you go 2TC as Order of the Dragon, Puppy Ball's going to be like, fine, I'm going to go 3TC. If you go 3TC as Order of the Dragon, he's going to go 4, 5, 6 TCs, right? This is the power that Abbasids are trying to have, is they almost feel impossible to TC race. And I know the question on people's minds, who wins Abbasids or Chinese in a TC race? I think Abbasids can actually win from an economical standpoint, but the risk is that you get late game against China, and the quality of units should be better. Because hand cannon is. I haven't seen it on Season 9, though, so I'm curious how much the changes have impacted that. So, Millie Wing on the way. It's going to be a blocker onto the deer, but Louis already respects it and backs away straight away. The question now is this Fast Castle? He's got 4 on gold. He hasn't committed tech. He's got archer range coming. Correct approach here, right? Like, you could go Men at Arms that'll get kited. If you build just 2 Gilded Archers, you counter this play entirely. The problem is what's happening behind this, really. It is 2TC. And yeah, Louis knows what's happening. He's shoving the deer around. So he's already trying to ruin what Puppy Paw really wants here, which is a good, firm TC slap bang in the middle of the deer. Can he actually pinch the scout? He could. Not quite quick enough there, though. Really important that you keep the scout alive if you're playing into Gilded Archers. It's a vulnerable unit. And remember, he didn't get the Eco Wings, so it's not a cheaper TC. However, it's going to be worth it due to the fresh foodstuffs. Saving 18 food per worker. It's pretty crazy, actually. Like, the maths involved in this, it just allows you to do things that other civs wouldn't in this situation. Like, for example, play 2 TC, go Horseman. Right? A Bassad's usually the only civ that will confidently and comfortably do that in the early age. Louis is going to be going Fast Castle. So he gets the 1 Gilded Archer. He doesn't commit more, there's no point. Your opponent's on 2 TC now. Louis is doing 100% the correct thing. Puppy Paw is probably aware that it's a Fast Castle play. I don't know if Camel Archers is great here against Gilded Knights. It's a huge damage debuff, but you also just aren't going to kill them. So you're probably going to have to go Spears. I'm sorry, you want to do French 2TC Horseman? Alright, Gully Deckle. Did you qualify to week number 2? Second Gilded Archer being built. Undermesh as well. I think Louis is just trying to poke into the economy a little bit while he's teching. It's not a bad idea. Pretty sure I will. Okay, so let me translate what Gully just said there. He's going to, just like the previous season, play 10 games of H3 in a row, get ranked 6 on the ladder, and then stop. Did I get that correct? We do have Camel Archers. Horseman alongside it as well.
Now you're my
And what is up, Anatan, my friend? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Thank you, thank you. You're just in time for the deciding game in what has been an insanely epic set between Puppy Paw and Louis MT. Game 4, genuinely I think it's going to be game of the week. We should probably try and do, like, I don't know, maybe I should do a summary of, like, my tournaments each week. Don't know how that would work. Really need to work on the YouTube editing and thumbnail side for that to be worthwhile. Burgrave now on the way. Yeah, this is cool. So the reason for Burgrave is it's kind of like having 2 relics in terms of savings if you keep using it. And the problem of rushing castle with OOTD is you just don't have army. So this fixes that problem. And you're doing it so early, your opponent doesn't have mass Camel Archers yet. Good at Archers in the meantime. Love the shivs out. The Archer mass isn't big enough to threaten here. Right? Villagers have 65 HP, so just snipes them down. Goes to the trade out, stands his ground. Great read there by Louis. Keeps his composure. 2 Gilded Archers should be enough to scare this. The Camel Archer does change things, though. Might have to consider just backing away temporarily. Has a reasonable amount of gold to work with here. And I think we're going to be looking at... You have to go Men-at-Arms, right? Because if you build Spears, Camel Archers get double damage. Yeah, so Men-at-Arms get queued up. And he does have the required gold for the upgrade. And remember, he's getting a big discount on the cost anyway. Puppy Paw not too far for his own tech. And this is what? Military Wing to make up the difference? You actually could go Culture Wing. I don't know if you really benefit that much from Melee Wing here. Your opponent's not going to go Knights, right? So you don't need Camel Riders. Or in theory, he shouldn't be going Knights. Burgrave pretty much locks him into infantry comps. Because he's looking to blob number instead of having like the quality of Gilded Knights. And you guys may sense my fingers moving when I go quality, because I don't actually think Gilded Knights are that great. Oh, sorry, my brain. Yeah, you already Military Wing, didn't you? I'm an idiot. Dude, this is the thing. I'm so used to Eco Wing now. I think you go Culture. Eco Wing's way too greedy. So panorama, we're pretty much in panoramic view, just with 2 slight notches in. The reason I do that is because Twitch's quality isn't that great otherwise. It defuzzes things zooming like this. Culture Wing on the way. There you go. Makes a lot of sense. Look at his eco upgrades, guys. He has nothing. So you kind of need this. Otherwise, your transition is not going to be very efficient. He does have a decent amount of units he could potentially upgrade, right? The Camel Archers come to mind. You have the Blacksmith techs on top of the Eco techs. All these things do benefit from Preservation of Knowledge. Meantime, Louis now marching out. First time in the game. Golden Cuirass coming in. Well, Gully, the reason... No. So, like, that really filters it unfairly. The reason why everyone thought Military Wing was broken before is because we were in a TC meta. The Military Wing was broken because you could block the TC play. Now the TC meta is gone, Abbasis can play their TCs in a meta where everyone else can't. That's the value. That's what makes it so good. Because Military Wing's whole point was that it was a blocker to greed. But we're not in a greedy meta anymore, so Military Wing sucks. Dive comes in. Gonna find a village to kill, but not much. It is almost a 20 eco lead already for Purple. Now remember, the quality is better for Louis' eco, so add about 25% onto this number. Gap isn't as big as it seems. It's not as drastic as it would be. But it is still a lead. So Louis needs to find some damage. The problem is with just 6 men at arms, you're not really at a point where you can easily torch the TC. And also, the archers, they don't have the scale armor, so diving isn't easy here, right? Because you need the archers underneath, otherwise your opponent cheese repairs you. But without that +3 armor, you're not going to be able to stand there. But knows he can't take the fight directly right now, so what does he do? He goes for a counter-offensive. Louis does have the outpost up. No Struan in placement, though. He's going to be able to garrison. We'll shuffle away with the rest. Good formation shuffle as well. Gets the distance. Meantime, he's going to try to break through the tree line here. So Palisade is being burnt. Looks like Puppy Paw is just trying to starve resources so that he can deal with the wave eventually. He has got crossbows coming. The thought process here is if you do these moves that Puppy Paw is making, where you go golden food, Louis' only option is Gilded Archers. One's going to break, so Puppy Paw does have to shuffle away from there. He's not ready to contest this directly just yet. Second wall is going to go up to eliminate options. Camel Archers are targeting the right unit. Remember, 12 base damage unit into 6 armor, so 50% breach. However, those are now veteran Gilded Archers, so just as hard hitting in return, especially when you equate the attack speed difference. Puppy I think he's surviving this. He's up to 5 crossbows. It's not quite enough yet. Archers getting added in. He doesn't have veterancy there. The Gilded Archers are annoying. They do also have the Undermesh level 2. And the +2 damage. This is too soon of a fight for Puppy Paw, surely. Lancer is going to distract, but the men at arms just wail on him there. Gilded Archer backline is going to stand its ground against this. Nice microwave by the crossbows, but that does mean the Archers are now frontlining for you. This is a terrible fight for Puppy Paw. Felt like it was a necessity to take it, but gets punished. And also the Wolves joining in, finding an eco kill. Camel Archers on the flank, they are still alive for the time being, but the outposts are starting to counter them effectively here. Louis hasn't reacted yet, though. Neither has Puppy Paw. He attacked the outpost. Oh, no. I actually think Louis got this. Puppy Paw, it doesn't feel comfortable to wait, but I feel he panicked a little there when he tried to take the fight. Didn't maybe show enough respect to the impact those archers had pushing away the crossbows. You need like closer to 10, 12 crossbows when you go. I think you went when you had like 8. But 8 total, and I think you had 5 in the engagement. Now remember, these men-at-arms have higher torch damage. 25 per torch. Goes in. There's no fire armor here. Second TC is going to fall. And yeah, the double gold spawn really is hurting Puppy Paw. You're correct. He has got the retracted option he's now gathering on, but that gap seems to be stinging him here. TC is going to go down. Doesn't even try to protect against the Gilded Archers. Is this it? Louis MT, is he going to take down a Red Bull Warlord Grand Finalist in the first week of the midweek muster? It's starting to look like it. Archers able to gap close on the villagers. There is no wheelbarrow for these poor fellas. Will be a chase and a kill. Eco lead is shrinking. I think Puppy Paw realizes he just needs to trade. It's actually reminiscent of game number 4. He needs to go kill to get this. If he just tries to deal with the threat coming into his base, he's just going to slowly die by 1,000 cuts. So kind of needs that big punch into the base, into the economy. Easier said than found, though. Why are more people watching ML's French than the English version here? Probably because there's a big French crowd. Marine Lord is a legacy RTS player of over a decade, and also is part of one of the biggest orgs in France. And I am a small bird. But if we want to bring more English people in, let people know about the tournaments, we have got 30 weeks of this. And it's delivering action like this. Archers dive in. Nice trade on the backside. There is no scale armor here, so they're not that tanky. The men-at-arms are not being addressed, though. Crossbow count down to 3. This is the problem, right? Like, you can address the archers. Maybe. Not even managing to here. But the men-at-arms look unkillable. Yeah, I'm struggling to see the way now for Puppy Paw. I mean, he's blobbing archers. Composite bows can be good if you have it. But it's the gold issue again. He has one person getting gold. It's going to be a long time before you're going to get his hands on that upgrade. I don't know, man. I mean, according to some players, this is the best sim of the game. And this is the worst one. And Louis MT right now, firmly in the driving seat. He's hitting the eco. Gilded Archers just great at easily sniping this out. Not even Textiles will be able to save you. Puppy Paw just with full range comp because anything that's melee just dies to these boys. Ay, ay, ay. He's going to bait him into a fight. The villagers now being shifted away. Second group of men-at-arms is coming in. The other problem is Puppy Paw just doesn't have full focus firepower in one location, which means the Gilded Archers win, right? Like, you're bringing half your archers to this fight, which means you're actually on par in terms of firepower with the backline of OOTD. Puppy Paw. He snuck to the southern corner for gold. Louis found him, though. Look at that attack speed. 3 more villagers down. Gold deprived. He just got composite bows. His one hope of recovering this. Fortnite's queued up. Composite bows there. Surely Puppy Paw is not about to do this again. Come back at the tournament in game number 4. Could we see a bigger comeback here? Second group of men-at-arms is coming. Looks to sandwich him. Lancers frontlining 1 by 1 is not going to work here. And you can actually see the Golden Cuirass proving pretty effective. Just takes so many shots to down these boys. Might just have at least reformed together. However... okay, I don't know if this is a good trade for Puppy Paw. Without Textiles, in fairness, he is actually interrupting the attack pattern. So, loses what? 2 Oh, no, there's another one. Somehow Louis just always has 1 or 2 units slivering in after economy, and it really is crippling Puppy Paw here. 12 villager lead now for Abbas up against OTD is a nightmare, and now the second wave arrives. That's curtains closed. This type of eco loss there's no coming back from, right? You're about to be on par with OT Villi count. Army not microing away anymore. And that's even a bigger nightmare, right? If you're standing still against Gilded Archers, their attack speed, it's actually worse for them if they have to stutter step because they attack so fast. They're better standing still. Overwhelming lead, overwhelming victory here. The Chinese prodigy kid is going to make it to the grand finals. The first player ever to qualify to a midweek muster finals. And what a way to do it. What a series to do it in. Commiserations to Puppy Paw, but I mean, he made top 4. He definitely is invited back to week number 2 if he wants to return. What a fun and incredible series. Louis MT, I remember actually, he tried to prove a point with OOTD in the early days of Coastal Cliffs in tournament play and done it. And he just done it again here in the midweek muster. Dude, that was insane. What an insane series. And just the first, right? We still have another series to go. Time to learn OOTD, right? Right? Louis is educating us in the ways. I mean, in fairness, maybe he's onto something. He did, like, educate us in the ways with Joan, if you guys remember. Right? Really on point there. And now, here we go again. Oh, wow. Incredible. But, guys, we have another series, by the way. I believe the draft, yep, the draft's been done. Big shout out to Kraky and Wham. They were waiting for that game to finish to play their series. So we are going to have another live series. I just saw that... Wait, did they just random? Oh, yeah. Oh, they can. In fairness, like, yeah, so Wham and Kraky randomed after banning, because that's the way I saw all the random cubes, and I was like, huh? So let's get the draft set up for the next series. Let's reset. No surprise, Pigeons Valley has been banned again. However, Coastal Cliffs has been banned this time, which means that we will get Cliffside making an appearance. Let me go ahead and reset series, put it to 5. We'll go through this again. Atoll, Socotra, Frisian, Gorge, and then Cliffside. Boom. I believe that is all updated. So, second semi-finals, folks. Another Chinese sushi pick. Yeah, but funnily enough, not on the player you'd expect. Like, Kraky obviously likes these, but also, I feel like it feels a bit like a blocker as well, because we know that Puppy Paul likes picking it. I think Wham would fit the same as well. I think they must have just started their game up, because it's not spectatable right now, so just give us a sec. Yep. Perfect timing. Oh, man. If you're not following this channel with notification turned on, by the way, I don't know why. This is what you get. 30 weeks of esports action is coming. And I wouldn't want you guys to miss it. We'll be live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays covering these games. By the way, Grand Finals this will be on Thursday at 17 GMT, and this is the official point of coverage for it. Meanwhile, by the way, I'm quickly going to munch on one of my bars. I have... Or should we try the chocolate fudge flavor today? You guys seen these? Protein Works. That's right. They're back with us for the 5th month in a row. If you guys want to get your hands on these are heavily discounted right now. They're down to like £1 each. They're delicious. They're actually brilliant. The reason they're discounted is because the expiration date is the start of December, but you will have eaten them by then. Let me know if you guys want recommendations, by the way. Definitely if you like seeing Protein Works in the scene and you actually like this content, it's a cool way of supporting me and you guys getting money. Getting value rather yourself by spending money, because these are pretty cool. I definitely recommend the fruit-flavored replacement meals. The new tropics are really cool as well. Things like the matcha latte, the caramel lattes are fantastic also. And if you use my code KillerPigeon, you'll get an extra 10% off on their hefty discounts already. Free shipping in Europe for anything above, I think it's 65 or 70 euros. And then scaling shipping for different regions. So like, for example, America, it'll go down once you hit the $50, $150 thresholds. But cheers. Let's get ready for the set. If it will switch. Oh, yeah? What do you think, Estrella? You like the stuff? You like what you got? Oh. Yo! Sorry, mouth is full. But Marcel, you legend. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the donation. Much love, buddy. Thank you, Traxy. There was a stream a long time ago where Pesty had the same problem. He revealed his real-life name without meaning to. Got him. Salt of caramel peanut bar. Dude, I got that this time. I haven't tried it yet. I'm excited. If I had a bit more time, I would have dipped the bar in it just to double down on the deliciousness. All right, let's get ready to go. Do my eyes deceive me? Kraky, infamous for his hate of HRE, has allowed it through the banning phase in the semi-finals of the midweek muster. One and all, Welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We've got Wham versus Kraky, the second semi-final of our first ever official Age of Empires tournament we're running. First of 30 weeks to come, by the way. What a crazy week it's been already. We've seen big upsets. We've seen incredible comebacks. We already have our first player qualified through to the grand finals, Louis MT, the Chinese kid prodigy. And now, the potential for another unexpected. Kraky, a very talented player, but if you were to ask people to list their top 5, and I don't think Kraky will mind me saying, he isn't there. He's the echelon below, right? You're thinking your Marine Lords, your Beasties. You're thinking Wham, Puppy Paw. Well, guess what? Puppy Paw, Beastie, two of those names were in this tournament. And this man took down one of them. He annihilated Beastie 2-1 in the end to get here. Let's see what he can do with Jushi that are looking like the most potent pick right now on Atoll, our opening map in the first week. HRE yet to be seen here, but folks, for good reason. They are basically banned every single draft. So I haven't really got many insights into the way you want to play this other than you have options. You can play for that Feudal. You can play for the all-in Dark Age Rush. It looks like he's going for the Feudal play. That does mean that Kraky gets a good Meditation Garden option here. Probably like here could be good. Double Berry plus the gold. Or you go double gold and Tree Line, really safe at home. Did we get predictions up, by the way? I don't think we did. So we'll get predictions done for the last one. And we will get ready for the new predictions. Sorry, the camera's not moving because I'm setting this up. God, this patch is so laggy on my PC. Let me know if you guys have been having performance issues as well. I'm in direct contact with the devs, so I'm trying to let them know about these things. I don't think I'm alone in this. They definitely done something with Season 9 that's made it more laggy. Kraky was asked if he was top 10, and he said no. Now we know he's top 5. Boom, there you go. Yeah, I mean, Kraky will be real about it. Like, he hasn't had as much time to play recently, right? Because he's been busy, you know, he's been making his own house, work, and everything else, right? So, you know, you compare it to Wham, Poppy Paw, Beastie, Marine Lord, these players that are like full time. Makes sense, you know, he's not delusional about it. Kraky is a very talented player, very capable. But, you know, he's happy to sit there casting instead of playing. 1, because he enjoys it, and 2, because he hasn't got as many hours to commit. But maybe this will convince him to go a different way. That is a gorgeous Meditation Garden. Triple gold. That's going to be 75 gold, 36 food, and about 20 wood. Oh, the absolute jackpot. Meanwhile, Wham gets a pretty good one here as well. Archon Chapel on the Deer Tree Line. First time we're getting to see this because first H3 pick. But this map is really good for these type of spawns, right? You usually get gold plus deer and sheep as well. Sheep count is sitting at what? Wham with 11, 16 on the other side. Kraky also does have fishing. So the fact that he's kind of comparing on the tech timing, pretty good. Fishing has started to come in for Wham, but I think he's got less, right? And that'll be due to the quicker production that you get for Jushi. And the other reason why Jushi is able to compete is you have to remember they are getting a 15% discount on this deck. But, Feng Shui, balance, perfection has been reached here. Archer ship on the way. Wham with the Soul Read, though, already has a Springled ship in queue. And wow. Sorry, I'm the one getting shook up for not putting enough credence on Kraky's name. I just saw the voting. Excuse you all? I'm getting judged when there's an 83% vote poll in favor of Wham? That's right, I'm shaming all of you. Also, shame on you if you're not subscribed. You'd have double the points to bet on Kraky. What's going on? So Archer ship is going to have to back away. Great micro. Wham's already blocked the retreat. Kraky, however, does have the demo coming. Great reaction. That's actually a high-level reaction on both sides, right? So the demo ship can't get the kill, but also at the same time, Kraky gets enough room to back away with the junk now. It's still a negative play for Kraky because he did lose a demo ship and didn't kill anything in return. But that is being made up by the fact that Wham now has 2 fishing boats idled. However, you are still up against a 40% better economy. I'm not going to be delusional, folks. It is actually a really big problem, even when you get gold tier meditation gardens. Demos. Already, he needs a second one pumped here. Instead, Kraky does have a Springled ship on the way. Terrible positioning, though. You can't use your dogs now. Wham just brute forced him. He may be about to lose water. You can keep playing it, but you'll be playing it from behind. Archer ship. Should be able to counter this. Double demo coming in, looking for the sprint kill. The fishing boats as well. He doesn't even get it. Are you kidding me? He can't even get a fishing boat kill. This is ridiculous. 0 HP. This man ain't legit. Wow. He's just in full control here. That's absurd. I mean, Kraky, it's a cool idea in theory, but, you know, unless the player isn't paying attention, unless he sees it last second, the fishing boat demo pool doesn't often work out. In theory, it can, because when you're close together, the fishing boats will take some of the archer shots instead of the demo ship. Just didn't work out accordingly for him, though. Is at least able to recover here with the archer ship coming out. Ram does now have the sprint advantage, though. The archer ship is about to be sunk. He's able to chase this stuff down. Keep in mind, Kraky, he has no fishing now. Wham still has 2. Demo, not able to connect. Scout goes down as well. Okay, can we have like 5 seconds without Kraky losing something? This is getting a bit painful. It almost looks like Kraky was trying to slimly move towards this idea of castle, but now he has to expedite it. So, gold worker count hasn't gone up. Bit surprised. Oh, he's not going castle. He's going all in. So water may have been lost, but now Wham may be overinvested. It's quite the gamble, though. Keep in mind, Wham has plenty of resources in reserve. If he spots this early, which he could because he's the one with a scout alive, he can and does scout it. He can now just play into Horseman or Castle. Yeah, so this is the sad reality. This map is hard to hide things from a scout unless you kill the scout. He didn't kill the scout. Kraky has to be aware he built the archery range in range, right? I mean, he definitely knows it. He just revealed the Jugenu on the scout. Wham has walls coming up. No, that doesn't work. Guys, the new walls are slow. This is like old wall logic. The Jugenu should be able to get there in time unless the boats arrive. I'm confused. Is Kraky going castle or is he playing feudal? There's a lot of Jug being built, but this is slow. Weirdly enough, he's going to the wrong direction. I get it because he wants to be away from the boats, but if he doesn't speed up, he's... Wait, what? What is happening? You don't kill Zhug quickly, the balls quickly, guys. It takes 150 shots, so... Well, 50 shots. It takes 50 Zhug shots to kill a ball. This is not him trying to get food. This is him misclicking. And that misclick, that fatal misclick, means he's definitely going to be too late. He's going to see the walls, and by the time he realizes and checks the south side, this is complete. Oh, no. All right, guys. It's all good. It's absolutely fine. We are only 416, 418 shots away from getting in. It's all good. 417, actually. We got a ram coming, though. However, do you know what counts as a ram, guys? The same thing that counts as Zhug. And we also have Burgrave on the way, so Wham aging up while also getting some horsemen ready to defend. This is smart from Wham. If he'd gone for the Regnants, he would have been in trouble. You just don't get value out of Regnants here, right? Because, like, you're being pressured. It's an all-in timing. So, sure, it'd be nice to get double value out of Relics, but you need a Flood. Because, like, let's be real. From Kraky's position, he's not going to go castle, right? He needs to flood units. So you just need to mirror that. Jugenu mass tends to work when you just don't have numbers. Right? It's in the name, it's a Zerg. Horsemen are going to march in. And Kraky, where are we? Oh, no. He just, yeah. No, this is like an immediate GG, I think. It's men-at-arms spam. Your opponent has fishing. He also has, what, 7 sheep left over. He's got the berries on the south side, which he's now gathering from. It's not going to stop, and it means that Kraky has to call it. GG called. An admirable attempt at recovery from Kraky, but the dude knows when he's beat. He waves the white flag. Oh, cool game to open up, though. Our first HRE pick of the tournament, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to double-check those stats, but it has been banned consistently throughout. What do you guys think was going through Kraky's mind other than Wham's giant ballista shots, which was piercing his brain, to let this through. Is it to maybe make him uncomfortable? We know Kraky is capable of slaying the best. We'll have to find out if he can in this series as it continues on. Oh, you're right. Dragonman used it versus MSN. Correct. Sorry, I forgot about that one. It rarely gets through, though. Definitely in the top 16, I'm pretty sure this is the first time it's been allowed. Okay, guys. So, one game down. We get ready for the second. Let's see where we're going. So let me update this. So we just had the HRE versus Yuji. And that is a, as expected, win for HRE. Kraky. What have we got that could bounce back? Where does he want to go, actually? Oh, sorry, I didn't update the graphic there. Dude, I keep wanting to put my foot down, but it feels so uncomfortable in this full cast now. How you rate the ABBA versus OTD game? I mean, it was Pika Louie, right? Best game of that series is still Game 4, though. Ooh. What? How am I trolling the Cracker? What have I done here? Nani? I mean, he goes Socotra, right? Kraky loves Socotra. No, we're going Gorge. Ooh. Delhi versus Ayabid. I think Delhi can struggle. No. So before the Elephant meta and the Dome of Faith, Ayabids were actually starting to do really good against Delhi by going Growth Wing. But I'm not so sure now. Like, Delhi kind of feel OP. He'll go healers and feudal? Yeah, because you slowly kill Desert Raiders, right? You just pull back your injured Ghazi and heal. Actually, yeah, sorry, we'll get double healing, won't you? You're talking about Dervish. That could be sick, actually. Considering Dome of Faith builds, you're not really playing archers straight away. Maybe you just like go okay, this is going to sound wild, but you just basically go Dervish Mass Horseman. Does that sound crazy? Just think about it for a second. And you realize that it's actually it's cooked. You add in like 1 or 2 raiders, but I think you just you could actually just get horsemen. Oof. Well. Elephants are OP. Dervishes are OP. Alright, I'm lost, guys. Who's winning this one? One and all, welcome back to the semi-finals of the first ever midweek muster. We just had an impressive opening game. Wham was able to dominate with the power of the HRE. This one is a little bit more, shall we say, frisky. I'm not entirely sure, actually, how this one is normally meant to play out at the moment because we have seen a lot of changes recently in the dynamics. For a while, the Ayabids were winning this with the Growth Wing play in Feudal. But ever since the Elephanto Fun Time reared its ugly head, Delhi have looked unstoppable. I'm wondering if this is the time where Wham's going to whip out the Dervish build that him and Puppy Paw have been practicing a lot on the ladder. And if he does, what's your answer? Because the thing is, like, you'd think that Delhi would win a healing war in Feudal. They don't. Not against double Dervish unless you can snipe the Dervishes. Because remember, guys, the Dervishes, when you go Logistics Wing as Ibids, it's an AoE. So if you have 50 units, those 50 units are going to get healed, right? It's impossible for Scholars to keep up with that. So the opening plays are going to matter a lot here. I actually think the Ibid Dervish play in this matchup is actually super effective with kind of just Horsemen. You basically play the same format that you would with the 1TC English Abbey of Kings Horseman build, right? It's a mobile healing AoE, right? Likely, we're going to see Desert Raiders as a beginning, but like when you go Desert Raiders, it does give Ghazi an opportunity to fight you back. I do definitely prefer Horsemen because A, it's more cost efficient, and then you just add in 1 or 2 Desert Raiders for the aura, which is more effective in Ghazi when you do a Horseman versus Ghazi fight. It has to be, right? I've convinced myself of it already. It's not because I just love this build. Okay, it's Growth Wing. So yeah, like the only problem with this theoretical play of the logistics to kind of like backpedal this, the problem with logistics wing play here, by going for the healer dervishes, is Delhi are capable of playing archers. Even without Tower Victory, they should be able to out-archer you. And the weakness of this dervish play, similar to the weakness of the Imam play for Ottomans, is does my opponent build range units? So Growth Wing's still pretty good though. Historically, this was the way that Ibids were beating Delhi. Is you would go for the Growth Wing option with 3 extra workers. That's about 120 extra resources per minute. And you're both berry sieves, right? So there's no edge there for Delhi. So the whole logic is you immediately get this eco boon, and your opponent doesn't get his own eco boons until he gets these techs, even with Dome of Faith that's delayed. What's cool about this matchup is even once he gets things like the Horticulture, like the Double Broad Axe, all these techs for free, at that point in the game, an Ibid player should have 10 structures, which would give them the gathering rate increase. So yeah, this is why Ibids are meant to be favored in this matchup. The tricky part is genuinely like Delhi, are they going to fast castle, and what happens if we get elephants? Right, that's the big question mark in my brain. And the problem is, like it's been talked about in chat, this fast castle build, that's the other issue now, is if Kraky's out is to fast castle, you are allowing Ibids to fast castle. In fairness, Delhi do have a better pacing because they can put the skulls across the map. But then that's just assuming that an Ibid player can't afford 1 or 2 units here or there. Which realistically, they should be able to. So I think what you'll probably see from Kraky is Ghazi opening, 4 to 5 of them, and then a play for Sacred Sites. And then from there, it'll be dependent on what Wham wants to do, whether he makes it a Castle Rush or tries to play the Age. Usually against Delhi, you try to play the Age. To an extent, right? We've seen plenty of cool games where Ibids will still go Castle. But it does begin by trying to block your opponent's feudal play. So stable drops coming from Kraky. And mirrored by Wham. Cool thing about doing this with Ibids, you get so much more efficiency in terms of options out of this. Right? Delhi are the kings of efficiency for production because they put a scholar inside. You're the king of efficiency for flexibility because you can build both horsemen and desert raiders out of this. Just kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, players have started to lock onto this more and more, is that it's 2 counter types in one building. There aren't many examples of that in AoE 4. Not in Fuel Age. And yes, Wham is min-maxing. This is potential for Castle. You can already see that he's like taking the risky berries first, then he can play to the safer ones. So good against Ghazi, but also keeps the option open for a Growth Wing Castle play. If your opponent doesn't play the Edge. First Ghazi arriving. How did you guys vote, by the way? I didn't catch it. What was the split in the end? Majority Wham? Nah. Too many people saying Delhi S tier right now. I imagine I'm going to predict 70% went and voted for Kraky. He's just spamming Desert Raiders. I really thought we'd just get 1 Desert Raider and Horseman because it's more cost efficient, but in fairness, if you do just have favorable numbers, you can still beat Ghazi. It's just maybe not as clean. Also, spamming Desert Raiders is less time efficient. Horsemen take 23 seconds, Desert Raiders take 30, so. What's the berry mismatch thing? So the idea is that you want to deplete berries low, but not completely if you want to go Growth Wing. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. He already went Growth Wing, right? Yeah. So he spread out to basically make sure that he didn't use all the berries straight away, so that when he upgraded, he got an extra 300 food. Whereas if you just gathered the berries from the start and didn't move your villagers around, you would have ended up with like an extra 150 food. Typically, if you're keeping like Growth Wing open for Castle, you'll gather all these down to like 1 berry or 50 berries, right? And then when you tech, you'll get an extra 100 per. Obviously, he done this in Feudal, which is why it's much easier, much cleaner. But the reason why he stayed on the berries out here afterwards is, well, 1, you're already doing it. But 2, your opponent's going Ghazi. So if you gather these berries first, you're safer here later because you're next to the TC. It's the same logic behind, if you have map control, do you eat all your sheep at home or do you come out to the deer? You come out to the deer because then later on, if you're pushed off, you now have safe resources. And I just realized, apologies, that BO5 text needs to be deleted because that is in the way. Desert Rain Master's looking big. And you kind of need to fight because the skulls are going to die otherwise, right? Not good that the Ghazi's attacking the scout either. Much better fight here for Wham. Trickler reinforcements are arriving. He's just going to turn to the other side, though. Why are so many Ghazis attacking the scout? Oh, this is sick. Wham just keeps putting that scout in the way of them. It's so much wasted attack power there. And now he can just switch into range form and start tickling away at them, right? That was crazy. Impressive thing is Kraky did at least even up, right? So it was a 1-to-1 in the end. But now you're all injured. So the Desert Raiders can try to play range. I would love to see Wham add in 2 more scouts. It's very cost efficient, 70 resources for 110 health frontline that doesn't get bonus damage against it and heals over time. So, you know, it's kind of your weird version of the Dervish logistics if you think about it. Synchronizers are locked in, so there is definitely some urgency that needs to come out of Wham. Does at least get a nice stipend scholar. Undermesh is on the way. So a little bit tricky for Wham the longer he plays the age now, which is why you're starting to see him save up. Ibid's kind of struggle with the idea of playing into Blacksmiths. I've seen this so frequently. And because you're going Mass Desert Raiders, you need to go for that tech instead then, because without Blacksmith play, look how low your damage is going to be, right? You're at 7 already. An extra 1 on Undermesh means Ghazi will barely feel any tickling from range. So what's this going to be? Dervish or Desert Raider? Because I'm feeling like he's going Desert Raider here. You could go Advisors. Okay, Advancement. Yeah, so he just wants it ASAP. Which makes sense because if you take a long 2-minute timer, it's 2 minutes of Kraky getting 375 gold per minute, right? That's a lot of gold. That's basically more than a third of what it takes to tech up. So I kind of back the play. It makes sense. It's unfortunately you don't get a big advantage, right? A real advantage. But this should actually light a fire underneath Kraky's ass. At a point in the game where he's not ready. Spearmen are on the way, but they're not here yet. Damn. These have been some cool games. It's funny how team games have infected the pros' brains. Because before the team tournaments, you weren't really seeing anyone doing Mass Desert Raiders only. Unless they were doing like cheesy animation cancelling, right? Now, it's making more and more appearances in 1v1. After it was proven that it's ridiculous in team games. Wow, has a lot of resources in reserve, by the way. This is going to be triple Lancer production in just 15 seconds. That's scary, actually. Like, Kraky, even though he's got Spearman coming, it's just so much cavalry already. Do you think the score is accurate? According to that, Kraky should be far ahead. It's techs, right? Because he's got all these extra techs. He hasn't got that many, actually. Is it maybe the scholar detail? Well, his military is much more bloated. That's what it is. It's taking the raw count. So it's calculating score based partially on like your army value. And his army value is insanely high, right? Because Ghazi aren't actually much cheaper than Desert Raiders. It's 140 versus 180. And then you've got scholars, which this is the deceptive part. I think the way the score calculation works is it's not marking them as 65 gold. It's marking them as 130 gold. That's why his score looks so ludicrous. It's going to justify it now. House of Learning on the way. Tricky part is Kraky kind of just needs more spears. So House of Learning doesn't really help you there. However, if you can creep your way into some elephants. Wham's entire comp kind of hates elephants. I mean, they can kill them, right? The Desert Raiders are really good against elephants in terms of bonus damage, but it's still a very chunky unit. And you are, like, low effective HP, right? Whereas tusk damage is very high, spear damage is very high. Ambitious fight from that one Ghazi. Veterancy is in for the Desert Raiders, by the way. So, like, Kraky kind of needs to weave around this fight. He can queue for the Ghazi upgrade himself. We'll be able to get it in just under a minute. Lancer raids are starting to arrive. So remember what we were saying earlier about taking risky resources first with the home berries? Kraky done this on the map here. Now you can fall back to something safer, like maybe the berries on the east side. He has got the deer quite close by as well. And what is up, Lance V33? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Don't forget, guys, if you got Prime subs, it's free money laying there. Feel free to give it to me, and you will be delivered safely from ads. Also, you support someone who's running tournaments for 30 weeks. Not a bad deal. Lancers. Spearmen are not vetted up. So they're actually not that scary in small numbers. And we do have the first elephant arriving. Did he go for Mahoots early? No, he's going home blades first. Hearty rations afterwards. Uh-oh. That's a problem, though. Kraky, 5 villages exposed. There is a trade, though. Both sides are losing eco here. Great dive in. So Kraky struck first. Wham immediately answers back. But reminder that Wham went ecoing. He's meant to be ahead by 3. Damn. Great read by Kraky. And remember, the quality of his army is worse here, right? It's Ghazi, feudalized Ghazi at that. That was a costly strike by Wham. He should have came out ahead from that. Try to follow up with dive in now. So like we said, Desert Raiders in theory should be good against elephants, but do you want me to reveal the ugly truth of the game, guys? Nothing is good against elephants. Look at this thing. 850 HP. 50 damage on a tusk, which is AoE, with 25 damage on the splash. And the spear is 66 damage. And no, to answer that question, I knew it was going to come in. Camels do not debuff elephants. The camel on E specifically says that it targets horses. Horse cavalry. And this is not a very overly fed horse. This is an elephant. Kraky's confident right now for good reason. I love the fact that he's posturing like this. Like, how does Wham fight this army directly? He needs a gajillion crossbows. Actually, that feels terrible as well because it's so many Ghazi. Effect Ghazi's at that. Remember, very tanky 170 HP. Instead, Wham is going 2 TC. This is bold. Bold. Sorry. He's going to be bold in a few moments when the elephant starts attacking. From ripping his hair out. Whoa, hit on the villagers though. Did he get anything? He got 3. Okay, so not too bad. A few lances are lost. There needs to be a counterattack though in the Ghazi. They're peeling, they're checking the berries. This is the unfortunate reality check of building your TCs on these resources. Your opponent wants to go there anyway. Better snipe 1 or 2. We'll shuffle out the other side due to the Desert Raiders. However, the big bad boy is on the way. Man, he's loving life. Look how chill that guy's on top. Like, yeah, I got a spear and wart. Spear in one hand, beer in the other. He's going to move in, start sieging this. Guys, he only just built this TC. Ay caramba, this is a big problem. He's not defending it either. He can't. The crossbows are going to guard against that. TC arrow fire simply not good enough here. He needs to repair right now. There's no choice in the matter. So crossbows are going to start sniping. The elephant's just unkillable. Like, every time I see this unit, man, what do you do against it? He's going to come over for the party now. They'll surround the elephant. Ghazi are going to torch it down, though, so he sacrifices the elephant to sack the town center here. Crossbows are still here, so the villagers not able to repair. Second TC lost, and Wham! Now behind by almost 10 villages. Insane raid from Kraky. Now you might be wondering, how does Wham come back from this? It's simple. You walk over to Kraky's house, you enter his apartment, you go up to him, you look him firmly in the face, and then you remove the E key from his keyboard. Do not let him build more of these war elephants. Good God. Military Academy also on the way. We do have some pro scouts potential here, right? There's still deer on the front side for both players. Retracted deer. Yeah, so Kraky's just going to absorb the map because they're both still playing kind of cavalry-esque comps. And he wants to force Wham to expose himself, basically. So guys, you actually want to know what the real counter to elephants is? I can tell you. But only if you promise to keep it top secret, because I don't want all the players realizing it. Because like they're not going to be 10% of their earnings when I teach them. So the counter to elephants is to build a transport ship, put all your units on the transport ships, and then move away from the land to a small tiny island in the middle of like the sea, and then build your final landmark there. And we've counted elephants. Basically just become a pirate nation. Because right now, elephants are the kings of land. Like, just think about the damage that one done. Sure, it didn't do it on its own, but it made the fight feel so impossible for Wham to approach. We do also have relics now coming, by the way. Kraky, people questioning why weren't they getting relics? Because you need map control. Right, map control was undecided a few minutes ago, but after that loss for Wham, he's now on the back foot. Wolves counter elephants? That's not true. Maybe if your walls are made out of metal bars. But these ones are made out of sticks of wood. They're slow. Not with Mahoots, they're not. Yep, okay, Berlin has figured it out. True, the counter elephants is to wall them. Actually, the real counter is you need a lot of crossbows. But you need a lot of crossbows. You need to be careful not to stack them either, because remember the AoE toss damage. But like you do 21 damage to elephants with those, right? But you need to have like 15, 20 of them to start sniping elephants confidently. Because the other problem is like it's kind of similar to why Gilded Knights felt OP for a lot of people when they first came out anyway. The concept is this unit is so tanky, it's not going to die, and then it's going to walk away and get healed. Elephants follow that logic as well. The crazy part is, like, war elephants, for their timing, for the initial attack, look more OP. But as the game goes on, tower elephants are actually the ridiculous thing. Like, funnily enough, if Kraky sets up enough farms, he could just start pumping tower elephants in. Because Wham's entire comp sucks against them, right? Like, he has 5 Desert Raiders, it's the only counter. 5 camel. Like, you basically would need to go, I'd say, mass camel lancers. And Wham doesn't have the farms to do so. Ghazi looking to raid on the flanks. The remaining camels are going to try to do the same. It feels like they're a bit of a dying breed here. Yeah, camels right now, like in this game, are looking like pandas. We didn't teach them how to sex. That is a thing, right? I've heard that. Apparently they've been trying to help pandas because they're struggling because they don't know how. Kind of surprised camels aren't actually extinct. You know what? Like, tourism is basically keeping camels alive because not many people have a use for them otherwise. And they're not exactly cute. They don't really want to eat them. Do people milk camels? Their fur can't be nice. Also, wrong region for it. So it was a burn from the west side, but good reaction by Wham. Is camel milk a thing? I don't know. Camel milk is a thing, okay. Is it like sour like goat's milk? I don't know I don't know if people drink it. Like, I know it's a thing, but like, you know, it's like, you know, most animals milk is a thing, but like, do people consume it? It's like he's going to catch the last of the camels, so no more milk from the camels, guys. Milk's gone red, which is definitely not healthy. New TC is coming up at home from Wham, though. Ah, so the Bactrian camels are important for food and warm fur. Got you. I mean, I guess like horses aren't necessarily better to eat. Don't know if camels are better or worse. I guess it depends on whether you run like a supermarket chain. Horses are easy to come by than camels. As is apparent with this army. That's a lot of ponies. I think Kraky is ready to pull this one back. He's probably going to go for Imperial first. Some guy in Africa saying is cow milk a thing true? That's not true, okay? Malians exist. Cow milk was always a thing. So Sacred Sites are locked in. I'm struggling to see what Wham is meant to do here. Iobids aren't really renowned for their potency late castle. They do have a spike in Imperial off of Mamluk's Bravery, because it's a raw damage buff to things like Golems and hand cannoneers, and if you have high base damage units, then that buff is bigger. We're not in Imperial Age. Before Imperial Age, Iobids is a timing civ. And I don't know. I did have a, like, as an Ibid player, you see, like, I did have a bunch of clocks behind me, a bunch of stopwatches and nice, different, fancy, elegant $500 plus watches. But apparently, Kraky is one by one snatched them away from me. There is no timing attack for Wham. So at this stage, his win condition is live long enough to prosper. Problem is, Wham still is facing deep, scarring PTSD from his experience with the last elephant, and the next ones are going to have guns. Don't know if you guys have ever realized this, but an elephant is a really scary thing. If you put a gun on top of them, ironically, the natural counter to the elephant in nature and wildlife is a gun. But when they get it themselves, that's the biggest concern I have. Night Raids are starting to poke as well. Wham is going to find himself stretched thin here. And that tech up is pretty condemning. Wham has gone free TC. He's an entire age behind. He's already used Advancement Wing. And he will not advance any further in Game 2. GG gets scored. The set is going deeper. With more questionable discussions about camel milk. Oh, man. Wait, what's Farmman done now? Oh, no. We do occasionally let him out of the old people home. We usually regret it. Did my wife breastfeeding turn me off drinking milk? What the f... No, because I don't stand there watching the baby going, oh, I wish that was me. Huh? I also don't go, those are meant to be mine. Just a thing that gets done. Don't think about it too much. Right. What do we call that one? Counter to elephants, question mark? At this point, I don't think elephants have a counter. Oh, alright, so. Wait, why have we got a 2-0 for Wham? What happened there? Yeah, you get that fixed the right way. Yeah, you forget it. Otherwise, I'll lock the door, close the window, and I won't let you out of that hut. Alright, so we're going to Socotra for China versus Malians. Ooh. This is going to be a quick one. I mean, rarely is it not on Socotra, but this will be a quick one. You can't counter the Barbican Rush. So you just have to play more defensive, right? Kraky is going to Barbican Rush the boar, I think. And then what? Set up? Nah, not Archer Ranges. Maybe? Maybe. Chum, can you sort the Gamba, please? Because it lagged me out when I tab out. Please and thank you. No, we're not talking about Pigeon, but Jesus Christ. Sorry, just double checking. Should be good to roll. Ooh. Thank you, Jum. He swore to me he'd changed. He swore to me he'd never Barbican Rush another day in his life. He said those days were gone. That he wouldn't appear in a Drongo or a KP video doing it again. But guys, I think it's going to happen. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Game number 3 of our semifinals here between Wham and Kraky. We have entered the uncomfortably small map with an uncomfortable rushy Civ. Kraky here on the Chinese in game number 3, looking to reach match point quicker. Wham, a potent pick on this map in the Malians. Pretty logical, I think probably the most popular pick on Socotra historically. China surprisingly didn't get much picking after the initial week. So curious to see how this one's going to play out, because in theory, there's not much you can do to stop a Chinese player barbicaning your ass. In theory, though, do you care? Because what's he going to barbican? He can barbican the boar. He can barbican one of your tree lines. He can't barbican your gold. Food for thought here. I also love the start from Wham. You seen what he's doing, guys? He rushed down to the mid-map because against China, you'll lose the scouting battle, right? So you should lose on sheep count. But he left the safe sheep in reserve behind his TC because the likelihood that Kraky would go there is insanely low probability. So he will be able to shuffle in for 3 more. And that means they are going to end up neck and neck on sheep count. Yeah, so 14 sheep. Meanwhile, Kraky is going to end up with 14-2. There might be... No, there's no remaining. I'm actually impressed. It's really hard to get even sheep with China because they have an edge on you. In fairness, on a smaller map, the extra vision range matters less. And also, keep in mind, like, Wham technically probably got ahead on sheep because Kraky used a bunch of them on the board here. And there's the Barbican coming up. So Wham has to allow this. There's no counterplay. There's no counterplay. There's a counterplay. Wait, is he going to... No. Maybe? Wait, did Kraky miscalculate? He might have. He didn't bring enough villagers. Oh, this is going to be tight. He shuffles away the injured. The build speed isn't looking great. Shivs not quite able to get the stab there. He's actually min-maxing before pulling away, but the other one gets trapped. He just needs to commit. Barbican's going to be going up here. More villagers are being pulled just to be safe. It's the classic Socotra experience. The filthy Barbican boy has returned. Wham is going to have to shuffle away from that, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange to favor Wham. Mansa now on the way at home, but keep in mind for the time being, he has a lot of idle time. All these villagers are not working. Wow. I mean, that could have been catastrophic for Kraky. A little bit greedy in the beginning. Textiles, funnily enough, coming in now instead of before that even happened. But this works really well, right? He has got the boar. He also has the berries that have spawned near the center. And he has central control. Short route. Like, it's just basic math distance, right? Who can reach whose base quicker? The guy who has to go around the flanks or the guy who heads down the center? Now how are you guys voting? Why not build a faster a tower? Because your tower won't be very fast. So like, if you think about the timing there for Wham, the reason why it took Kraky so long to build the Barbican is because he was idling Kraky's villagers, right? He pulled one back, he pulled another back, he killed a villager. China would have built the Barbican before you built an outpost. Maybe like release outpost speed when it used to be quicker, but not in the current iteration where it takes you a minute to build. You put half your life savings on Kraky for this? Sounds like you need to subscribe to the channel so you have more half your life savings. You'll still use half your life savings, but you'll have more to work with. So Wham decided to try and be efficient about this. He stopped off the deer. Kraky... So here's the thing. You can't really go Zhuge because Zhuge will suck against javelins, and also you need to go for an academy first. But he does need to do something. And looks like that something is going to be horsemen. Pretty cool because, guys, Wham doesn't know he's been seen. He should suspect it on such a small map. This type of play rarely goes unnoticed. But Kraky is snitching. So this Horseman play could find 1 or 2 worker kills. Remember, no wheelbarrow and already some injuries on these villagers. He needs it as well. Remember, he's behind on economy. If you could bet on AoE 4, you become a gambling addict. So you're saying I need to get a gambling sponsor. Villagers are going to shuffle away. Wheelbarrow's not there yet. So this could be a worker kill. Nice blocks. That was great micro by Wham. He waited until he was at the outcropping. So weird reformation there. Almost actually kills the villager off. But great block again. Not going to be good enough, though. So he gets the eco kill and gets away. Still, Kraky is a villager behind. Something happened. Right? It's not taxmen. Oh my god. I'm trying not to vomit at that. I just realized Kraky went Barbican first and he done his no Imperial official build. So we've seen Kraky do a really cool, efficient, no imp official build on a toll where he builds a dock and then gathers deer and fish. That was a cool build. Very efficient. Now we see the very inefficient version. No Imperial official. Barbican first. Oy, oy, oy. And that's why he's rushing the Academy up to 7. He needs to get the taxmen online. And no, Kraky lost 1 villager because he went textiles. But it was weird the way he done textiles. He done it after he lost villagers and the Barbican had gone up. So it kind of had no value. I mean, I wouldn't say no value, but its value was heavily depreciated. Awesome. We'll be able to chase away and kill off some of the sheep. Every little counts here. Although, in fairness, he can go into cattle. But he wants to be actively adding those to the ranches because it looks like Wham is trying to insulate himself for Castle Age. I don't know. Wham's in a pretty good position now, right? Because Kraky, he hasn't rushed a second TC, which is usually a good answer to Marlene's trying to cow boom. Because you get enough eco to kind of eke out an advantage. This TC timing is going to feel kind of late. So remember that part where I said Socotra isn't long games? Oh, you. They're going to find a way to make this a long game. So what's the win conditions then? I mean, Kraky is going to be aiming for castle. Castle into what? Nest of bees? Nest of bees, spears, crossbows? Kind of makes sense. And then Marlene's usually going into sofas. So if they're worried about that comp I just mentioned, like basically you want to build archers. Not straight away. Like for now, it'll probably be javelins to try and poke at economy. But if we're heading towards castle, you're probably looking at archer sofa versus spears, crossbows, nest of bees. Cool thing about that for Kraky is nest of bees are really impactful on such a small map because it doesn't take them very long to arrive after being produced. You think about all the things you can make cheese of. So guys, about wolf milk. Alright, I'm going to stop. Kraky, did he get the TC? Yeah, it's coming online now. I love how... Okay, classic Chinese players. My buildings are being harassed. Let me just walk over and get the tax out of that. No penny left behind. So, Wham's not too far away, though. Like, we mentioned this about the late TC timing. I think Wham should actually have an opening here. The only upside for Kraky is the Barbican is stopping the quick rush. And what is up, Wickeds, guys? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. 75% of your data watching at work? Sounds like you need to get more data. We do have a dog play. Ooh, this is actually really cool, guys. Rajs don't really have that much health, so if you play into Sprinkle Chips, you can dent the ranch play, you can stop repairs, and you can shut out the cattle. Like 3 of them. While also simultaneously blocking gold. I actually really hope Kraky is going Sprinkled and not Archership. It's going to be Archership anyway. And what's up, Uga Uga? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. I feel like maybe a trick was missed here. Archership will at least idle the gold out more effectively, but like I've seen more effectively. Sprinkle would do a much better job actually overall. The only upside is archers will outrange javelins, so you can attack back. Spirals should be the same range. But then even there, like, remember, javelins have free ranged armor, so they're going to mitigate a substantial portion of what you do, right? Half your damage goes, so you're only hitting for 15. Whereas if you went for a Springald, you'd be hitting a javelin for 32 damage, right? So Springald ship would have been better for sure. It's more expensive, and I think that was the worry for Kraky. Wham parking himself here. We actually have Rams being prepped. Siege Engineering's on the way. Is this feigned or all in? It's kind of hard to tell. Like, Wham, because he sees the 2TC, has decided to just kind of send it. It's classic Chinese, right? They've gone 2TC Song. They don't have any military. It's kind of sick. Javelins are going to start poking at the economy. Kraky also doesn't have much safe eco left. Only 9 sheep. That sheep is going to arrive. So Wham about to be blocked to the gold. He does have double pit mine up, though, and there is an inward-facing gold, so he can just shift his economy inland. For losing some workers, though, so one is going to go down there. Wham needs to build the ramps now. If this is all about breaking him and feudal, you can't wait much longer. Look at the eco lead already. This is the insanity of Song Dynasty TC play. About to be 15 workers ahead. The mesh being prepped. So he's just going to bide his time. So you could probably build like 3 rams before undermesh wait, what? Before undermesh completes. Okay, I like this. Build with Donzos, javelins harass. Your opponent doesn't have many horsemen yet. Javelins might find another worker kill. Because I was not able to save a life. Is the list going to secure the deer, right? It's kind of separating the map a bit because this outpost divides due to the tree lines. I think instead, Wham, if this is like your plan, you just need to focus fully on it. You can't divide yourself blocking food. Get into the base and do some damage. So first ram up. Second ram is on the way. Wham has saved halfway towards castle, but doesn't seem interested in committing. Instead, he's actually gone for a dock play. So we have counter Springald ships coming in. Alright, one's if you think Kraky's winning this, two's if you think Wham's winning this. This feels hard to call right now. Kraky needs a little bit more time. The other problem you have is when your opponent presses you like this, you don't have any space. Socotra isn't that classic, look at all this room behind my TC type map. He's already used that room. TC is now in trouble. Kraky has built up another village on the west side because he snuck out there, so has plenty of pop space. Trying to get the Shugnu numbers together, but Javelins can deal with that quite well. Plenty of Donzos as well, so the Horsemen's not looking that good. I think Wham's got this. Kraky, the problem is he just doesn't have the food income right now. He's crept some people out into the deer, but that's going to be short-lived. He's already exhausted, what, half of this spot? Where do you go after that? You got berries. This secondary berry patch isn't exactly safe, though. We're going up to 4 rams now. That will be enough to break the second TC. Clock's ticking. Kraky needs an answer fast. Undermesh just got queued up, but the problem here is the Donzo Javelin attacks, they are ranged, so it does help a little, but it's double damage against Cav, right? So you've got limited horsemen, you're going to be having none at this rate. Kraky instead now going for Spearman. A good choice up against Javelins, but the Donzo count is high for Wham. Also, these numbers are deceptive. Remember, he went ranches, so they're actually closer. It's more like an 8 eco lead, maybe 10 eco lead for Kraky. TC down, shuffles to the eco. And I think it's going to leave some stuff behind, right? Yes, Springald Ship is now coming around, so that'll be a blocker to moving out on this side. He should be seen. It's now all about the deer. Kraky's deer time on this map might be coming to an end. Clash comes in. Donzo bind times. Javelins do try to pick apart the Jugenu. The Horsemen are going to wrap around the back, but the Donzos block them out here. Numbers don't lie, folks. Wham seems to have just too much military power. Kraky, he has an initial surge in food, but watch this number go down. It's not going to sustain. It's not going to hold, and neither can he. GG gets called. A crazy wild opening. A Barbican that looked like it was going to deliver him to greatness. Instead, it is now Kraky on the verge of demise here in the semifinals. What do you think, guys? 5-game series or 4-game series? My, oh my. So, what do I call that one? The infamous Barbican Russia has returned. We'll tell tales of his prophecies, of his return. There we go, boom. Okay. So let me get the next game ready. They're browsing, so we're all caught up. Ooh. Could we get 2 5-game semifinals? Looking at the draft... Sorry, that was an appropriate phase. What do you do with OOTD here? Did Keshix beat Men at Arms? I feel like they do. I don't know. I've seen some weird games a few months back where Men at Arms were beating Keshix because of the damage mitigation. In theory, you should be able to kite them out. The problem in this matchup is OOTD can't just camp. Maybe Kraky goes for like a Burgrave Castle Rush. But my feelings is that you can play Deerstone into trade, or you just play Silver Tree if you see your opponent's rushing. And you scale Keshix, right? This is a tough one. I think Kraken's probably going to try to fast castle. Maybe you then go Spears, because your opponent's going to go Keshix to try to block you. I'm not going to say it's like a Mongol dub, but Mongol are really good on this map. They're definitely favored. 65-35 maybe? If we do get past this game, Kraky has to pick Roos for Cliffside. You can't pick Japan with Ottoman in the pool. It's too much of a gamble. Japan will lose to Ottomans, right? So then you'll probably see French Roos is the most likely outcome for Game 5. Alright, let's find out. Let's hop into the next one. Wait, what's happening in chat? Almost the finals. Are you still going to cast the previous games throughout the next days? We've cast almost all the games now, Rolans. There's just, I think the only thing we didn't cast is Wham versus Myriad round of 16, and then maybe 3 of the round of 32s. So we've cast easily over 75% of the games, which exceeds our expectation of what we were aiming for. It's pretty good. All right, can we pay out predictions? Get the next predictions up, please, because my game is slowing down now as we're loading in. Oof. Yeah, I've been pumping, man. Check the VODs. There's plenty in there. We done like... How many series did we do yesterday, chat? Was it like 6? 6 or 7? Yeah, I think it's just like... Actually, maybe it's like 5 or 6 of the rounds of 32s. I don't know. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure we cast all but one of the series around 16. We've done every single one of the round of 8s. And, of course, we've done both the semifinals. So, yeah. Majority cast. Whoop, whoop. Regrind hard, baby. Wait, what? He played Dota? What are we going about here? No. Me and Emma met in high school. She doesn't play Dota. I wouldn't invite her into that toxic space. Oof. I don't sugarcoat in Dota. I don't think I'm great at teaching absolutely new people Dota 2. I'm great at teaching intermediaries. Anyway, do we have predictions up? I don't know if they got sorted. Sorry, I'm getting a message in the background. Okay, guys, so I'm getting confirmation in. We'll see if this is how it is moving forward, but like the grand finals on Thursday is going to start at 15 GMT, okay? So just got confirmation in because Louis qualified, so we're trying to be flexible because he's in China. Hopefully that works for the Canadians. Otherwise, we'll figure someone out. It would actually be a fail of a tournament if we have to do it at like 11 PM GMT. So we'll be aiming probably for either 15 or 16 GMT. I'll get confirmation, !Discord, join my Discord, and I'll drop the final conclusion there. We'll announce it there. But we will be live somewhere between 15 and 17 GMT on Thursday for the grand finals of this, which is going to be a best of 7, by the way. And thank you very much for pulling around. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. It's happened once already in a semi-finals. Can it happen again? Can the worst Civ in Age of Empires 4 deliver someone from Doom? Let's find out as we hop into the 4th game of our best of 5 semi-finals here for week 1 of the midweek muster. Kraky on Order of the Dragon, hoping to dent his way to victory, hoping to dent his way through the Mongols. This is going to be wacky. We've got a spear on spear. So this is quite intriguing because Wham has to attack first with spears, right? That's the whole concept of what Mongols do in this opening, to block the gold. Kraky has the correct read. He's already looking to block this play. The eco difference is so small that actually Kraky is ahead. Because remember, he's a 28% better. And his spears, honestly, sometimes they feel over doubly better. Stat-wise, it's double health, not double damage. But you see already, Wham backs away. Is he going to keep committing, though? We do have, what, another double pump coming? Yeah, double pump's on the way. Kraky has heavily invested. Like, if they take a fight right now, Kraky wins, right? It's 3 versus 5. And remember, these are, like, doubly effective. So I don't think Kraky wants to turn this into a Spearathon because, in theory, over time, Mongol should do quite well off of the passive stone. And also, the problem you run into is Mongols can suddenly creep into Feudal and then have, like, 10 Spearmen upgraded. So Kraky is going to march ahead. Gold gathering is happening behind this. Did we get predictions up, by the way? Did that happen? If not, can one of the mods sort that, please? Wham is looking to tech himself. Does this force a bigger commitment? Kraky's actually going for it. What? I didn't expect that. He's going up to 5 spears. The problem is the gold's already been gathered. So, like, what's the goal with this? I guess you want to burn the racks, stop double production. But your opponent can still go archers. This is a lofty investment. In fairness, because he's brute forcing spears, Wham now kind of has deadweight gold. Because he needs to add in more. The tricky part is Wham has defender's advantage here. If this was like a map, say, Golden Heights, where you're both playing out towards the central pond, I'd favor what Kraky's doing right now. But instead, he's pushing into a Mongol player who already has an eco advantage. Right? Because he's already ready to tech. And that tech, it is going to be the Silver Tree. On a map like Frisian Marshes, it's too tempting to resist. So trade is going to be a big threat here for Kraky. And also, Kraky, this is kind of scary to take this fight. The other problem is when your opponent has a lot more spears, they can kind of min-max pulling injured ones away. The upside of OOTD is meant to be by having less units, your units are always attacking, they're always in position. Whereas when your opponent goes up to, say, 20 spears, if you have 10, 10 of his aren't going to be attacking straight away, so you should be edged out. The danger is when your opponent just gets a slight lead in terms of quantity, when you do to, like, a 2-to-1. Let's say, for example, Wham has 14 spears and you have 5 or 6. What will happen is you'll get pinched. So, yeah, especially against the Mongols, it's annoying because they have that movement speed arrow that allows them to do that, which is why Kraky didn't engage. Instead, Minework Palace is going to be on the way. So, Keshix doesn't seem likely. We should be getting towards archers. Good archers can be pretty good with the Minework timing because you get the Steeled Arrow under mesh so quickly. The biggest challenge I find when making Minework feel good is it's all about tempo and timing, and you don't have quantity with Order of the Dragon. I think that's the biggest flaw with what Minework offers them that makes it feel kind of crud. Like, both options kind of feel crud, right? The Minework feels like the less terrible the options, because you do at least get Golden Cuirass. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe someone needs to be rethought there, where Minework usually just feels good only for Men-at-Arms, right? And I don't think you want to be going Men-at-Arms against Keshix. Not with trade. Minework offers quality over quantity, but that's, like, not true. That's factually not true. What benefits more? A spearman that gets 1 damage increase at 10, or a spearman that gets 1 damage increase at like 7, right? Or into 8 rather, right? Like 12. It's 12 now compared to 8. Same attack speed. So I'd say the value is actually defensive techs, not aggressive techs. Gilded Archers might be the exception, but like melee-wise, spearmen feel terrible for the bloomery detail. Only men-at-arms make sense. It is a weird situation for sure. I don't think you could buff spearmen's attack speed anymore though. They'd be kind of ludicrous. You just basically have Order of the Dragon players cheesing you with Dark Age rushes. Anyway, spear fight coming in. Unspear. And there's that min-maxing we talked about. He tries to peel away. Archers arrive, and it is going to be the movement speed arrow to engage. So no retreat away from this for Kraky. He has to stand his ground. Gilded Archer's already being sniped down. Half HP. Surprised that he doesn't take out the spears instead. Yeah, a little bit flummoxed by that, but he's trying to protect his own front line. Has cost him dealing in the engagement, so Kraky able to fin the herd, but now with Archer advantage being with Wham, Kraky needs to leave. He's also blocked off the gold, so if this men-at-arms spam was the plan, it's not feasible now. Doesn't have Bloomery, doesn't have the fitted level works, doesn't have Golden Cuirass, and can only afford 2 MAA. So Wham's play here should surely just be to pump Archers. Trade is starting to build behind this. It's going to be his first traders coming out, only 2 so far. But the goal now is if you force your opponent into Archers, you can play Keshik. So Wham's gradual transition is going to be Archer Keshik, which will counter out men-at-arms. In fact, I think you're probably going to see him lean pretty aggressively into Keshik shortly. For the time being, I love this, though. This is the classic issue with early men-at-arms in small numbers. You just run away. The first Keshik skewed up. Ah, Kraky. He got baited off of spears. He has at least got gold access now. It's kind of bad that he's got gold access because now he's going to be more encouraged to build more men-at-arms, which will not play well with Keshiks. The other problem with men-at-arms is they're even worse than spears at shutting down trade because of the terrible movement speed. So what's Kraky's game plan here? I guess he's going to try to mass Gilded Archers and send it. Gilded Archers aren't terrible at dealing with Keshiks if you have counts, because remember, Gilded Archers are better archers. They have longbow base damage and much better attack speed. So they're kind of Gatling guns, right? So if you can get a stationary fight, it feels really good. Problem is, it's really difficult to remain stationary against Keshiks because they usually force you to kite. And the thing that I've noticed time and time again in Gilded Archers that feels weird is their attack speed point is so low that it messes with the muscle memory. Like, the timing players have between shooting and moving makes sense and actually usually leads to more attacks for standard archers because they have a 1.62 attack speed, a very big wind-up. But the 1 attack speed point of Gilded Archers means you're actually better off just standing still in a fight. You don't really gain anything from start stepping away in terms of attack speed. Arguably, you lose DPS in most cases. Why doesn't Kraky make trade 2? Ah, yes, the unexpected. I mean, Order of the Dragon do arguably have the fanciest looking traders. I think the reason he's not making traders is because he likes winning, if I had to theorize. Certified animal living up to the name. So Keshiks are now here. Kraky's trying to get into Horseman. It's going to be slow though, and also this outpost timing. Ishii, caramba. Wham! A little bit hesitant to dive in here. Let's get the initial charge. So we'll just trade out against the men-at-arms. Now, this is the problem. If you don't target down the Keshiks one by one, this happens. They just hold you back, they slowly kill you, and they heal while doing it. Horseman now arriving, though, so Kraky able to stab back that back line. Keshiks have to retreat to protect it. Archers are going to try to trade out with the Gilded Archers. It's so hard to get new units out. Keshiks are kept alive, so good trade for Wham, because remember, behind this, he's scaling trade. Not everything is going into attack here. Wham is already up to 6 traders, which means the Silk Road is going to be kicking in. Now getting some food, soon to get some wood as well. Yeah, and Kraky's kind of like in a screwed up situation where you can't now go back for spears, so you're going to kind of have to build Horsemen against Keshiks. It's not terrible because, like, stat-wise, Horsemen are very tanky. Their base damage is basically the same as Keshiks. but longevity-wise, it feels horrible. You're spending more to build Horsemen than they spend to build Keshiks. Their eco is going to be better, they're going to scale better. And if you're basically building a unit to achieve a parity instead of killing them, the problem with that is that Keshiks heal over time when they fight. Why don't homeless people buy a house? Dude, why do you need a house? Just be a Mongol. Horsemen are now looking to intercept though, so could be a turning point here. Outposts are being prepped. The Yam will clip onto the trade, but looks like a few trades will be lost. So good scans by Kraky. Could he make this work with Mass Horsemen, I wonder? Oh, Keshiks though, the dive in. So yeah, you'll lose some trade, but this is just as valuable. Gilded Villagers will only be one. So Keshik for a Villager. Could have been much worse for Kraky. I believe we've had the second group from Wham pull back because he now needs to block the harass on the trade. I think Kraky is going to go Castle Age. The scary part is Wham is holding a lot of food in reserve as well. But I think that's a gap on the goal due to the trade interception. He doesn't want to tech. He wants to build a lot more Keshiks. Because here's the thing. If Kraky goes Castle Age, what does he do with 4 units against 20 Keshiks, right? Nothing. He just dies. We've seen this in the last years that feudal pressure plays have been more rewarding and led to, I say on average, a bigger win rate than just fast castle builds, which I'm so grateful for, by the way. I look back at the early days of like AoE4 where we had TC booming, and I don't know what that follow was, and Castle Rush plays, and I kind of grimace. I'm glad we have a lot more diversity of strategy now. You know, greedy players should be earned, not just given. That's one nice thing that comes out of the Season 9 changes around Siege, right? Like, Mangoes before, Nested Bees, these type of things, really made greedy plays a lot easier to get away with. Because Defender's Advantage is a real thing. Regnet's now on the way. Tough part for OOTD is they don't have an immediate return on the tech. When you play HRE, your first Prelate is already moving out for a Relic. You can't do that here. And the problem with going Regnets is why we've seen a lot of Burgraves recently from OOTD, is if you go Regnets, once your opponent hears Castle Age, they know what you're doing, and they can pressure you, right? Whereas when HRE does Castle, you hear it go off, it may already be too late because they might be picking up 2 Relics and returning them, right? Which 2 Relics is more than good enough for the tech. So yeah, this is not out of the woods yet for Kraky. Very small army, a lot of Keshiks coming for Wham. Horsemen are trying to mess with trade, but they are being hunted by the Keshiks. 2 groups sandwiching them here. Outpost also up. Gilded Knights have been queued up, but remember, against mass Keshiks, Gilded Knights are going to struggle. They'll just get snatched and then out-microed, right? So you'll just basically get Keshiks low and you won't be able to kill them. However, he does need to mop this up quickly because the Horsemen are keeping the army split. How much food does Kraky have? He's fully out of sheep. He's only got 1 farm. Yeah, you're going to have to spam farms here. You just don't have the mobility, you don't have the quantity to defend, right? This is a typical OOTD issue, is they rarely ever have number advantage in terms of entity, which means they can't mirror all these moves around the map from flank raids, from widespread eco. It's why usually you'll see Order the Dragon play pocket economy in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and then stop. I think Wham might just go age 3 now. That distraction with the Horseman did stop him being in position for a dive. However, he does still have a lot of army to potentially block Prelates. First one is shuffling out as Kraky looks to start securing him a win condition here. If he can get 3 Relics, he's in a reasonable position. It's still not safe though, and you're seeing why. Look at the food. The gaps are real here, folks. So the good horsemen here are going to be finished off. Crossbows are being prepped though. Remember, these have extra range. Very good in these defensive formattings. But Wham, this is going to be Kurotai. And if he parks it outside the base, he could just set up siege, which will force Kraky to attack him. Tricky now. By the way, doesn't the changes to siege mean that Bodkin Bolt is really bad now? Because it's ranged armor reduction, right? So Bodkin Bolt got nerfed. Is that correct? I haven't tested it yet. You do 17 plus 20, so you're at 37, but then let's say, like, you know, 80% reduction, right? So you're doing 6 damage per shot. That's not very good. Relic's being crept back here. Kraky. He's going the wide way around. Wow. Looks like he is now getting the spears, so he wants to pinch and kill these Gilded Knights. He doesn't want to mess around with them. He's going to wait for the text. There's no rush for him right now. Remember, the trade is going to keep getting better. He's about to crack the 15 mark, which will equal even more gold. Perfect for the beginning of Castle. Kurotai is already on the way. We already have superior mobility being researched as well. 20 damage equal 3 versus Mango. Yeah, but then they have the base, which in Imperial Age is going to be 20. Like 20, 21. So they're going to be doing, like, what, 5 to 6 damage to a Mango? That doesn't sound that good. I can't remember how much it was before. I think it was a lot higher, though. I think it was, like, double that before. Pretty sure, like, it used to be that crossbows were doing 10 damage or so against Siege. Like, Mangoes, at least. I don't know why I'm really talking about Bulk and Bolts that much, as if Kraky's going to crack Imperial. He would have to win a big fight before he goes. You can't just rush the age up, not with what Wham is doing here. Keshik man numbers are massing up here. Double outpost defense has not got any Springadorn placements just yet. Kraky does, however, have the level 2 undermesh coming in. Tricky affair right now for Kraky. Wham is just so spread out on the map, and the problem is that Kraky is having to go for this very expensive farm transition. No Archon to make it a little bit sweeter either, and he isn't at that late game phase, right? He's about, what, 15 farms? Maybe 18? Okay, 24. A little bit better than I was expecting. But still not late game. We're not at 35, 40, 45 farms. So he's got some way to go. And the arms now getting queued up as well. So Kraky, it feels like you need spears to be cost efficient, but there's just so many archers remaining. Old school style, you have a Mango to try and delete this, but Mangoes have been a little bit underwhelming recently. Even more so against Kurotai buffed archers that could just trade out better against you. Don't even have emplacement still. I'm a little bit surprised Kraky hasn't pulled the relics into the forward emplacements and built Springles yet. But the stone is a bit risky in its positioning. Kurotai just parked here. Making this feel uncomfortable. Wham is waiting for every upgrade under the sun. Step Lancer's on the way. Tricky part here is Wham is about to run out of gold here, so I think maybe that's why... Oh, sorry, Kraky's about to run out of gold here. I think that's why he didn't go for the Springald upgrades, is because he's actually going to need his Springald upgrades here. But this is tricky. He's going crossbows, and although he's got Regnant's relics, these are expensive to scale. Especially when you're going Men-at-Arms as well. Kurotai is in a bit of a pickle. Whoa, that damage. So Wham now has siege engineering improved, right? I think the plan here was to get Trebs and slow siege. Because we mentioned earlier, like, slow siege is really smart here because you get paid to do it. Because you burn buildings, right? And there's a lot of houses here, actually. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Kraky. Then again, I don't know where else he's meant to put it. It was either houses or farms here. And houses are at least cheaper to replace and tankier. But the reality check is double Treb is going to get payday for Wham, right? So double outpost here. Didn't stop off for the stone on the way. It's kind of funny, actually, because if he'd done one grab with the 13 villages, he could have got double Springled, right? With wheelbarrow plus push carts, I think so. Would be close. What is that? Against Gilded Crossbows. That's a curious choice. I guess he just wants the range advantage because Gilded Crossbows have 6 tower range guys. So this is a way that you can trade out with them, right? 8 tower range. But it does feel weird. I've said about this before where, like, Order the Dragon feel awkward to try and snipe with Siege because they're just so tanky. In fairness, they nerfed the AoE, but they kind of buffed the direct target point, right? So theoretically, the changes to Mangoes, while they feel like a nerf in most Civ matchups, they are a buff against OOTD. Because Order the Dragon has less units, right? So that AoE matters less than the damage you do to the smaller group of units you hit. Nice wallop here. Buffed up as well by the Kurotai. Kesh is getting ready to march in. The meantime, outposts are going to start getting sieged up by the trebuchets. A bit of a deep dive here by Wham. Mango slightly overextending. He is going to dive onto the gold, though. I mean, pick your poison. What are you killing here? Mango goes down. Kurotai has deployed. The Keshik's now coming in for the backstab. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. The front line's not going to last long. Horseman tries to intercept. Villagers also idled out here. Wham. Not quite able to break his face yet. Kraky did gather a lot of gold in reserve. So even though he's denied off the gold, he's not dead yet. This is still looking rough. The only upside is the Kurotai is kind of reaching a point where Wham needs to take it home or lose it entirely. Right? Because when he unpacks this, remember, you have no ranged armor on packed up buildings. So the crossbows could snipe it. However, the crossbows might be about to get sniped. Another Mango being built up. Kurotai is going to deploy again. Archers have the gap closed here. Kraky, I think he overextended there. He misread the situation. He done great for the initial fight, but he lost his front line. So now his back line is tanking. And although these crossbows are tanky at 140 HP, they're nothing compared to the 220 of the spearmen and was it 290 of the men at arms. So big mistake made there by Kraky. An overextension costing him dearly and now giving Wham an overwhelming military lead. And also an even better one, right? The cavalry also getting shotted here. Keshiks with the Yam will be able to chase down this knight. The only reason he's not dead is because all those Keshiks did go home to deal with this. And props to Kraky for not just camping at home and slowly losing this game. Like, he has been trying to get out and deal with the trade. But we are now neck deep in it. 25 traders big. Gold access, not looking great, but that's not Kraky's problem here. Food seems to be the issue. Treb's now dealing with the outpost, so he's going to get blocked off that soon. It's going to force a dive. There is a Mango in play here. Now, hold up. No front line right now for Wham. Double Mango, though, is a big deal. Crossbows need to snipe the Mace-Up. Otherwise, he's just dead. They're looking for the pristine target. Kraky isn't even trying to dodge the shots right now. It's looking pretty decisive now. I think this is over. I think it's going to be a 4-game series for our second semifinals. Wham! Not skipping a beat, reminding us why the Mongols are so dominant on Frizzy Marshes. Actually might just be the map to save them for. Yeah, there's simply no front line left. He's trying to get into the Horseman now, but farms being reached, and these Mangoes can easily get payday by hitting those, while also simultaneously blocking a food income. So guys, that does mean that Wham will get an opportunity to avenge his brother. Remember, we just had the other semifinals. That'll be on the channels as well, upload on YouTube. 5-game series between Louis and MT that went the full Louis MT rather than Puppy Paw that went the full distance. This one, just shy of it. But, I mean, big props to Kraky, right? He takes out Kiljardi. He takes out Beastie. He takes a game off of Wham. Impressive performance at the beginning of Season 9, and I'm sure we'll see Kraky back for the upcoming seasons. A big shout out to him as well. Like, he was talking to me a little bit about the prize pool distribution, but he's like, I play for the enjoyment of it as well. He definitely provided enjoyment to us. Let me know what you think of these games, though, guys. Let me know if you've been enjoying the midweek muster so far, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Ooh, GG's. Good effort by Kraky. A valiant display from our secret hero of AoE4, right? But yeah, I think I don't know, Kraky, did you feel like you got outdrafted at all? I think the HRE being let through is really surprising to me. But then again, Louis, like, I think English is just, I don't think it's even this map pool. I think English is just insane always. Not at all? Okay. I think, like, game 5, you had to pick Roos, right? Was it an execution error? That's fair. I think, like, by the end of the draft, it looks like you got outdrafted because, like, your final pick has to be Roos, guaranteed. Because you can't play Japanese into Ottomans, right? But yeah, earlier, like, I don't know, maybe H3 just needed kind of a throwaway. China should have won. Yeah, that was a bit wild the way that one played out. I guess you thought he was teching, and then he kind of went all in on you, which was really cool. Well, not cool for you. Yeah, the moment you went 2TC, he was like, oh, hell no. Okay, but well played nonetheless. Kraky, of course, because he made top 4, he will have an opportunity to come back in week number 2 for midweek muster, so there is going to be more opportunities there. Remember, guys, this is only the first of 30 total iterations of the midweek muster. We're going to be looking to take players' feedback on board, figure out different things. We already have the map pool for week number 2 announced, so Pigeons Valley and Socotra are both going to be removed, and they're going to be replaced by Pigeons View, which is an improved version of High View, as well as Kalauga, which is an adaptation of a really popular Age of Mythology map that's really cool. So that's going to be happening for week 2. We're already early plotting week 3. We might be... I'm going to ask the players. I'm curious how many players will be up for having an earlier round being BO5, so round of 8 being best of 5, and round of 4 being best of 5. Just because my thoughts is maybe a slight switch in the map pool formatting, so that the first 2 rounds, 32 and 16, are a fixed starting map, and then afterwards it's a full map draft where you don't necessarily have to play, in this case, Atoll every series. I thought that might help keep it a bit fresher for the players and for the viewers. But we'll get feedback from the players on what they think about that, because it does mean overall potentially your total game count will increase by 2. Oh. Saying what's next today? So next for today, I think we're close to done. No more Atoll. Atoll will still be in the map pool for week number 2, but it is not the default map. The default map for week number 2 is going to be Pigeons View, which I think will be a lot better for Civ diversity, because Pigeons View is basically a better version of High View. So it's a land map with a lot more breadth to it. So I would guesstimate 8 to 10 civs that will feel quite good on that map, whereas Atoll was closer to 5, maybe 6 civs that felt good, right? Very different. Some micro maps in one of the tourneys, possibly in one of the weeks, we'll see. No teamers? What do you mean? A certified weekly tournament, random map, random civ, best of 3. Because, like, that's not the goal of this. I mean, it's something we could explore, extra content we could do. Like, the thing, I've said this already, if there's a lot of overwhelming support behind this, and huge growth on the channel, to the point that I'm able to approach sponsors, bring money in, this isn't the only tournament we'll run. There'll be extra tournaments, show matches, etc. But, obviously, I think the thing I made clear as well a few weeks back is I'm not going to just... I mean, I'm already kind of burning money until this proves profitable, but I'm not going to go crazy burning money. So, like, if people want more tournaments, proof is in the pudding, right? If the channel starts growing by a few hundred viewers, I can get sponsors and we can make more tournament formats happen. If not, it is what it is. But for now, numbers have been fairly good. I'm hoping that week 1 will be the beginning of people kind of making this a habit of tuning in to find tournaments on this channel, because like this is literally now the place. And what is up, Certified Animal? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted, you legend. But like this is now kind of the place for your midweek tournament action. Like this is where I'd say you should be coming if you want to catch esports action in the midweek. So hopefully, like, you know, share that around. If you've got communities on Reddit, Discord, wherever it is, let people know about that. Let them know that this is live on Twitch, YouTube, that we're going to be live most Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays casting these type of games so that you guys know where to be. And hopefully we're able to grow this into something big, because then we can do bigger things. We can do bigger AoE4 tournaments. We can maybe explore upcoming games that release and doing small tournaments for them at release. You know, we can start to really expand, and that leads to more money for AoE4, more money going into tournaments, and also me reaching a point where I can make a living off of this, which would be nice. It says the 1st to 16th are qualified for next event. Didn't you just say only 1st to 4th? No, Rolands, I didn't say that. I said that that because he got 4th, he will qualify. Top 16 qualify through automatically. They do have to submit that they are playing, because if they don't, then we'll just replace them with someone else. But, well, in this case, it was top 15 because Kyo didn't play in the spirit of the tournament, i.e. he basically just forfeited a set without even playing it. It was just, what's the point? So Keo was given a 1 week suspension. So there was 17 slots up for grabs, but Sassy was given that one. And what is up, Sirix? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. So we have 16 slots up for grabs. I can show you quickly on the Start GG, guys. So we do have on Start GG. Oh, that's my preseason. This is a different tournament. That tournament was dope, by the way. So for midweek muster number 2. And thank you, Certified Animal. Another 5 gifted. You absolute legends. You guys just started a sub train. Look at you go. Choo-choo. Love it. And that's 75% towards our sub goal, which is sick. If you guys do, by the way, if people in chat have individual primes or whatever, that helps a lot as well because Twitch has this weird system where you need to get unique subs to unlock a bigger share of the revenue. I don't know why. But, yeah. If you have got prime subs or whatever, consider dropping them. But we have got the map pool confirmed for week number 2. So week number 2, we're adding in Pigeon's View, which is going to be the default map. This is an improved version of High View, where the trade post is in the center, and there's only 2 sacred sites, which are both central bound. And then Kalauga is the other map coming through. Thank you very much, Eagle. Appreciate the prime sub. So Kalauga is an adaptation of an Age of Mythology map. If anyone's been watching that, you will be familiar with it. You have 2 shallow rivers with fish in them, and that's one of the unique kind of anchor points. So really cool. But the way this is going to work is that the top 16 players from each previous week will automatically have secured an invite to the following week. They do still need to sign up. They do still need to confirm. Tip, guys, the first 4 of these are already live on StartGG. Go sign up to them all. And then the remaining 16 slots, or more if some people decide to skip on a week, will be based on a combination of tournament elo, so that we have, so that basically people have proven that they are top can at least sneak back in, and also ladder. So ladder, i.e. the ranked season performances. When we go in here, we will invite some people based on this. So you sign up, and we'll be able to track your seedings based on that. We also have a unique format for the seeding where it's not just your ATR. What up, One Rook? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the 10 subs. Look at you, absolute legends. Keep it coming. Love the support. But yeah, the way we've done this is that seeding is mixed in. It's not just tournament elo, because tournament elo seeding would lead to the same seeding week after week after week. And that's not fair. That's not inducive of people's different play styles, right? Some people will just do better against player Y because of the style they play in. So to kind of compensate for that without it feeling like a pity system, what we have is we mix in the seeding based on your tournament elo placements and ladder placements. The reason that's good is because that actually captures a reasonable picture. While some players don't play ladder, whatever, that's fine. But the fair point is that a lot of the people at the absolute top here should be good enough that, like, maybe they've just started to come through. Maybe season 9 is their breakthrough season. And because they're here on this ladder, but their tournament elo sucks, that's not actually an accurate representation of where they're currently at as a player. So we're trying to balance that gap in a reasonable way that also provides fresh challenges instead of just having what I'm going to dub the Corvinus Eliona effect, where Corvinus Eliona, I believe, in the last several tournaments, always clashed very early on, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I've been told about the other day. We're figuring out pricing now in terms of how we're going to distribute. I'm going to give players the option to delay being paid out. What's up, Sherman King? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Legend. And what I mean by that is, obviously, whenever we pay out players, there's going to be bank fees, right? And I can't afford to cover maybe 20 different players' bank fees across, 3 months or whatever. That's going to get ludicrous. So for some players, it might be better for them to stockpile if they don't need the money urgently, to stockpile and then get paid out in one big bulk or 2 big bulks. But otherwise, those that do want it in a jiffy, I'll be aiming to try and do payouts per month. I'm going to have to set up some sort of system to make that easy. I think I heard of something called the deal platform might be handy for that. But we'll figure those details out. And then, yeah, like I said, we might add in best of 5 round a round earlier, because what we're exploring now is potentially making it so that round of 32 and round of 16 is a default map. For example, Pigeon's View. This idea that I'm talking about now won't come in for number 2. It might be in for number 3. But for number 3, for example, we might do it so that the first 2 rounds will be the default map. and then the rest of the rounds will be a full map draft, right? Just so we keep things fresh and it's not just repetition of the same map again and again, because we had a lot of Atoll this week. As fun as that map can be, it's also not a great default map. So the goal with that, why we want to keep some of the earlier rounds fixed to a fixed map, is because we want to encourage players to explore new maps. The problem you quite often have is if you add an entirely new map they're not familiar with. I mean, not every player goes and practices. He doesn't go and scrim, right? So when they get into tournament, they'll just avoid it. They'll ban it every single time. And while I want to provide a level of flexibility to players, I also want to encourage them to try new maps for multiple reasons. One, it's great, obviously, for a content creator angle for me. Two, it keeps you on your toes to improve as a player. Three, it's how we gather data to improve maps, right? Like, if maps are never being played, you don't have anything to improve the map upon. So yeah, very important for our map creators. And it's also just encouraging for them. It's so depressing. Like, imagine you're a map creator and you create a map that you think is good. You don't even get feedback because no one plays it. Never gets played in a tournament. You're not going to make more maps. So I want to try to like help the map creators out. I mean, my dream is being able to scale this to a point where I can also reward them a little bit for their maps appearing in tournaments. But we're not there yet with that. We'll get there. But yeah, I think that covers everything on here. Go sign up to these if you haven't, guys. !KPMM. We already have a bunch of people signing up. So like I said, the way you'll be picked is if you didn't make it to the round 16. If you did make it to round 16, you're in. If you didn't make it to round 16, the way you're going to be picked is based on 8 of them will come from the ATR, the tournament ELO setting, this list here. And then 8 of them will be based on this list here. That's how we decide. So, yeah. My goal setting out with this was regular games in a competitive environment so people aren't just pubbing and not getting good experience. Path to improvement. Accessibility, because I hate gatekeeping. And regular entertainment, like setting a baseline for the scene instead of us going dark for 3 months between big tournaments. So I hope that has hit for a lot of people. I hope that has provided a fix for that and given them what they want in that regard. All right, so I'll catch up on chat, and then I'll probably get ready to round out because I haven't eaten yet today. By the way, why was I able to get away with that? Protein Works. Protein Works. If you want to help out the channels another way, you can get something in return. Highly recommend these for kids, the multivitamin gummies, or an adult. I'm an adult and I freaking love these. But yeah, the meal replacements are sick. I also have my protein bars here. Yum, yum. These are currently on sale. The chocolate hazelnut as well as the cookies and cream are down to £1 each. It's a really good bargain. They expire early December, but you would have eaten them by then. So if you want to check that out, Protein Works, go across their website. Use my code at checkout to get an extra 10% off. And this does help me while giving you guys something in return, because the way that sponsors like this work is they will look and review how did this perform the channel? Do we want to come back? And how much do we want to sponsor them for next time? So cool little insight into sponsors. It makes sense when you hear it out loud, but you don't necessarily think about it. Okay, did I miss anything in chat? Add prize pool that boosted by the crowd. Add prize pool that boosted by the people playing in it. And make it random civ, random map. We're not making the random civ, not for this one. But like the thing is, I thought about doing match arena contributions and whatnot. I would rather we try to put crowdfunding and whatever into other tournaments, and I will try. And if this is scalable, if the concept of this one is scalable, it will prove itself through people viewing and turning up. Which, by the way, you guys have a big part to play in that, not just in turning up, but also the power of word of mouth, letting everyone know. Because I think a lot of people don't even know this is happening. There's only so much a small boy like me can do marketing-wise. But if these streams grow, the channel, and if the performances are good, I can then bring in official sponsors for the tournament. And that can then partially feed back into the prize pool, into production, right? Bringing in guest casters, bringing in observers for finals, stuff like that. So it does ripple in, right? But, I'm not making the dumb mistake of 2018 esports and scaling with promises and no logic. I'm technically already operating at a loss on these tournaments, but with the speculative idea of the gain that can be made. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to go deeply into the red. Ugh. Yeah, Sips, get them up to standard, mate. Why do you use Rampart Town as background is the real question? Because Rampart is goated. Not because it's statistically the best Civ, right? Like, I get it. Castle mains rise up. Or filthy Necromancer fiends, but I love them. All right, so I think... Hey, sup, Donati? I've not been too bad, mate. How you been doing? I'm just chilling for a few weeks, you know? There's a cast underneath this. Nice broken ankle. I do need to download the VOD and maybe upload a video explaining what happened. Do you think more promotion of the series on Reddit or elsewhere would help too? Absolutely. I'm terrible at doing Reddit because I've had bad experiences with Reddit. I don't know. Like for my Dota 2 days, they loved me and then they hated me. So I try not to spend too much time on Reddit. I'm not a master of Reddit. So help with that is appreciated. Help in the Discord communities. You know, also just social amplification. When I put something out on Twitter, it actually helps a lot when a lot of people retweet. All these things help. No, Don, it's fine, mate. I am a caster in a cast, casting. It's perfect. What happened in Doha? I don't know, dude. My Doha experience was weird. Like, Doha, when I first got in, Reddit loved me. They praised me. I got big Reddit threads saying about how great of a caster I was. And then just people get how people get. Like, the thing is, as you grow, there will be people that, like, when you're unknown completely, everyone will praise you because it's like the underdog story. But the moment you just, like, start to get known a bit, there's going to be people that find you polarizing. And I've said this about a lot of things, and I think this is an unfortunate nature of the current ecosystem socially we live in, on social media and whatnot, and it's not just Dota 2, it's everywhere. It's like Twitter general, it's every single area you can think of. Unless you do very polarizing things, it is hard to activate a community positively. Does that make sense? Right? Like, because people are more likely to list their outrages and their grievances than their positive experiences. Just factually true across the board, right? Like, if like, how many of you? Okay, one's in chat. If when you like get a product from Amazon that works and you like, you review positively. Two's in chat. If you more often when you get a bad product, review negatively. Most people will like when most people feel like hard done or whatever, they will activate. But when it's like something good, it's almost like, oh, it's good, it works, right? It's why like I've taken it to heart to, you know, when I'm in scenarios and let's say like a Red Bull, right? And like I'm done with Winston, I'm done with Wham, I'm patting back, good job, buddy, good job, right? Because you don't hear it, right? Like I don't know what happened and when it happened, but kind of as a society, we've reached a point where I'm kind of doing it now, I'm being negative, but I don't think I'm being negative that extreme, but like we're quick to negativity, not to positivity, right? I see it in the gaming industry wider, where people are more interested in like celebrating a game failing, like than a game succeeding, right? So like, if Battle Aces is a success, there are going to be more people laughing at the demise of Stormgate and Age of Myths numbers going down than Battle Aces numbers going up. You get what I mean? That's crazy. It's hard to judge a rising newbie. It's like talking about the fat guy in the gym. I mean, sort of. I don't think it's even just that though, Animal. It's like I said, it is that from the underdog angle, but it's also once someone's somewhat established, you start to get people who will like you and people who hate you. And in general, in life, people who like things, the thing is the way they want it, so they're not going to say anything. The people who hate something want change, so they will say things. It's true in everything. Right? That's what I was saying about like the vocal minority when I was talking about the Red Bull stuff. I mean, yeah, there was some very, very toxic people, but like there are a lot of people that just kind of vibe and don't have an issue with 4, Myth, 2, or whatever, right? A live table current standings people can find easily, I think would help with hype too. I think we talked about this, stream. Isn't there a way to do that, or is it just the week to week? It would be cool to have like an overall standings. I mean, it wouldn't impact anything. If someone wants to create something like that, it could be really cool to capture a week to week performance thing to see how people are performing, and then capture the collective stats across the tournaments as weeks go on. So if someone wants to do that, I would love to see it. Would love to have some sort of graphical input I can then use on broadcast for it. But yeah, I don't know if Wikipedia allows for what you're talking about. You're talking about like an overall leaderboard. I mean, it could be cool. It also doesn't have true relevance because obviously we don't week to week things are going to be different. So, but it could be cool to kind of see. All right. Did I miss anything? Hello, YouTube. How you all doing? Sure that knobs were useless? I don't know. I don't know about that. Don't trust that. Who said that? Was it the man, the myth, the legend, Kraky himself? Oh, I might get ready for food. Emma, is food ready, by the way? I'm assuming it is. I'm assuming it's cold now, and I'm warming it up. And hopefully not tasting sadness. See, a weekly MVP play price, so some low seeds. So, not like the whole point in that, that's exactly where growing to sponsorships makes sense. So, for example, the pitch I would make there is we are going to have we're going to have Red Bull MVP of the week. Red Bull probably won't sponsor because like they like to run their own events. Red Bull doesn't often sponsor events; they run them. But let's say like Protein Works MVP of the week, or MVP of the month, or Play of the Game, Play of the week, Game of the week. These are all brandable formats, but I'm not going to do them before we have sponsors in place to do them, right? Because you're adding more layers to the show. There is more legwork, more cost, and then it might bring more like value, but in the meantime, you're still putting a bigger red number on your expenditures at the end of the month, right? So agreed. There are a lot of things we can do. Like, who do you think brought in good old Surfshark for the map draft by Surfshark, right? It's something we grow though. I'm hoping we get a really big turnout on Thursday. I mean, that would be a morale booster. Numbers have been decent, not crazy like boom. Like, I mean, Friday was crazy, right? Like these today and yesterday have been pretty decent. They've been an upwards tick. I'm hoping that Thursday is the beginning of people are like, damn, okay, yeah, this is cool and this is happening regularly, and then we can start to review as the weeks go on. But yeah, do you say you haven't tried Deadlock yet? Oh, you got to fix that, mate. Missing out. Day's numbers were better than yesterday. I think the average will be better, yes. I'd have to double check. I mean, I can check it now. The averages are almost the same. 222, 235. Whereas Friday, we were close to 400. I was a little bit bummed out because I had some charity stuff to do. So we went to do the charity stuff with my friend Juro. Because otherwise, I think the average would have been higher. But the goal isn't to have spike averages. The goal is to have this happen with growth. I still need to figure out YouTube. YouTube's been a bit rough at the moment. The numbers aren't good. I don't know. I've had someone doing thumbnails and titling. I just don't know if it's hitting. So that's another thing I need to work on. But yeah, we'll figure that out. So I'm going to stop YouTube now. We'll chat for another minute or two on Twitch, and then I'll get ready to raid someone. Thank you, YouTube. I'll see you all on Thursday. Remember, we're going to be kicking off. So I think we are locked in for a 15 GMT start time. Have we confirmed that, Chum? Because I guess we now need to check with the Canadians. Oh, how selfish of them. We are confirmed. Okay, fantastic. So 15 GMT start time, YouTube, is when we will have the grand finals for the first midweek muster. Make sure you tune in then. I'll see you all